Chapter 1156 Long-awaited rematch. So what if you have primordial law? This is not primordial chaos. Although Yang Qin was surprised that the latter acquired something like primordial chaos with just a body refining technique, it would not change anything. Without the boost from primordial chaos, primordial laws are weaker than Grand Tao Source and Heaven Law, only slightly better than innate laws. This idiot doesn't know anything. In such an environment, I can use my Grand Tao Source to limit the strength of his primordial law. Yang Qin immediately acted on this plan as a river full of chains composed of runes materialized behind him. As soon as the Grand Tao Source materialized and its aura targeted him, Wang Chang felt his law working slower, more sluggishly. However, he did not panic and even sneered. Small black lightning flashed on his eyes as he activated his will manifestation and fused it with his primordial law, giving it the boost it needed instead of primordial chaos. Damn it, he can do that? Yang Qin had read some of the temple's records and knew body refiners with primordial law could use this technique. Although it could not compare to the boost from the will of primordial chaos, it was better than nothing. More importantly, it was not an outside force, thus easier to use. Overlord's authority, Sound. Wang Chang clapped his hand to release a powerful sound wave with devastating effects. And with domination over the Tao or concept of sound, Wang Chang's attack reached beyond the speed of sound, light, and beyond. Yang Qin's face changed as he reacted. He turned his body into the fire element, so the vibration from the clap passed through him unscathed. Wang Chang responded by opening his mouth to roar, Fiend God roar. The vibration from this throat contained a potent will full of power, nobility, and the desire to destroy and dominate anything in its way. Yang Qin knew this attack would disperse his flaming body while targeting his soul. So he countered with a sonic attack of his own. Voice of Flame. The voice of flame is one of power, anger, wrath, rampage, and destruction. The two potent vibrations clashed, generating enough force and energy that a few mountains flew away like papers blown by the wind. If not for the reinforcement of the seal, the space would have cracked during this clash. The two stepped back after the clash abated, but Yang Qin's face was slightly pale. His techniques are way more refined than mine. Although he did not want to admit it, this clash proved as such. Overlord's authority. Flame, a dark purple flame enveloped Wang Chang's bare torso. The flame seemed to fit perfectly with his aura. Are you trying to humiliate me? Yang Qin asked with gritted teeth. What do you think? Wang Chang sneered. I've prepared this fiend god flame especially for you. He rushed toward his opponent, his eyes full of determination to injure his opponent at least once using his own Tao. Damn you, Wang Chang! Yang Qin yelled as he attacked with his unique, spiritual flame, that ignores all obstacles and directly attacks the soul to burn it. Wang Chang watched with squinted eyes as his purple flame passed through his opponent's flame as if the latter had entered an intangible state. He mixed the power of unreal and real from illusion Tao into his flame, Wang Chang swiftly analyzed. So he immediately activated the attribute of his fiend god flame, dominance, especially toward other flames. Yang Qin immediately felt he had lost control over his flame, which was the greatest insult to any cultivator. Who would accept losing in a field they major in to someone who can only dabble in using law resonance? Yang Qin swiftly pushed his control of flame Tao to the limit, but that was not enough, so he added a bit of his illusion Tao to reduce the effect of the domination. By the time he finished, Wang Chang was already before him, and he punched him with a fist of purple flame. Yang Qin was about to move his head to evade when a terrifying gravitational force or power of suppression weighed on his body and rendered him immobile. Wang Chang's fist first burned half of his face with the purple flame before caving his skull with the sheer force behind that punch. Yang Qin's stomach suddenly released a powerful fiery beam, pushing Wang Chang a few dozen kilometers. His battle experience is not as bad as I anticipated. Yang Qin was never the kind of person with a high battle IQ, as he preferred to win with schemes or while hidden in the shadows. Meanwhile, Wang Chang had spent too much time training in the dream world. However, it seems Yang Qin has been making up for his mistakes since his ascension. A magic circle with a 5-pointed star appeared before Yang Qin. Each point of the star contained a color associated with the 5 elements. The green wood lit up, releasing a potent life energy that rapidly healed his injury. The fight just started and I'm already forced to use my source technique. This 5-element source technique was one of his 3 greatest trump cards. He spent much effort to get his hands on it and only recently did he succeed. Sadly, before he could even master it, his unfilial son contacted him under false pretenses before capturing him. Yang Cheng's face healed, but somehow he could still feel the burning face where the injury used to be. More importantly, his pride was utterly destroyed with that one punch. Find the new ST ovals on n/Velbin. Komi need to calm down and kill this bastard. No one will know of my humiliation by then, Yang Chen thought. Then I'll only need to get rid of that unfilial son. Although he felt it was a shame to kill that bastard since he planned to turn him into his ultimate weapon, he could still try again. He activated his source technique, allowing him to access the other 4 Daos by converting his flame Dao into any other 4. The first step was using a combination of earth and metal Dao to forge full body armor to protect himself. Yang Chen had recognized the vast disparity between his flesh and his opponent. Yang Chen felt more secure as he donned this yellow and white armor. The next step was to be cautious and lure him into a trap. Bang! Before Yang Chen could react, a terrifying force hit his armor, leaving cracking marks as his body crashed into the ocean. He became faster? How is that possible? Meanwhile, Wang Chang, who had used his version of Su Shi's obsession source technique, appeared in this ocean and dominated the water to strangle his opponent. Yang Chen reacted swiftly by using water Dao to block the first wave of attack before burning the entire ocean instantly. However, what awaited Yang Chen after this somewhat quick response was Wang Chang's Water Sovereign Fist. This fist contained the power of a ruler and the counter to his element water. Yang Chen barely escaped with an earth escape technique, which allowed him to disperse his body and reform from the nearby terrain. Damn it, his battle experience is too high. Was he ever that talented? Wang Chang was reading his moves like it was a booklet, predicting his actions seconds in advance. I've trained my battle experience from the temple's fragment. Could he have done the same in the Dao opening sect? He was instantly jealous since he could only exchange use for 100,000 years. Meanwhile, Wang Chang probably had the power to use it as much as he pleased. At the pace of this fight, I will never have a chance to make my move and be victorious. Their strength was relative, but the opponent's terrifying battle experience and IQ allowed him to utilize his powers to their full extent and even beyond. As Yang Chen watched his opponent rush over like a hungry dog, he immediately encased himself in an orb of earth and metal elements. He knew such defensive measures would only buy him a few seconds, but that's all he needed to strategize. I need to stay calm and think logically. What would she do in this situation? Yang Chen thought. His eyes squinted as something popped in his mind. Anticipate your opponent's move. If that move is predictable, do it while knowing the opponent will be ready. Put a small twist to it and it will still be an effective strategy. Boom. Wang Chang's fist punched through the earth's layer, but Yang Chen already used water escape to appear in a river a few kilometers away. He immediately used an ultimate attack as soon as he was out of range. 5-element ultimate flame. The 5-point star appeared before him and immediately started gathering all 4 elements in the environment to turn into a boosting power for the flame element. Then a red beam rushed toward Wang Chang, leaving small spatial cracks in its way. Yang Chen observed closely and his eyes suddenly lit. Erase my chance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1157 Conclusion. Wang Chang looked at the woman before him. She was exactly as he always dreamt, beautiful, quiet, peaceful, naturally noble, and a slight aura of indifference. She did not see him as she was too busy mixing medicine, probably for an upcoming patient. He looked at her longingly for a few seconds before making his presence known. You scared me. She was calm despite saying these words. No, she was too calm for someone. Why are you standing here like a buffoon? Come help me. For the first time in his life, Wang Chang did not listen to her. Instead, he walked next to her and started caressing her face. Is something wrong? Mao Yu asked, stopping her actions to look him in the eyes. No. Then why are you acting so strange? I just miss you. Although it's only been less than 10 minutes since we saw each other, I miss you too, she replied as she touched his hands on her face. However, we have work to do, lives to save. So, let's leave the affection for when the clinic is closed. Wang Chang chuckled. That is something she would say. Pardon me? You look so perfect, even indistinguishable. From her face, aura, mannerisms, and state of mind, you are a perfect replica. Now you're worrying me, Mao Yu claimed. Are you sure nothing happened? Are you sick? No, you're a cultivator, so that should not be the issue. Please talk to me. What a wonderful illusion. Changer. It was Mao Yu's turn to caress his face. No matter what happens, our family can deal with it. It's a shame that this place could not remove the pain I felt when I lost her. Wang Chang shook his head. Think about Tian'er, Mao Yu swiftly said. Don't do anything to break our family apart, especially after going through all this trouble to reunite. Stay here with me and everything will be fine. Wang Chang took one last look at her before the illusion began to fall apart. He opened his eyes to find himself in quite a predicament. Yang Qin attacked him with a terrifying white flame, and half his body was already destroyed. Adding on the previous injuries from the fire beam, he was in pretty bad shape. However, he was not too worried. According to an already established technique, his body would instinctively use a little bit of nothingness power once he's in danger, entering the intangibility state. That's why Yang Qin was yelling and trying his best but could not destroy the remaining half of his flesh. I can sense a Dao will inside my body and soul. He must have a Dao will artifact, Wang Chang thought as he assessed the situation. However, his application is less than subpar by the standard in the dream world. He immediately used his will manifestation to remove the Dao will before regenerating the missing part. Yang Qin stopped his pointless attack, looking at his enemy with gritted teeth. He was close to defeating this bastard a second time, but things didn't go as planned. His Dao heart should be flawed, so why didn't the illusion last longer? It should not have been this quick even if he had prepared and practiced beforehand. He thought he had overestimated his opponent but only did the opposite. Yang Qin exhaled deeply before saying, "How about we end this fight as a tie? We don't have much deep animosities, just competition. How about we make peace?" "Don't say such a stupid thing again," Wang Chang sneered. "Only one of us will walk out of this sealed space. Damn this idiot. I'm already making such great concessions." Yang Qin was annoyed. He didn't like dealing with these hot-headed individuals who only think with their fists. Overlord's authority, heaven and earth. Wang Chang forcefully took control of the power of heaven and earth before punching his opponent. A colossal red fist manifested in this dimension, and it moved along with Wang Chang's movement. Yang Qin's face turned ugly as this attack descended on him. He could not move, his thinking slower than usual, and his soul was overflowing with the fear of death. And that's because his eyes or senses did not see a fist but the might of heaven and earth, and it was truly unimaginable. The entire world trembled as the fist landed. The shockwave from the attack blew away millions of forests, trees and mountains. Oceans, lakes and rivers instantly dried up, volcanoes became inactive, and the moon and sun exploded into pieces, leaving the world in darkness. Wang Chang frowned as he knew this was not over. Then, as expected, a paled face Yang Qin materialized in the distance. He used his illusion Dao to revert real to unreal, and achieve a state similar to intangibility. Unfortunately, the attack exceeded his technique, and Wang Chang masterfully used his will manifestation. "You can escape once but not twice," Wang Chang sneered as he continued his offensive effort. With control of heaven and earth, he also gained control of yin-yang. So, he modified his surroundings to prevent Yang Qin from entering his unreal state. Then he used a slapping attack this time. Illusory Chaos Flame. Yang Qin combined his primary and sub-Dao fire and illusion into one to create an illusory Chaos Flame with the same effect as the real one. Unfortunately for him, Wang Chang did not care whether this fake flame had the same effect as the real one. He had bathed or tempered his body with genuine Chaos Flame, meaning he was highly immune to it. It was a little too late by the time Yang Qin noticed this fact. The palm attack broke countless of his bones despite his best effort at a defensive measure. He crashed into the desolate earth left in this sealed world, creating even more devastation to this realm. Yang Qin swiftly stood up, ignoring how much blood he was coughing or how many liters of the thing he had already lost. He was trying his best to recuperate with plenty of wood and water energy, but the willpower inside his body was not permitting such a thing. "I can no longer hesitate." He activated his final trump card, a red orb with cloud symbols. His aura rapidly increased, along with the killing intent in his eyes. He was now on a war path and no one could stop him. "As always, you're stupid and can't even realize this," Yang Qin sneered. "Do you think you escaped from me back then because you made a wise choice? I allowed you to escape out of fear and respect for the Dao opening sect." His aura had reached a scary level. "But now, things are different. I am the one with the high background." Wang Chang was calm during this sudden change. He summoned a talisman from his space ring and activated it. A seal materialized above the dark sky, and immediately afterward, Yang Qin's aura rapidly decreased, returning to the state before summoning the orb artifact. "What the hell did you do?" "You see, I have a very clever grandson," Wang Chang replied calmly. "He predicted that the greatest trump card someone like you can access is an Empyrean artifact acquired through your servitude to one of these parasites. So, he gave me something to ensure our battles remain fair." Yang Chen's body trembled due to the overwhelming emotions coursing through every fiber of his being. Do you want to hear what else he said? Wang Chang continued. He said he doubted you were capable enough to exchange for such an artifact. Now, I'm curious what you did for them to reward you so highly? Yang Chen did not answer as blood dripped from both corners of his mouth. It even looked like his eyes were about to start bleeding. Not answering? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Wang Chang exhaled deeply before clenching his fist, feeling every muscle in his body. As he punched forward, Wang Chang felt his spirit extremely concentrated, allowing him to throw the best punch of his life. A golden dragon descended from the heavens before releasing a roar that made the void tremble and crack. The dragon rushed toward Yang Chen, who still defended himself despite the desperate situation. The orb artifact floated before him to release a red shield. Sadly, this was useless. The dragon tore apart his shield before dispersing his body particle by particle before targeting his soul. The dragon weakened Yang Chen's soul to the weakest state before sealing the small part into a crystal. Wang Chang was surprisingly calm as he became the final victor. He sat cross-legged in the void, entering a deep state of meditation. His wrathful, powerful, and domineering aura rapidly became peaceful and calm. His aura first fused with his surroundings before turning similar to an ordinary or mortal. The last flaw in Wang Chang's Dao heart healed, and his state of mind was perfected and sublimated. He opened his clear eyes and muttered, "It's time for a new adventure." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1158 Emergency, you can come out now. Yang Guowei teleported inside the sealed dimension. This is what you asked for. Wang Chang's head pointed at the soul crystal in the corner. Thank you. I owe you a debt of gratitude. I have no need for any karmic debt, so pass it on to my grandson, Wang Chang replied calmly. I understand. Wang Chang looked him in the eye. I know your relationship was not the best, but at least give him a burial. Yang Chen might not have been his greatest opponent, but he was still the one with the greatest effect on his life. As such, Wang Chang wanted to give some respect even if he might not deserve it. I will, Yang Guowei nodded. Once he gets the information he wishes for, he will personally remove his father's Dao imprint and ensure he is dead for sure. He knows his mother will have a sore spot for him and try to save him despite all he's done, so Yang Guowei will ensure he's dead before meeting her. Now that everything is dealt with, I want some alone time. As you wish. Yang Guowei bowed before teleporting away, leaving Wang Chang to his thoughts. The next journey for Wang Chang was reincarnation. He did not need to reincarnate. With his human fiend god bloodline, his perfected Dao heart and his grandson's method, he had no doubt he could be cultivated into an unparalleled emperor. However, he still chose this path for two reasons. Firstly, he wanted an opportunity for a fresh start with his own destiny, achievements, and glory. Secondly, a small part of him still wishes he would meet his wife during or after his reincarnation. Wang Chang looked in the distance. My only regret is that I did not see the upper dimension sect and what it has become. However, I can put it on my to-do list for the next life. Wang Chang's body rapidly decomposed before turning into a blood-red seed that fused with his soul. He took one last look at the world before a gate manifested, and he entered. Wang Chang frowned as the reincarnation process was nothing that he expected. He found himself in this large, eerie, empty hall with a throne at the center. Is reincarnation different in the upper dimension? Wang Chang thought, wondering what was happening. Then, an enormous face materialized in the room, looking at him from above. He did not notice the person's presence or when they arrived. Wang Chang, I've been waiting for you. Divine Seal Continent, it seems like I didn't need to intervene, Wu Hong muttered, which was good news. Now that the latter has entered samsara, everything should be fine. She changed her gaze to other places. Wu Hong expected Supreme Unity to act in some capacity, but surprisingly nothing occurred. Or he acted but was stopped, but I could not tell. She sighed while shaking her head. The difference between the Paragon Realm and Half-Step Transcendence was too vast to the point of despair. Lower Dimension, Myriad Emperor World. Wang Wei opened his eyes from this throne, exhaling deeply. Nothing happened, that's good. Unfortunately, he sensed his grandfather had entered reincarnation, but he could not detect anything that occurred afterward. Should I check on him or am I too paranoid? After pondering briefly, he decided to try. He used the Samsara Quartz luck condensing artifact to enter a dark, endless space. Sir Stone Yama King, may I have an audience? Wang Wei waited a few seconds with no response. Any entity of that level will notice when someone calls out their name, especially with obvious intent of communication. He waited a few more minutes before talking again. Sir, I have no agenda. I simply want to check whether a family of mine has successfully reincarnated. No answer. I just need a yes or no and I will be in your debt, Wang Wei added, showing his politeness by bowing. Sadly, no one answered him. So, he sighed before leaving. He immediately sent a projection to Li Jun's court. Big brother? Did something happen? No need to worry. Grandpa entered reincarnation and I just wanted to make sure for my peace of mind, Wang Wei explained. Is there a way you could check? I'm afraid not, Li Jun shook his head. He reincarnated in the upper dimension, which is the main branch. I'm new and have no achievements under my name, so it will be difficult to ask any superiors to check. I figured as much. Did you sense him entering samsara? I did. Then you need to worry. I doubt anyone could easily interfere with samsara, even those two. Maybe you're right. They talked for a few minutes before the projection dispersed. Li Jun is right. I shouldn't worry too much. Wang Wei sent the news back to the family before continuing his retreat. However, he sensed something else, the upcoming arrival of Hualong. He sent someone to deal with it before continuing his retreat. Hong Meilin walked into her private quarter, lying loosely on her throne. She had none of her previous dominance or nobility, just exhausted. It's been 3 days and the council has not decided despite her suggestions to surrender. Omicronim sadly, her previously overwhelming power in the council proved useless as these people only cared about preserving their current status and power during the upcoming turmoil. For many, their wildest dream is that the first heavenly emperor and the golden god perish together, leaving their territories open for conquest. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. You're here. I've been calling you for the past 5 minutes. Are you all right? The scholar asked. I'm fine, just tired of all the tedious political struggles. Damn those council members. They were all quick to support you when they needed your strength, but once their benefit is touched, they are now quiet. That's how the world has always been, Hong Melon sighed. Don't mention them for now. Has Hualong returned? Speaking of the devil. Hualong walked into the room and Hong Meilin frowned. Guessing from your demeanor you're bringing bad news? More or less. There is some good news? Yes, they accepted the apology. That's good, she nodded. What about the bad news? Wang Wei never received me. I only dealt with someone from their foreign affairs department. Hong Meilin grunted. Meanwhile, the scholar was trying to control himself to not accuse these people of disrespecting his queen. Their answer is the same, surrender or die. The room was quiet. The situation is getting annoying, Hong Meilin thought. She was not as attached to the alliance as those people. Her priority has always been to ascend, meet her master and become her true disciple. However, she wanted to do a few things beforehand. Firstly, be as powerful as possible before ascending to ensure she can get her master's approval. Secondly, she also wanted to do something major, not just to increase her survivability as an eternal but also to follow her master's footsteps and do something that affected the entire lower dimension. So what is our next step? Hualong asked, but no one could give her an answer. Hong Meilin sighed. What do you suggest? We can try to lobby different council members until we have a majority, the scholar suggested. However, as you can guess, this method is slow, and the chances of success are up to debate. Or we can use our military might to forcefully take control over the council before surrendering to the myriad emperor world, Hualong recommended. How can you talk of committing such an act of betrayal so easily? Hualong ignored him. If we offer him the central region, the first heavenly emperor will reward us handsomely. His history has shown his business savvy and generosity. Hong Meilin was deep in thought. The suggestion was not a bad idea. However, she wondered whether such a step was too drastic. Your Majesty, this is not the time for hesitation. This is the time to be decisive and cruel. The council members are high on the dream of power, believing they can still protect the status quo. But anyone with a decent brain knows we are too weak to have control over our territory, let alone their ambitions to control the entire lower dimension. This place is a sunken ship. If you don't do something now, we will drown with them. You may have a point. I still think this is too drastic, the scholar added. How about we try the diplomatic way first before using force? We don't know how much time we'll have before this war begins, but we know it's not long, Hualong added. They both have a point, but am leaning more toward Hualong's side. However, I don't like the idea of using force on these people after how much they've supported me and have worked with them for so long. How about I? Hong Melon suddenly stood up from her throne, looking around with her divine sense. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Something happened. Something terrible, but I don't know what. She immediately tried to divine the issue with no result. However, this overwhelming sense of doom was lingering in her mind. Myriad Emperor World. Wang Wei opened his eyes. Damn it, something unexpected occurred. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1159 7th Court Meeting. Wang Wei looked in the distance, his face as serious as he ever was. He glanced at a man with golden armor and deep, cunning eyes, but a dark and ominous power was hidden. The man sensed his gaze and looked back, smiling evilly. You never took me seriously. I bet you're regretting it now. The golden god, no, the heaven-devouring emperor said. Wang Wei frowned as his first instinct was to rush over and eliminate this anomaly, but he stopped himself. Such an unexpected situation is the perfect time to calm down and think rationally. Why are you so smug when you're nothing but a discarded chess piece? He did not hide the sneer and contempt in his voice. He expected Heaven's devouring emperor to be the final victor in this battle of consciousness, but he never expected the latter to use the power from the Abyss Gap. I've monitored him very closely, so he could not have actively contacted the Abyss Gap without me knowing. So, that can only mean they're the ones who contacted him, most likely when I was in the dark truth and my focus was somewhere else, Wang Wei analyzed. Assuming there is an Empyrean tier powerhouse inside, it's understandable how they could hide from my prying eyes. Wang Wei figured out the situation, but that did not change how he did not like how something so unexpected occurred under his watch. Chess piece? Maybe so, but until the game is over, who is not finalized. The heaven-devouring emperor felt confident with all this strength, especially since now it belongs to him alone and not someone else's puppet. Talk to me again once you survive until the end. Wang Wei no longer hesitated as he attacked. A towering palm descended on the God Reverie world, and if it lands, the entire world will be wiped out. No, the entire world community will be reduced to nothingness. The heaven-devouring emperor laughed wildly before casually blocking this attack with a golden palm of his own. He not only blocked the palm but perfectly annihilated all the power and forces behind the attack to prevent any damage or destruction to his home world or the community. His strength has reached the limit of tenfold but hasn't entered the taboo battle strength, Wang Wei analyzed. Such news should mean he's not as much of a threat, but things will not be so simple. He might have a way to temporarily achieve Empyrean strength, probably using the power from the abyss. Wang Wei did not attack a second time and even removed his gaze. He sat on his throne, deep in thought. The good news is this catastrophe is officially a real one. The team-up between the heaven-devouring emperor and the Abyss Gap has officially turned the lower dimension into a state of real emergency. However, things are a little fishy, Wang Wei thought. If I were in the shoes of my enemies, what would I do? He squinted his eyes as a word popped into his mind: distraction. So that's how it is. Wang Wei could not divine the truth, and he ended up empty-handed even if he looked into the future, since all he saw were a bunch of timelines with false or incomplete information. However, he could deduce the truth based on the scattered information he gathered from different means or abilities. With a thought, a powerful bell echoed throughout the myriad emperor world, and the people were shocked once they heard it. The emergency bell? Su Shi thought before rushing to the meeting. By now, except for the true Eternals, most powerhouses lived in the court to take advantage of the benefits. So, Su Shi was amongst the first to arrive, but not essentially the first. It did not take long for the room to be full, so Wang Wei started the meeting. The Golden God has been corrupted by an unknown and powerful entity. His first words shocked everyone. Since the war was about to take place, these people have been preparing by gathering information on their opponent, including battling him in the dream world. As such, they knew how powerful of an enemy the Golden God was. The general consensus was that he was second only to His Majesty throughout the endless void. But now, they learned someone or something corrupted them. Such an idea was scary to the bravest of these people. Who or what can do such a thing? Asked a minister. Isn't it obvious? There is only one true forbidden place in the endless void, the Abyss Gap. The room was immediately quiet. Your deduction is correct, Wang Wei acknowledged. Due to this unforeseen change, things need to be accelerated. So we're going to war now. That's correct, Wang Wei nodded. I need you guys to conquer the Central Region Alliance's territories as soon as possible to reach the Golden God's territory. Then, you must liberate the worlds under his control. The Golden God had amassed a lot of incense, and Wang Wei feared that the heavenly devouring emperor could use it to his advantage, for example, reducing the effect of the corruption in his soul or delaying its side effect while using its power. He must eliminate this possibility by freeing this world from the latter's clutch. I've created a technique to remove the faith parasites in these people's souls, but it's not up to my standard. I left notes and data in the dream world, so you must improve upon it during this war. Could it be that the Golden God is now so powerful that even your majesty is worried? The way Wang Wei spoke worried some people, so they had to ask. I won't be dealing with him, Wang Wei replied. I have bigger problems, so you must deal with him yourselves or buy enough time until I return. And how exactly are we supposed to do that? Aoshin asked. He tried fighting that bastard in the dream world, which was disastrous. Wang Wei waved his hand to summon the 4-symbol mirror. He first injected his terrifying Empyrean tier power into the mirror before talking to the crowd. This must be a fast and quick war. So, all of you can borrow strength from this mirror to increase your strength. We want to conquer as many worlds as possible as fast as possible. Be mindful to protect yourself, as this artifact could corrupt your Dao. Regardless of how weakened this artifact was, it still contained a Dao on par with at least 70% Grand Dao source. If these people are not careful when using its power, it's normal for their Dao to be corrupted by the one in the mirror, thus cutting off their future cultivation. Feng Heng. This poor monk is here. You'll be the one fighting and stopping the Golden God, Wang Wei ordered. Your Buddhist power of purification should have some effect on the Abyss Gap's power after being boosted by the mirror. Your fighting tactic should be to prevent him from using the Abyss power. If you do that, you will have no issue dealing with his current strength. This poor monk understands. Take this seriously, Wang Wei warned. You'll have to watch for corruption from the mirror and the Golden God. The last thing we want is for him to turn you into the enemy. Feng Heng clasped his hand to show his determination and how seriously he will take this battle. If you sense any form of corruption from him, stop the fight and exchange positions with Huo Huang. Her sacred bloodline should give her higher immunity to this type of corruption or assimilation. If the mirror is the problem, you can choose anyone else to replace you, but don't forget to bless them with purification power. Amitabha. Under Wang Wei's control, the mirror started to divide into countless illusory mirrors, granting every immortal in this room a copy. He then granted Feng Heng the main body before dismissing everybody, including his mother. He sent an emergency gathering to all his allies or rulers under his jurisdiction, telling them of the conclusion from today's meeting. Afterward, he placed Dong Lifan in charge of the group tasked with upgrading the Faith Insect Counter technique. He did not have the time to complete this thing and needed capable people to make up for it. Wang Ju, he called. A shadow rose from the ground before him. Omicronum Master. Your task will be the most important and possibly dangerous. Do you wish me to protect the entrance to the Abyss Gap? Correct, Wang Wei nodded. Use all your powers to ensure nothing goes in or leave until I return. If need be, don't hesitate to sacrifice yourself. I want. Wang Wei sat alone on his throne for a few seconds. In that confrontation, I secretly revived the Golden God's obsession with faith. The heaven-devouring emperor should not notice for a while, meaning his actions will be restricted as he is driven by that obsession. Wang Wei could deduce that the heaven-devouring emperor will not focus on himself for a while, as his priority will be to preserve his divine kingdom with all his believers. In other words, he will focus on the war and preserving as much territory as possible. Wang Wei stood up before teleporting to his destination, the Nether Hell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1160 True Empyrean Strength. Wang Wei did not immediately enter but instead brought this entire forbidden zone into the void battlefield. He frowned as he realized he never had a chance to upgrade the battlefield, so it still could not bear a true battle between two emperors. Without much choice, Wang Wei added a few quick arrays to temporarily support this place and prevent leakage of their strength. Otherwise, one of them could destroy the entire lower dimension. Once everything was set up, he removed all the seals on the Nether Hell. Old Man Nether slowly walked out and Wang Wei squinted. His aura is different, fiercer and more warrior-like. The previous Old Man Nether was like a wild beast, but Wang Wei could tell the latter had lost its fangs. But this one was another story. He was truly an apex predator. Was it your doing? Wang Wei asked. This three-way alliance, was that your idea or am I giving you too much credit? Did you just come up with this idea or have you been working with the Abyss Gap for a long time? Are you sure you should be here? Old Man Nether asked calmly. Don't worry, I've prepared for your little friend. As long as I kill you quickly enough, everything will be fine. It seems you have much faith in your people. Old Man Nether cracked his neck. I would love for the plan to proceed normally and distract you long enough for us to escape, but am also fine with luring you here. King of Hell mode, the black bone armor materialized on his body as he used his most powerful state. His hair and beard turned into flame, but not the color purple as before but dark red. His pupils were not blood red but pitch black. His aura and transformation are indeed different, but I don't sense any corruption or abyss power from him, Wang Wei analyzed as he activated his awakening, along with all his boosts to enter the taboo realm. He manipulated his aura to resemble the last time they fought, hiding that he had entered the taboo realm or had achieved perfection. His Proving Tao artifact turned into a silver sword, but to his surprise his opponent summoned a halberd instead of the previous axe. Wang Wei squinted before rushing forward, clashing his weapon against Old Man Nether. The sheer shock from their attack twisted the void from this infinite space composed of the power of nothingness. Luckily, it only twisted it without tearing it apart. The two had hundreds of shadows emanating from their bodies as their weapons clashed, but these shadows were not simple after images of their speed. Each shadow represented the fact they clashed 10 trillion times in less than an attosecond. At first, the two were equal, but with the passing of time, Old Man Nether started to move backward. He could not help as Wang Wei's attack or swordsmanship was direct but scary. Each strike was powered by an infinite number of people from ancient to modern times. He accessed these people's lives from the river of fate and borrowed their strength by controlling their fates. This fate-condensing sword technique is not scarier because he could only access the fate of people weaker than him. Regardless, given the amount of people that existed in the lower dimension since the beginning of time, it was a truly scary number. Boom. Old Man Nether flew a dozen meters, sliding through the floor to prevent himself from flying away in embarrassment. However, Wang Wei would not give him the opportunity to rest as he continued his onslaught of attacks, forcing him on the defensive. It's different from our previous fight, Wang Wei thought. It's apparent that his previous lack of battle experience was gone, meaning he spent all that time training. He must have used his created lifeforms to aid him. Old Man Nether's rapid improvement could only mean he spent countless years fighting and training to compensate for his previous lack of experience. Boom. Old Man Nether was pushed back a second time. If that's all you have, he'll be very disappointed. The battle has just started, brat, Old Man Nether sneered. Yin-Yang divide. Old Man Nether held the halberd with two hands to ensure his downward slash could use all its power. The all-white empty void of the battlefield instantly turned into black and white as the halberd descended. Wang Wei felt a terrifying power trying to divide him into two. His yin and yang self. He knew that if it succeeded, his strength would also be divided, making it easier for him to be slaughtered. Wang Wei waved his sword, erasing the concept of yin-yang in the surroundings, thus turning Old Man Nether's attack into a simple weapon-based one. As for the weapon itself, he moved it to the side with his left hand. Wang Wei wanted to follow his two-piece combo slash attack to a three-hit with a kick to his opponent's chest, but a terrifying force came out of nowhere and sent him flying a few thousand kilometers. What the hell just happened? He was perfectly intact, without even a scratch due to his invisible wool armor. However, he was baffled since this attack originated out of nowhere. His senses did not detect anything and he saw nothing. Bang. Another attack from an invisible being and Wang Wei still could not see or sense anything. Now that he anticipated the attack, he reduced the force from the attack the moment the assailant's hand touched his protection, but that only prevented his body from flying away. This attack felt like it originated from a large and blunt weapon, Wang Wei analyzed. Old Man Nether rushed in to attack, but Wang Wei ignored him as he did not believe the latter could easily penetrate his defense, which was boosted by his current strength. Wang Wei received two more attacks before finally seeing the creature attacking him after blessing his eyes with all his daos. In other words, he condensed samsara eyes, fate eyes, luck eyes, yin-yang eyes, destiny eyes, time eyes, disorder order eyes, and freedom eyes into one. He saw a bone creature holding a large mace. The creature was weak, maybe even too weak, but its weapon was Empyrean tier, hence the source of most of the damages from the attacks. Is that a creation life form? Wang Wei asked. So, even this tactic did not work, Old Man Nether thought. You sacrifice all its power and development potential to increase its invisibility ability. Then you gave him an artifact to compensate for its attack potency, not caring that every use would drain its life force. That's not a bad design or plan, Wang Wei commented. During the time he was preparing to attack the Death World, Wang Wei saw that a few more pages from Wu Hong's notebook were unsealed and read them, so he knew about creation lifeforms. As the name implies, they are creatures born from an Empyrean through their Grand Mist Wheel or the inner worlds of Dao rulers. This should not just be all of it. Why don't you show me the others? As you wish, Old Man Nether responded with squinted eyes. Originally, the creation lifeform tactic should have been reserved as a trump card for the end of the battle. After all, the longer he can prolong this battle, the more advantage their alliance will have. However, in the short period since this fight started, Old Man Nether realized his opponent had improved faster than anticipated. That terrifying defense alone gave Wang Wei an overwhelming advantage, not to mention his usually brilliant techniques. So, Old Man Nether decided not to waste time and go all out to eliminate this foe. Wang Wei's eyes squinted as he saw more than 300 people rushing out from the Nether Hell, each of them with the aura of an Empyrean. This is not good news, he thought with great somberness. He knew all these people were creation lifeforms, meaning Old Man Nether created them. He was not surprised by this fact but by the fact that they were all tier 11. According to Wu Hong, there are strict rules for creation lifeforms. Inside their creator's world, they can be as powerful as they wish or have any ability the creator desires. There are no limits. However, as soon as these creatures leave their home world, they will experience creation tribulation. And Grand Dao does not play around with this tribulation. The more powerful and broken a creation lifeform is, the scarier the tribulation will be, resulting in a terrifyingly low survival rate. In fact, 99.9% of tier 12 creation lifeforms die in that tribulation, even if their maker is a paragon. Hunger said that creators must consider the art of balance to ensure their creation can pass the tribulation. He glanced at the bone creature. This thing perfectly personified that idea as his creator balanced him out by taking away all his other attributes to ensure his invisibility was amongst the best. She also said that only talented Empyreans can create lifeforms on the same cultivation as them, and only creation Dao can create lifeforms above their tier without any resource aid, but that was not recommended. It was a foolish idea to create any lifeforms above your tier for a few reasons. Talented people like Wang Wei might succeed if they had enough tier 12 resources, but it would be best to use it on himself than on something like this. However, this was not the main reason that it was forbidden. The main reason is they cannot control their creation. No matter the method, a tier 11 Empyrean cannot control a tier 12 creation lifeform. Once they pass the tribulation and achieve paragon strength and status, no controlling method will work unless another paragon assists the paragon in controlling the lifeform. The only way to gain the loyalty of a higher tier creation lifeform is through charisma or building a deep relationship beforehand. However, after the latter becomes tier 12, it's easy to discern whether the relationship was genuine or a ploy for control. I never thought Old Man Nether was talented enough to create lifeforms on par with his tier, let alone 300. I truly underestimate that old monster. The situation was not looking good for Wang Wei. It seems obvious that he only needed to use a clone technique to even out the number, but his opponent can do the same and possibly worsen the situation. So, he now had no choice but to battle over 300 Empyreans. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1161 Brutal Fight. What's the best way to win this fight? Wang Wei thought. The most obvious answer is to divide and conquer, but such a tactic is too obvious, and Old Man Nether is not stupid enough to fall for it. He realized he had underestimated the ruler of the Nether Hell before and wouldn't make that mistake twice. Divide and conquer can still be used at the right time, but not as the first or primary tactic. In that case, the best course of action is non-stop movement. I cannot fight these people head-on or allow them to corner me, especially since the probability that they've practiced formation and teamwork is more than 90%. Wang Wei's Proving Dao artifact morphed into a dark silver dragon armor that covered everything, including his head. He knew he would need all the defense necessary, but there was a problem. My artifact is still Emperor tier, meaning it's useless in a battle of such scale. As soon as this thought came to mind, a solution soon followed. An illusory pill appeared on Wang Wei's palm, the one he previously used to get Empyrean strength. "Stop him!" yelled one of the creations who seemed to have noticed what he was about to do. Wang Wei flew upward with unparalleled speed, evading all the attacks coming toward him. He used the skill Rainbow Paragon thought that involved combining and stacking all his speed abilities and techniques, including using time, space, fate, yin-yang, and the freedom from many concepts to increase speed. Simultaneously, Wang Wei used his technique, purpose manipulation, to change the essence or nature of the Empyrean Ascension pill into a pill with the same effect but created specifically for artifacts or weapons. Then, the aura of his armor suddenly increased until it matched most of the enemy's weapons. Now, let's begin the hunt, Wang Wei thought as he entered a state of extreme focus, pushing his senses beyond the limit. His 365 future Buddha selves and his spirit particles began to work on overdrive as they seeped through the future to look at countless possibilities, allowing him to choose the best way to kill his opponent. Wang Wei stopped running or evading, switching to an offensive stand. He appeared before a life form with a human body but an elephant skeleton for a head. Sadly for that creature, the last thing it saw was a streak of dark red lightning from Wang Wei's true will. Then, his head exploded along with its soul. 5 golden chains arrived in Wang Wei's position, but he was already gone. In less than a nanosecond these guys took to respond, he had already traveled a few billion light years away to another group before releasing a tornado of chaos flame, burning more than 5 of these creatures to dust. He moved on to his next target and used a death domain technique to kill close to 10 enemies. The casualty should have been 6, but the last one was ruthless and exploded himself at the last minute before the embrace of death swallowed him. The explosion barely left any cracks in Wang Wei's armor, but it still did its primary objective. The force behind a creature of this level exploding itself was enough to reduce Wang Wei's speed by a small margin. Then, the rest took this small attosecond as an opportunity to create a powerful sealing array that targeted his speed. Wang Wei immediately activated the freedom from sealing technique, but that barely alleviated the problem. Someone suddenly appeared behind him to punch him. However, before his body was pushed forward, he countered with an elbow, destroying the opponent's upper body and soul. A small group was already standing before Wang Wei's flying path with a powerful thunder spear created from their combined powers. He knew how much he would suffer if he could not evade this attack, so he waited for the perfect opportunity. When the lightning spear reached so close to him that he could no longer evade it, he used spatial displacement to change location with that group. Potent lightning traveled in the surroundings due to the explosion, killing 9 of this group of 10. Wang Wei then transferred a terrifying attack to the remaining survivor through the karmic link they established after the latter tried to kill him. Wang Wei kept moving. Despite his drastic speed decrease, he was still amongst the fastest in this group. These people only leveled the playing field. He turned into a yin-yang disc, slashing more than 5 opponents into 2 before stopping since he predicted someone countering his technique. Bang! Wang Wei sensed a terrifying attack that bypassed his armor, even leaving cracks on his invisible will armor. He immediately realized the opponent had used a karma formation to attack him, so he used the karmic thread they used to appear at the center of their formation before using his soul Dao to collapse their sea of consciousness. These creatures' lifeless bodies floated in the void while oddly being perfectly fine without any injuries. Wang Wei's body suddenly moved instinctively to cross his arm. A humanoid ox creature suddenly appeared and punched him, forcing him to take a dozen steps into the void. A true Empyrean, he thought as he did not stop his rapid non-stop movement. Creation lifeforms are considered insurgent, no matter their tier. If an Empyrean wishes to create a creature that walked the Emperor path, the tribulation will be even more severe. Some choose to create lifeforms with 69% or less to have them cultivated normally to the Empyrean realm. However, this plan is futile as the tribulation is still terrifying, albeit weaker than if the created lifeform appeared with 70% Grand Dao source. I can believe he cultivated a true Empyrean creation lifeform. Forget the skill required for such a thing. I figured someone with his personality would not want a subordinate close to him in strength or essence of life. He continued to play hide and seek with this oxman or the other creatures when he sensed something. Old Man Nether had used a potent technique called Yama King Finger. A colossal bony finger materialized above the heaven, rapidly descending toward Wang Wei. His body paused to look at this devastating attack. My chance, thought the oxman, rushing forward to deal a devastating blow to ensure his master's attack did the job. However, as soon as he reached close to Wang Wei, a scary spiritual sword rushed into his sea of consciousness with unparalleled speed. The oxman tried to defend himself, but it was futile. Wang Wei knew that he and Old Man Nether were the greatest threat to this battle, so he gathered a significant portion of his soul power to ensure this man died from that attack. Damn you, Old Man Nether roared as he watched his servant's body disappear, creating a dark aura or shadows emanating from the bone finger. The finger hit Wang Wei, who punched it with tremendous force. However, he was quickly overwhelmed by its terrifying force. "Damn you, old man Nether, this is far from being over," Wang Wei yelled before vanishing from the battlefield. Old man Nether frowned, feeling things were easier than expected. Boom. A vision covered the void battlefield, showing images of a meteor. A somber atmosphere enveloped the battlefield as heaven and earth celebrated the passing of such an honorable and respected cultivator. Old man Nether calmly watched this, still feeling that something was wrong. He changed his mind in the last attack, deciding to kill Wang Wei instead of capturing him. Although he felt it was a pity, he also understood this was the best choice after seeing how swiftly he disposed of the Ox General, his most powerful creation. If he continued with the mindset of capturing the enemy, he would lose more than half of his troops before succeeding. Four eyes come. A handsome young man dressed in black teleported next to Old Man Nether. Then, two more eyes appeared on his forehead before turning golden. He swiftly scanned the surroundings. There. He shot a golden light that actually dispersed Wang Wei's shadow technique, revealing his presence. "Only 52? That's a shame," Wang Wei muttered. He could not help it since he needed to be extra careful not to be detected in this assassin mode. Before anyone could react, more than 52 creations had dark purple marks on their bodies before a flame of the same color swallowed them. The Curse of Destructing Flame was one of Wang Wei's works combining his knowledge of Curse Dao with Destruction Dao. As such, these people could not be saved as soon as they were marked since either the Curse, Destruction, or Flame Dao would get them. "Fucking bastard. It'll kill you, your family, your sect, and everyone you love." Old Man Nether's eyes were red, and his aura was unstable due to his anger. However, Wang Wei remained calm as he slowly raised his hand. Yama King Palm. A dark palm rushed toward his opponent with the desire to kill and humiliate him by showing him the true power of Samsara Dao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1162 Solution. Wang Wei's eyes suddenly squinted as he sensed something. Sadly, he was too late to move as two people appeared behind him out of nowhere. The first was a muscular man with tiger stripes, eyes and canines, followed by a woman with a golden sword. The tiger man punched through Wang Wei's armor, shattering the back. The woman followed him by puncturing the invisible will armor, and touching Wang Wei's skin, which did resist for a moment before being penetrated. The eyes of these two lit up after seeing the success. They absorbed the strength of dozens of their companions and waited for the perfect time to attack, and now they finally succeeded in landing a killing blow. This sword, Wang Wei thought as blood spluttered from his mouth. He realized this sword was also a creation life form, hence its power and sharpness to penetrate his defense. The sword is a living creature that refuses to be removed from my body. Its intelligence allows it to act similar to a Dao will as it swallows my life energy to hinder my regeneration and kill me as swiftly as possible. Wang Wei could even see a power protecting the creature's soul to ensure he lasts as long as possible. He calmly placed his hand on the weapon and used his wife's sealing technique to seal it. After seeing this, the attackers' faces turned ugly, and they decided to retreat. At least the woman did. The tiger man roared, releasing the aura of a beast at the top of the food chain before punching his opponent a second time. Since one punch could not do the work, hell, try a second or as many as possible, to put this arrogant intruder down. "I should be able to severely injure him while he's in this state," thought the tiger man confidently. Myriad Spirit Manifestation Technique. Tout. A terrifying creature with only a colossal mouth materialized next to the tiger man and swallowed him with its enormous mouth. The tiger man was a powerful body refiner who had swallowed many people. As such, Wang Wei felt terrifying energy rushing into his body, rapidly repairing the damage. His aura suddenly boosted after pulling out the sword. 7th step, and I didn't even use her food, he thought. More importantly, I haven't completely digested the energy, so it should bring me to the 8th step. Wang Wei absorbed some energy from the sealed weapon to repair his armor while adding more willpower also to recondense the invisible armor. Finally, he focused on Old Man Nether, who had to sacrifice a few more people to stop that attack. He looked at Wang Wei, fury evident in his eyes. However, it was not a wild and uncontrollable kind of rage, but the kind that is cold and calculated while also wrathful beyond words. He raised his arm to open hundreds of portals connected to the Nether Hell. A black yin chi full of evil spirits rushed out to enter the bodies of every creation, including himself. These creatures' eyes turned red, apparently entering a berserker state. These people rushed toward Wang Wei as if they were a group of wild creatures that had not eaten or seen any meat for weeks. The bloodlust they released was now tangible, turning the battlefield red. Now, thought Wang Wei as he raised his hand to banish more than 100 of these people into a special universe that he created to seal them. The berserk state increased their strength but also decreased their mental capabilities, so he took advantage of this opportunity. Wang Wei also wanted to forcibly change the fate lines of these people to turn them into her soldiers, but he detected protective measures that Old Man Nether took to prevent this from happening. Wang Wei's face changed as his armor disappeared, followed by his invisible will armor. And that was just not the end, as he felt the defensive capabilities of his skin and his fleshly body also drastically weakened. Another weird ability from someone who sacrifices everything for one power. This one should be based on order disorder, canceling all forms of defenses, Wang Wei's mind rapidly thought as his body moved to counter the attack. Sadly, it was too late. Billion world explosions. Old Man Nether used a common but dirty tactic that Empyreans used, creating countless worlds with their Grand Mist Wheel and using them as bombs or explosives. Countless small red orbs appeared around Wang Wei, each representing a world probably on par with the lower dimension, exploding simultaneously. His body appeared, displaying to the battlefield how much of a terrible state he was in. He looked like a slice of burned Swiss cheese with countless holes, his skin all black due to the burning. "Don't let him regenerate," Old Man Nether ordered with an ugly expression. Unlike their previous battle, he could no longer use existence hierarchy to damage his opponent, since the taboo realm grants protection from this. Meanwhile, Old Man Nether is not an everlasting Empyrean, meaning he had no access to a Tao will. On top of that, his talent for body refining has always been subpar, so after leaving for so long, he's only achieved an imperfect will manifestation. His opponent would not allow such weak power to enter or remain inside his body. An intense white light released from Wang Wei's body as the life aspect of his Samsara Tao activated to help him recover. Adding on the previous blood energy he swallowed from the Tiger Man, he recovered before the fastest of this group arrived. Sadly, his armor was no longer functional. In fact, if he had not put it away, his Proving Tao artifact might have been destroyed, resulting in a small backlash. He calmly watched these people approaching before clenching his fist and punching. Anti-creation fist. A terrifying power that seems to be the antithesis of life itself rushed toward these people, instantly killing 7 of them, and the rest suddenly stopped midway. They felt terrified. That's right, these terrifying creatures with the power to end all life in the lower dimension felt fear, and the reason is simple. Wang Wei's attack reminded them of the harshest and cruelest day or moment of their life, their creation tribulation. "No, this is still not it," Wang Wei muttered, feeling this newly created technique was not on par with his desire. He punched a second time, and the fear appeared a second time, this time even more potent. They could feel it from that punch. The sensation that they did not belong, the feeling of being judged by extremely high standards, and the fear of death. The punch perfectly recreated the power and sensation of the worst moment of their life. Its power can be described as their nemesis, their antithesis, the opposite of their existence. As such, it deserved the name, anti-creation. Boom. More than 20 creatures died from that one attack. Moreover, the demoralizing fear woke most of them from their berserk state. Damn it. With this technique, it will become easier for him to kill these creatures. Not to mention how low morale will prevent them from using all their strength. Countless thoughts rushed through Old Man Nether's mind as he thought of a solution. The crux of the technique is their origin as creation lifeforms. If I could temporarily change that, the technique's effect would be reduced by more than 90%. He immediately summoned one of his creations with low strength and potential but a unique ability called Origin Control. Summer U-swish. A sword light flashed before Old Man Nether's eyes, cutting Summer's head while also heading for him. A bone shield appeared before his face, blocking the attack, but it was not over. 4 of his people rushed toward him for a suicide mission. Old Man Nether made the correct decision in this dangerous scenario by exchanging positions with one of his creations in the distance. Damn it, how could I be so stupid? He thought Wang Wei only left a curse mark on the 52 members who died, but that was not true. He only killed those while leaving the rest as pawns to use at the right time. The Nether Hell ruler used his authority as a creator to access the imprints of all his creations and check their bodies. He found 3 more curse marks and decided to lay them to rest and deal with it later. However, Wang Wei acted and activated the curses, turning these people into a blaze of glory, no horror. Old Man Nether immediately realized it would be useless to deal with that curse, given it's not his expertise, and did not even try. At this point, The only solution is the Nether Monarch sword. Old Man Nether gritted his teeth after thinking this. His anger almost destroys his reason, thinking he will have to use such a high price to kill one little emperor in the lower dimension. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1163 Old Man Nether's past use whatever means necessary to buy me enough time, Old Man Nether, and upon his words, these creatures rushed toward Wang Wei like a moth to a flame. So, he started slaughtering them with great efficiency. Old Man Nether gritted his teeth as he watched this unfold. These life forms represented years of work and a unique opportunity he received. Their purpose was to one day serve under him once he ruled Samsara. But now he had to watch his foundation being rapidly corroded. He activated Yin energy to calm his uncontrollable rage before pointing at the Nether Hell. The entire dimension slowly transformed into a long dark sword with bones for the hilt and red veins running down the blade. Old Man Nether was sweating by the time the transformation ended, but this was just the beginning. The activation process was even more arduous. Old Man Nether felt his soul power rapidly diminishing with every passing second, and he knew the consequences of making the slightest mistake. The process took him some time, and he sighed in relief that he had succeeded and nothing went awry. Old Man Nether focused on Wang Wei, who was not looking too good due to the number difference. However, he had now killed more than 100 of his servants, ruining billions of years of work. However, according to Old Man Nether, this was not his greatest crime. I've spent years cultivating that sword. Once the time was right, I could use it to invade Samsara and cut off a piece while preserving its authority. Then, I only needed to run away from the Yama kings and rule over the stolen piece. With it, I can acquire the partial authority of a Yama king, allowing me to become a paragon at the fastest speed, even changing my Dao to Samsara without much repercussion. The next step would be to return to Samsara and take the remaining authority once my strength reached its peak. An intense madness, hatred, and anger flashed in Old Man Nether's eyes. But now everything is ruined. I'm forced to use the sword's power to kill that disgusting ant, which also means alerting Samsara and the Yama kings. Even if I can start over, the plan's success rate will drastically decrease, and that's not mentioning true heavenly Daos intervention. Old Man Nether clenched his fists, thinking how far he had come to get to this point. He was a regular cultivator born in the upper dimension with above-average talent. He tried 7 times before finally proving the Dao, and he was only second class. Only after years of preparation and luck did he pass his tribulation to become an Empyrean. Even then, no one believed he would have succeeded. However, after entering that realm, Old Man Nether discovered the limit of his talent. Cultivation was so slow that it was maddening. He knew then that he had reached his limit. However, he was not willing to admit that. He searched for ways to improve his talent, but such rare resources were controlled by powerful clans, sects, religions, cults, or races. It was not something a loose cultivator like himself could get his hands on, and if he did, he would need to be quiet lest the information was revealed, and he was hunted down. Despite these hardships and failures, Old Man Nether never stopped finding a way forward, even participating in myriad expeditions in dangerous areas of the Eternal Ascension world or the Source Chi space. Sadly, Old Man Nether's luck seemed to have run out as all these endeavors proved futile. As such, he was about to give up until one of his associates mentioned a secret realm somewhere in primordial chaos. Reluctant at first, Old Man Nether eventually decided to participate as this might be his only opportunity, and he was never as right in his life. After a perilous trek, his group reached the secret realm. Then, after a gruesome process of killing and betrayal, Old Man Nether reaches the core to find a few things. The first was a recording of a man clad in a black robe with pitch-black long hair invading Samsara and fighting against countless Yama kings. The man defeated and killed every single one of them before taking over. The recording ends with the man trying to fuse with Samsara, and for a brief moment he achieves a power that seems beyond any paragons before failing at the last moment and dying. He was shocked by what he saw before becoming elated. This was a great, fortunate encounter. He knew his future was bright as long as he could recreate whatever method this man created, and thus he started his journey. Old Man Nether left the secret realm with the recording, a black rock of unknown origin, and a rare and valuable creation seed, which would allow him to create his life form and train them to the standard of passing the creation tribulation. Once he returned home, he spent all his time studying the recording and, based on the aura and Dao rhymes, trying to recreate that technique. Old Man Nether abandoned his cultivation, focusing on recreating and perfecting the recording's method. After years of effort, he created a half-baked method in the form of the Nether Monarch Hell. Old Man Nether was not confident in his plan, but he knew something: it was his only way to become a paragon. As long as the first step succeeded, he would break the limit of his talent and even acquire an outlaw Dao with little to no cost. Sadly for him, this plan had a major flaw: how to condense the sword under the eyes of these paragons that stood above heaven and earth. Old Man Nether was lost for a while until he heard of an opportunity to descend to the lower dimension. It was the perfect place since these top powerhouses cannot easily intervene, and dealing with the Samsara branch in the lower dimension would be easier than the scary one here. With this in mind, Old Man Nether sprung to action. The innate acquired life was at its peak, and the upper dimension planned on playing dirty by sending an Empyrean down there to end everything. However, this was a task with a high fatality rate. True heavenly Dao was neutral in the war, but it would not allow Tier 11 above to interfere. So, the acquired side wanted to use much merit to send an Empyrean who would quickly end the war and return. They knew the danger and chose to hire mercenaries and loose cultivators instead. Old Man Nether knew this plan was a trap. No one would be able to return even if they survived the journey. Regardless, he signed up and was the only one who barely survived out of sheer luck. Then, as expected, true heavenly Dao intervened. Luckily, Old Man was prepared. He offered the black rock from the secret realm in exchange for permission to be sealed in the lower dimension. After years of research, he knew this thing was valuable, but he could not decipher what it was or gauge its true value. As such, he did not hesitate to exchange it for the plan. True heavenly Dao agreed, and after choosing one of the 3 worlds with the most gathered luck of this war, Old Man Nether created the Nether Hell to start his plan. At first, gathering energy/power for the sword was difficult as he could only use proxies or other methods not involving direct intervention. The one he gathered in the upper dimension was barely enough. Then another opportunity presented itself. The innate demon gods in the upper dimension retaliated for losing the war by attacking the history of the lower realm and, in the process, turning the river of time chaotic. Old Man Nether took this opportunity to gather energy/death energy from the past, present, and even the future. That acquisition was his greatest grab before the recent exchange with the Abyss Gap. That thing had existed before his descent. Before now, he stood away from it. But now. However, recent situations forced his hand. Old Man Nether sensed that he might die under Wang Wei's hands. Although he did not want to admit it initially, all signs showed this might be an eventuality. Adding to his desire to escape and get his hands on the latter's Samsara Dao, he agreed on an alliance when these people contacted him. Even if I swallow this bastard, it won't make up for my loss. Old Man Nether felt a deep pain in his chest, thinking how much he sacrificed to get to this stage. Now everything was ruined. He might get a second chance, but that was unlikely. Alright. Isn't it only starting from scratch? I only need to leave the Eternal Ascension world and find a more suitable place. I am immortal and have all the time in the world. As long as he can fulfill his plan, he will be a paragon at the very least. So, he can take as long as needed since he now has hope. Wang Wei, whose body was full of injuries that could not heal due to these people using obsession and resentment to replace Dao will, calmly looked at the sword above him. That sword's power has reached over 80% Grand Dao source. There is no way for me to block it successfully. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1164 Desperate Move. My only move currently is to use the fact that Old Man Nether does not know I have a longevity technique to die and revive myself. Longevity techniques are rare in the upper dimension, not to mention here in the endless void. However, I cannot die by that sword as my technique will probably not work. The sword's power was in the upper echelons of the Empyrean realm, and given his life-death wheel innate talent was a Tier 1 longevity technique, meaning it only worked for the Emperor realm, there is a more than 90% chance that such a powerful attack would render it moot. I must kill myself and time it perfectly to make it look like the sword did it. After making a quick plan, Wang Wei began to act it out. Old Man Nether, are you serious? You dare use such power in the lower dimension? So what? As long as I get to kill you. You'll destroy everything and true heavenly Dao won't allow you to live. Is this your way of begging for your life? How pathetic, Old Man Nether sneered. Don't worry. I can still control my power. He caught the bait, Wang Wei thought. It was already hard for Old Man Nether to control this weapon, and now he has to be extra careful to ensure his attack did not wipe out everything in the lower dimension, which also meant his soul and spirit would be more depleted in the process, rendering him unable to use it a second time. Bastard, you're playing with fire, Wang Wei roared, appearing as if he had lost his composure. Get out of my sight, Old Man Nether declared with disgust in his voice. He concentrated on drawing even more spiritual power to slash his sword. A black beam rushed from the sword toward Wang Wei, who began applying all his defensive techniques to block this attack. He even burned his blood energy, blood source, bloodline, soul, and proving Tao artifact to increase his defense, trying everything possible to block this attack. Sadly, it was futile. The black beam ran through him like a horse cart passing over an ant. Meanwhile, blood dripped from all of Old Man Nether's orifices as his face paled. His legs trembled, and he had to will himself not to fall from the sky. A small smile crept on the corner of his face as his transformation ended on its own due to his weakness. I've gotten rid of this pest and now it's time to move on to the next step. He guessed the consequences of using this attack, so he had already prepared how to move on. Before ascending, he'll first kill all his family and sect. I don't care if my action might make an enemy out of the branch in the upper dimension, it's the only way to get rid of this anger, Old Man Nether thought with gritted teeth. Then, he'll take the thing in the swallowing zone before leaving the eternal ascension world for another place to continue my plan. Anyway, I am immortal and have all the time in the world. Old Man Nether knew he had reached the limit of his talent, and this might be the only way for him. As such, he's prepared to risk it all. Luckily, time was in his favor. Blush. Old Man Nether was shocked. He looked down to see a hand drenched in blood. His mind could not process what had happened. One moment he was preparing for a better future, and the next, a terrifying strength destroyed 99% of his soul and the vitality of his body. Longevity. Technique. Bingo, but you don't get any reward, Wang Wei said calmly while ensuring the sealing runes spread throughout the enemy's body. It seems that my luck has run out. Old Man Nether knew this was the end for him. Although he could revive with his Tao imprint, this bastard would never give him an opportunity for a comeback. It seems so. Old Man Nether chuckled. What's so funny? You are too greedy and that's your flaw, Old Man Nether said. Even in this situation, you're thinking of sealing my body to use as resources? You shouldn't have done that. Wang Wei's face turned ugly as he sensed a terrifying power of corruption similar to the Abyss Gap and instinctively moved away. Another mistake, he laughed as his body, along with the Nether Monarch sword, exploded without fear of repercussions. Such an act was purely out of madness and vengeance. Damn it, Wang Wei roared in his mind. He had a limited time to make a choice. Firstly, take his family, sect, and a few people to run to the upper dimension. However, this explosion will completely annihilate the lower dimension, eliminating all the hard work and accomplishments he's made. The second option is to find a way to prevent the explosion from leaving the void battlefield, thus saving everyone while preserving his legacy. However, the issue was how. The sword was already strong beyond his means, and now, it was even more so after condensing all its power for an explosion, on top of Old Man Nether's power as well. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. His thinking speed was so fast that time had essentially frozen. Wang Wei watched the explosion, whose speed could not be comprehended, move slower than a turtle. Then, his brain and soul started hurting, but he eventually reached a solution. All 365, future Buddha self, manifested behind him. Then, one by one, they dispersed until only 108 were left. The river of time manifested in the battlefield out of nowhere to spew out a phantom of Wang Wei. The phantom looked at the real body. I will lend you my power, but don't do such a thing again. The time wraiths already have their eyes on you. I understand, Wang Wei replied, suddenly feeling some resentment toward Grand Dao for making all these rules and restrictions despite knowing why they exist. For example, if people who cultivate time Dao could summon strength from their future, then things like the battle realm would become useless, and that's not what Grand Dao, who wants everyone to play by the rules, wants. If it did not restrict such an act, people could just comprehend time Dao as a minor Dao until they can use this technique and mess up the entire game. Good, the phantom nodded. Let's begin. Wait, why don't you bring more strength? I think your level of power will be cutting it close. This is the maximum amount I can bring without getting you into real trouble, the phantom replied. You'll suffer a little, but it's better than the other consequences. Is that so? Wang Wei sighed before proceeding with the fusion. His aura drastically improved, followed by his strength. As he sensed the power coursing through his veins, through his very existence, Wang Wei felt intoxicated just like he did the first time he used the Empyrean Ascension pill. The power difference between those two realms is truly scary, he muttered. The strength difference between a quasi-emperor and a great emperor could be described as 100 or hundreds of cultivation realms. Then what about an emperor and an Empyrean? Minimum 1,000, Wang Wei muttered. I now completely understand why Grand Dao created the battle realm system. It's to allow geniuses an opportunity to continue their streak or ability to fight above the realm. Without it, the entire universe would become a strict hierarchical system where lower cultivation realm have absolutely no chance at dealing with a higher realm, even if the difference was only 1% in understanding. Wang Wei shook his head. He already knew the system was fundamentally flawed, given the vast difference in tiers after 10. Without the Dao Imprint's ability to stack Grand Dao boosts, it would be impossible for him or others to fight above their realm. After all, the Dao Imprint's ability was granted or allowed by Grand Dao. My theory might have been correct. Entering the taboo battle realm is an achievement created by Grand Dao, which will give advantages or bonuses for entering half-step transcendence. Wang Wei's eyes brightened after figuring it out before he suddenly realized his extreme speed thinking was coming to an end, and he still needed to deal with the trouble that bastard old man Nether left him. He immediately acted to condense or contain the power of this explosion. He pushed his Samsara Dao to the limit as he tried to prevent the death-slashing power from the sword and old man Nether from spreading. The process was not easy, so Wang Wei struggled to contain the thing, but as his luck would have it, complications arose. At the center of the explosion was the power from the abyss. He heard an annoying murmur constantly telling him to return to the Lord's embrace. Ficking annoying thing. Your Lord should return to my embrace. Wang Wei cursed as he activated a Buddhist technique to protect himself and purify this power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1165 Fighting Blood Awakening. The heaven-devouring emperor sat on his golden throne. His body emanated a somber aura that kept the court quiet. His annoyance and anger were apparent even to the most clueless individuals. However, given how the war was going, who could blame him? Things started badly from the start. The Myriad Emperor World Alliance went full force for a speedrun attack. They used overwhelming power to conquer the outer territories of the Central Region Alliance. The heaven-devouring emperor reacted by sending his people to do the same, but their speed could not keep up with the enemy. Then, out of nowhere, the Divine Seal Empress brought all 500 world communities to surrender to the Myriad Emperor world. At that point in the war, the heaven-devouring emperor had controlled over 1,600 world communities while the enemy surpassed them by 200, leaving 400 communities to fight over. At that point, the heaven-devouring emperor could no longer remain unmoved. He previously did not attack out of some fear or concern for Wang Wei, but now was not the time. Anyway, his role in this plan was to attract Wang Wei's attention in the first place, so he took the stage and attacked. Sadly for him, things didn't go as planned since that bold monk, Feng Heng, somehow gained power on par with him and stopped him. He had an overwhelming advantage in the fight, but the monk was stubborn and used his terrifying battle experience to draw with him. In the meantime, he had lost more territories. The Myriad Emperor world quickly controlled the remaining 400 world communities and began encroaching on the heaven-devouring emperor's territory, which was unacceptable to him, especially since these people could easily remove his predecessor's faint parasite. Finally, the heaven-devouring emperor had no choice but to take measures to protect his territory, using the same tactic as his opponent, sharing his strength. Although he did not want to, he knew this was the only way, so he shared his power with his followers so they could fight the enemy. However, this tactic was not a complete solution. The people from the Myriad Emperor World Alliance still had the advantage because all their powerhouses had terrifying battle prowess due to the Dream World, and they became true monsters after being boosted by the 4-symbol mirror. On top of everything else, their legions were war machines as they had trained for this war with countless simulations. Additionally, the heaven-devouring emperor realized that after sharing his strength, he no longer had an overwhelming advantage in his fight against Feng Heng. On the contrary, the balance had shifted on the monk's side, forcing the heaven-devouring emperor to reduce the power shared. The heaven-devouring emperor took a deep breath to regain his composure. Our territories have been reduced to a little over 1,200, and with each passing second we are missing more. Any suggestions? No one answered. Could it be that enslaving these people's souls made them stupider? That shouldn't be the case, the heaven-devouring emperor thought before checking. No, there was nothing wrong with these people's intelligence, as the technique only forcibly altered their perspective, making them extremely devoted to him. So, they are just stupid and useless, he thought, feeling a great deal of anger rushing into his head. He was about to yell when someone stepped over. Almighty God, I may have a solution. Speak. The heaven-devouring emperor remembered the blue-clothes elderly man was one of his wisest council members. Hopefully it was a true solution. What we need are people like the Seal and Sword General. The heaven-devouring emperor smiled lightly after hearing those two, as they were the only good move he had made since the start of this war. The situation would have been worse without those two leading everyone else while he fought with the stinky monk. And how do we do that? The Samsara court, said the old minister. Our information has told us that the Earth Emperor is a powerful cultivator, and he's the sworn brother of the first heavenly emperor. As long as we can turn him into one of our own, we will not only have a new and mighty divine general but a trump card to use against him. Wang Wei's sworn brother? The heaven-devouring emperor muttered with squinted eyes. His eyes turned red momentarily, ruining the divine and holy temperament he had previously displayed. We can even take this opportunity to revive many people and replenish our troops, added the old minister. Almighty God, I disagree with this plan. It may not be wise to mess with Samsara, rebutted a young minister in black clothes and stern facial expressions. What nonsense are you talking about? With the Almighty God's strength, no one and nothing can stop. He is above the rules. Okay, quiet. The heaven-devouring emperor was deep in thought. This plan was excellent, but he still had some reserves. Firstly, Wang Wei still hasn't shown up. Although he guessed where he went, the uncertainty was getting to him. Furthermore, as Wang Wei's brother, Li Jun will be easy to deal with. The best option would be for me to deal with him personally, but that monk has locked on my every move. The heaven-devouring emperor felt a blood vessel burst every time he thought of that monk, especially when he realized the only way to win was to use the Abyss Gap's power. However, he did not want to do that. His actions could be considered treason to his home, but there is still hope to return and again be acknowledged by heaven and earth. He only needs to play his card correctly. However, if he used that way to win and fully give in to that power, he would be a lost cause that is forever in servitude of whatever entity these crazy people follow. Calm down, he reminded himself. I need to decide whether to proceed with this plan. Another reservation the heaven-devouring emperor had was due to the secrecy about the Earth Emperor's position. People know about heavenly emperors, and information about this position is currently very common. The same cannot be said about the Earth Emperor. Despite many people's best efforts, including the heaven-devouring emperor, no one has succeeded besides Li Jun Bang. The entire lower dimension trembled, alarming all sentient beings. Then all cultivators and people with high spiritual strength suddenly felt a sense of dread, doom and terror. It was like death was approaching them, but they did not know where or when it would arrive. The heaven-devouring emperor stood from his throne, his gaze piercing through the distance. That's... He suddenly smiled. So you went there. He swiftly checked the Abyss Gap, where he noticed Wang Ju, who was hiding from his sight while secretly ensuring the seal. However, this explosion rattled her out and forced her out. Found you, the heaven-devouring emperor thought, his smile widening. He had finally put together Wang Wei's plans or response to their alliance, which greatly reassured and boosted his confidence. Immediately send the divine generals and the divine elephant beast emperor to capture Li Jun. As long as he can get his hands on Li Jun, even if he cannot turn him into a believer, he will be an excellent chess piece to deal with Wang Wei or the people in the Myriad Emperor World Alliance in general. All praise the Almighty God, said the old minister who suggested this plan, and soon afterward, everyone followed as they enchanted the same fate. Political power, fame, and worship are not as bad as I thought. The heaven-devouring emperor once disdained these things, believing only personal power was important. Go prepare. I'm going into battle. He knew he needed to distract the enemy to prevent them from sensing the situation in the Samsara court and trying to intervene. Samsara court, Li Jun sat on a black throne, his eyes closed, but his fingers kept tapping on the armrest. Someone may ask, what had gotten the Crimson Slaughter Emperor, ruler of hell, in this restless state? He was annoyed beyond words. The greatest war in the history of the lower dimension was happening, yet he was stuck in this place as a spectator. His blood was boiling because he desired battle, blood, and war. Sadly, he had to take his duty seriously, especially since countless people were dying every second, and he had to ensure things proceeded smoothly. I thought the hardest part about this job would be the monotony, but I was wrong. It's the temptation from outside, Li Jun sighed as he opened his eyes. He exhaled to calm himself down. He was about to stand up to do his job when the place suddenly began to tremble. Something happened? He sensed the terrifying power capable of destroying the lower dimension. Big brother should be fine, right? He quickly checked and was relieved when he saw Wang Ju alive. All good. What a relief. Bang. The room trembled, which was very direct and noticeable this time. Intruders? A wide grin appeared on Li Jun's face as his blood again started to boil. Today must be my birthday. He disappeared from the throne room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1166 Earth Emperor's Might. Our strength has drastically decreased, commented the Divine Elephant Beast Emperor. It should be a mechanism of this samsara court. It decreases our connection to the Almighty God, stated the Seal Divine General while looking around. The place was how anyone would imagine the afterlife, dark, cold, and eerie. Anything we can do? The Sword Divine General did not answer the question, but Seal did. I doubt it. However, isn't this why the Almighty God sent all three of us? He expected this possibility and wanted us to work together to capture the target. I'm glad he thought so highly of me. Li Jun appeared before the three, and with his appearance came the changes to the environment. They were now in a dark and infinite space full of mist. The battlefield was set. Earth Emperor Li Jun, Divine Seal Empress. It's the Seal Divine General now. As a servant of the Almighty God, I have abandoned my past identity. Li Jun looked at her with pity. The heaven-devouring emperor sneaked and attacked her by destroying her formation, which was linked to countless world communities, resulting in a backlash that severely injured her soul. Then he captured and used her weakened state to easily enslave her. Don't worry. You'll be set free once I'm done with you, Li Jun declared. Quite the blasphemous words, sneered the Divine Elephant Beast Emperor. However, Li Jun did not even look at him but gazed at the young man with a golden sword, the Sword Divine General, whose real identity is Dugu Jing. Dugu Jing became famous throughout the Endless Void after his battle with Ji Lanfang. He challenged the latter to a sword duel with the caveat that they fought using the same strength/cultivation level. Dugu Jing lost the battle but only by a small margin. He displayed such exceptional sword skills that Ji Lanfang acknowledged him as a swordsman, not a sword user. That battle created a discussion or debate about people with great sword skills who did not devote themselves to the sword or had other primary modes of attack the sword users. Swordsmen have always disdained these people, while sword users considered the others as elitists who placed the sword on a pedestal. Sadly, despite their thoughts, sword users always wanted recognition for their skills and never received it, until after Dugu Jing's fight. Ji Lanfang was currently the most powerful swordsman in the lower dimension, and his pure sword skills ranked second overall. As such, his recognition had a great impact on the swordsmanship community. Sadly for Dugu Jing, after his defeat, he traveled to the territory of the Golden God while the latter was on his rise. His bad luck ensured he encountered the latter and was enslaved even before the heaven-devouring emperor took over. Any chance you can come with us peacefully? Asked the Seal Divine General. What do you think? That's a shame, she replied, summoning her Proving Dao artifact, the Overlord Seal, while activating her awakening. A crown appeared on her head, followed by red dragon's design composed of runes materializing on her black hanfu. Dugu Jing's hair turned white, followed by his eyes becoming tigers and acquiring whiskers. And if anyone could see his back through his clothes, they would see the tiger stripes. The Divine Elephant Beast Emperor, a muscular man with the obvious physique of a body refiner, had his clothes ripped apart, and a lifelike tattoo of an elephant appeared on his upper torso. Li Jun followed them by also activating his awakening, which had recently changed. Previously it was only red armor. But now, the armor was more black than red, and he was accompanied by a vision of him sitting on a throne of bones with black flowers everywhere at his feet. I want to thank you guys, Li Jun said calmly as he summoned a red spear while activating all his boosts, including the slaughter spirit he recently created by studying the battle spirit world. He released all his aura, displaying his early 8-fold strength. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to finally stretch my leg. The enemy is more powerful than expected. We need a plan if we want a chance at succeeding in this mission, said the Divine Elephant Beast Emperor through divine sense. We're aware, replied the Seal General. She was currently the strongest. Before being captured, her strength was only peak 5-fold, but she could battle higher folds because of her formation. Now, after the blessing from the Almighty God failed, her strength was only late stage of 7-fold, not even the peak. The Sword General, who was only 4-fold when captured, was even weaker now, barely early 7-fold, and the Divine Elephant Beast Emperor had the strength of 6-fold after the weakening of the Samsara Court. Sword, you're on the offensive since you have the greatest attack potency amongst us. It'll boost your strength with a few seals. Elephant, you're in charge of providing defense to both of us. Alright, I'm ready. Dugujing nodded. Seal of Strength, Seal of Speed, Seal of Protection, Divine Elephant Rune, Seal of Gold, and White Tiger Rune. The Seal General forcefully stole power from heaven and earth, then sealed them for her to use. In this case, to bless her companion. Dujinjing's aura exploded after receiving the Seal of Gold and the White Tiger Rune. His body released sword chi so sharp that the death power in this place was dispersed or cut off. Now this is getting interesting, Li Jun chuckled. Let's start with a small introduction. Li Jun used his signature spear throw. The weapon flew from his hand, turning blue due to its sheer speed. However, the most threatening aspect of it was not the sheer force behind it but the fact it brought death, destruction, and violence with it. The Divine Elephant Beast Emperor rushed before the team and put his hands forward to release a phantom of a towering beast, a divine elephant. The creature was golden with red marks on its back, tusks that could come alive, and a powerful trunk that swung at the spear, stopping its unparalleled momentum. The clash between those two released a potent shockwave that could have had a devastating effect in the afterlife had Li Jun not chosen an isolated area for this battle. Haha, is this the best you can do? The Divine Elephant Beast Emperor laughed boisterously as he used much of his strength to stop this attack. Sadly, his laughter did not last long when he suddenly spewed a large mouthful of blood. He glanced down to see a hole in his chest, but there were no weapons or anyone around him. How can this be? He was not afraid since it only meant returning to the Almighty God's embrace. However, he feared disappointing his Lord and Savior by dying on this mission before accomplishing anything significant. So, the Divine Elephant Beast Emperor looked at Li Jun with hatred and unwillingness. This is not over. But it is, Li Jun replied with an odd smile. Do you feel at peace because your soul will return to your God? Sadly for you, you're in my domain so your soul belongs to me. You wouldn't dare. Li Jun said nothing, but the Divine Elephant Beast Emperor's body disappeared. His body should make an excellent tonic to increase my fleshly body cultivation. He moved his body to evade a golden slash. The Seal and Sword Generals were on high alert. Runes appeared over Seal's face as she tried to detect what killed Elephant. Meanwhile, Sword pushed his extreme senses to the limit while surrounding himself with an invisible torrent of sharp chi that would cut anything that approached him, even if it was invisible. Sadly, all their attempts were useless, so Seal tried a more direct and overbearing approach. Seal of the Unseen. A magic circle appeared to cover the area, sealing anything that could not be detected by the naked eye, intuition, sixth sense, or special detection abilities. She sealed my Limbo clone? Not a bad reaction, Li Jun analyzed. His Limbo clone existed in a realm between life and death, thus rejected by both of them. As such, most things cannot see it. Since taking over the Samsara court, Li Jun's slaughter Dao has changed. He previously included only a small portion of Death Dao in it, but now, that portion has drastically increased since he is now the actual ruler of death. Requiem of Death, Li Jun took a few steps forward, each step releasing this somber yet captivating song. The song was beautiful, magnificent even, but only to his ears. To everyone else it is what the technique is called, a song of death. The Seal and Sword Generals' hearts were getting out of control, beating so hard that they were about to burst. They tried to control their bodies, but their souls quickly responded to the rhythm and also went haywire. Sword immediately went on the offensive to buy his partner time to deal with this situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1167 Muscle stretching hundreds of golden swords sharp enough to cut through dimensions hung above this deathly sky before rushing toward Li Jun. However, the fog around him turned into thousands of weapons to clash and stop these swords' onslaught. His tactic was successful despite the swords cutting off millions of swords in the process. The Seal Divine General took this opportunity to seal the anomalies in her heart and soul before doing so for her partner. Then she prepared to go on the offensive, but before she could react, her body suddenly turned hot to the extreme until she suddenly combusted. Li Jun controlled the blood from her body and raised the yang energy inside of her to the extreme until she combusted. While she was distracted, he focused on the swordsman who immediately acted. Killing Intent Sword Slash. The Sword Divine General's body released a terrifying killing intent or bloodlust that changed the color of the surroundings. He perfectly integrated that killing intent in his extremely sharp sword chi, boosting its power. Want to use killing intent before me? He thought with a sneer as he rushed forward. He casually caught the slash with his left hand and crushed it. His spear turned into a halberd in a moment before instantly appearing before his opponent, slashing him with unparalleled force. The sword general's body turned golden as if he were a Buddha that reached enlightenment, except his aura was not peaceful or noble, it contained his usual sharp aura. He was lucky he chose this method and his defense was potent. Li Jun took a page from his book as he turned the axe-like part of the halberd into an incomparably sharp object. The sword general was almost split in two. Luckily his golden body held on, and he crashed into the black soil. Li Jun's weapon immediately morphed into a bow, and he pointed at the sealed divine general, who finally sealed the flame and yang qi in her body. Her face turned ugly as she watched that arrow rush toward her with unparalleled speed. She reacted swiftly as hundreds of magic circles appeared before her, forcing the arrow to pass them before reaching their destination. Each time they break through a rune or magic circle, they experience a type of seal, primarily focusing on sealing its speed, strength, and overall destructive capabilities. Unfortunately, despite her best attempt, the thing was still faster beyond words, and thus, blew half her body as she only managed to buy enough time to move slightly to the side. What? Why aren't I healing? The sealed divine general thought. She ensured using her Tao will to prevent inhibition of her natural regeneration. A curse? And a nasty one too. She gritted her teeth as she tried to seal and remove this curse immediately. Typically, she would need some understanding of cursed Tao to succeed rapidly, but her sealing Tao contained the overlord Tao. Thus, she only needed to act like an overlord or tyrant and forcefully suppress the pesky curse. Sadly, time was not on her side. Swish. A second terrifying arrow rushed toward her with unparalleled momentum. A slash came from the ground to intercept the arrow, but it suddenly turned into chains that penetrated the void. The sword divine general sensed something and turned into a white light to fly away from his position, but it was useless. The chains appeared around him with the obvious intention of binding him. Absolute gold thrust. The sword divine general gathered an immense amount of metal chi and condensed it before stabbing his sword, releasing a golden beam with immense penetrating power. Unfortunately, Li Jun seems to have predicted a few moves ahead. The chains turned flaming red as they released an extremely potent flame, and given the fact that fire overcomes metal in the five-element theory, this attack stood no chance. The chains bound the sword divine general. However, he was extremely calm, too calm. They'll leave the rest to you. He passed out after saying what were probably his first words since coming to this place. Boom. An intense golden light rushed out of the sealed divine general's body, releasing the extreme sharpness of a sword. He gave her his Tao? Li Jun thought, realizing this was one of their strategies for this battle. He calmly teleported the sword, no Dugu Jing, away from the battle. He'll save him later once he deals with the current situation. The sealed divine general felt more confident about winning this battle now that she temporarily had complete access to Sword's Tao and techniques. With her sealed Tao, she was not the perfect combination of ultimate support, attack, and versatility. She raised her jade palm to condense a sword composed of pure metal and sword chi. White tiger metal chi slash. She swung her sword, releasing a phantom of a white tiger that rushed with unstoppable momentum. The phantom was cutting everything in its path, including subatomic particles and even the spacetime on this battlefield. Luckily, the space had potent healing capabilities and would instantly repair itself. As a holy beast, white tigers are associated with slaughter, and their primary element is metal. Knowing this, you dare attack a master of slaughter art? The white tiger phantom paused before reaching Li Jun and gazed at him before bowing its head before returning to its creator. It abandoned the sealed divine general and even attacked her. Damn thing, she cursed before absorbing the phantom back into her sword and caressing the sword to place a seal. To be precise, she sealed the limit of her attack. Then with one swing, everything turned white as the slash cut everything on its path. Li Jun was surprised by the potency of this attack and had to evade it. Otherwise, there would be nothing left of him if he were hit. So, finally losing the calm demeanor, she taunted before preparing to slash a second time. The sealed divine general suddenly stopped and grunted, followed by clutching her stomach. She was suddenly in so much pain that for an attosecond, she doubted her almighty God, thinking he had forsaken her. What is this? She thought, trying intensely not to pass out. Am I hungry? She swiftly realized the sensation she was feeling, an anger so intense that it rendered her useless. Could this man be able to control anything related to killing or death? For example, hunger and famine? The sealed divine general was a conceptual being, And even before that, she could rely on the energy in the surroundings or her own to survive without any food or water for millions of years. Yet she was now feeling hungry. She immediately tried to stop the technique with a seal, but the process was taking too long, so seal destroyed all her internal organs. However, that barely reduced the pain. The worst part is Li Jun was slowly flying over. I need to end this fight with one technique or seal him long enough to get out of this misery, the divine seal general thought, and once Li Jun was closed, she gritted her teeth to cast two potent seals. Seal of Death, and Seal of Killing. She planned to seal these two concepts that made up her opponent's foundational power. Due to the difference in strength, she did not know whether the seal would work 100%, but it should buy her enough time. Whoosh! The seal divine general spewed a large mouthful of blood, and even her orifices started bleeding. Backlash. Her seals not only failed, but she suffered a terrible backlash. Your master chose the wise path by choosing knowledge and control as part of her Tao, Li Jun said calmly. Although this path is slower since she needs to learn a lot, it's safer and more powerful. Meanwhile, you chose the path of an overlord or forcefully controlling things instead of understanding them. Your way is quick but extremely dangerous when you meet competent opponents, especially the ones with outlaw Daos. I don't have dash. Alright, enough with all that god nonsense, Li Jun interrupted. I should thank you guys for allowing me to stretch my muscles. Although I would have loved this fight to be more challenging, it was better than nothing. The Almighty God will avenge me. None of you can escape. Stupid thing. Your god is gone. What do you mean? She asked while resisting the hunger pain. Someone took over his body. Nonsense, she rebutted with gritted teeth. If this was some ploy to weaken my faith, don't waste your saliva. I'm indeed wasting my saliva. Li Jun placed his hand on her temple, and she began screaming, displaying she was in even more pain than before. A few seconds later, Li Jun held a golden insect in his palm and crushed it. Lady Hong, are you back? Hong Malin's eyes became clear after a few seconds before releasing a terrifying killing intent. That bastard golden god, how dare he enslave me? Her body suddenly shook, thinking how much of a terrible fate she could have suffered had this not been a war and that bastard was busy. I'm glad the void suddenly trembled, alerting the two. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1168 Reducing Consequences, Hong Mailing. Wang Wei. Big brother? I don't have much time, Wang Wei's voice echoed, followed by a portal opening before a talisman made from his blood rushed before her. Wang Ju won't be able to hold on until I come back. Use this talisman with my strength and help her seal the abyss gap. Don't take too long since your body and soul cannot withstand my power for too long. All right. Big brother, are you all right? Li Jun asked. He'll be fine. We'll see you soon. The two felt his presence disappeared. Well, don't waste time. Right. Hong Mailing crushed the talisman, feeling a terrifying power coursing through her veins. She was instantly intoxicated as the sensation that she could do anything overwhelmed her mind. Luckily, an unknown power rushed into her soul and strengthened her spirit, allowing her to regain clarity and thus have complete control over this newfound power. Is this his true strength? How he feel every day? Hong Mailing thought briefly before remembering the task at hand. She looked at Li Jun. Thank you for freeing me from my enslavement, and I promise to repay the favor once this is over. No need, Li Jun replied. He was stuck in this place for a while, so he doubted whether she could help him in any form or shape. Additionally, they were technically family if you consider her status as his sister-in-law's apprentice. This kind of karma is not something I'm willing to owe, so I will repay it one day, Hong Mailing said as she disappeared. She directly teleported outside of the abyss gap, where she immediately noticed Wang Ju. However, the mistress of shadow was in terrible shape. As she sat cross-legged, floating in the void before a dark gate, her body released a powerful aura on par with the golden god, but that was unimportant. Half of her body had transformed into shadow form, while the rest had a dark red and eerie aura. Corruption, Hong Mailing muttered before rushing over. However, a dark golden palm descended from the heavens out of nowhere, forcing her to stop her track and condense a defensive seal to protect herself. Golden god, she said with gritted teeth. No, wait, something's wrong with him. Her enhanced senses immediately noticed an anomaly from the latter, especially the dark aura intertwined with his soul. He's also corrupted? No, this is not simple corruption from the abyss. He is being controlled. Hong Meiling immediately figured out many things in this brief interaction. The Golden God somehow had a connection with the Abyss and even teamed up with the latter, most likely to deal with Wang Wei. However, the latter played with fire and was controlled, becoming a puppet for the Abyss. How ironic, she sneered. However, Hong Meiling knew this was not the time to be petty, so she calmed down to analyze the situation. The question is, why is he revealing himself now? Her extended senses detected that the Golden God defeated the myriad Emperor World's people with the mirror as his new form, boosted his prowess. Luckily, the latter seemed in a hurry and did not focus too much on eradicating them. Hong Meiling did not take long to get the answer to her question. The answer was her. The Abyss activated this chess piece known as the Golden God because she was about to help Wang Ju reinforce the seal, thus preventing whatever was inside from coming out. Boom. Hundreds of dark golden fists descended on her, all with the intention of completely annihilating her from existence. Hong Meiling generated a powerful defensive array to protect herself. His strength is so close to the Empyrean realm that the gap could be described as a thread of a difference, she analyzed. In this state, the Golden God, no, the heaven-devouring emperor, could be described as a pseudo-Empyrean, if such a thing existed. However, he's still not on my level. Seal of Strength, an enormous character for the word, strength, materialized in the heavens and with one thought, it descended on the Golden God. The space around the character folded as it descended, a sign of the sheer force or power it contained. The heaven-devouring emperor created golden walls before him to protect himself, but it was to no avail. The seal crushed everything in its path, including the Golden God's body and soul, well, almost everything. A golden light flew from the center of the explosion into the distance. What's this? An armor? Hong Meiling thought as she swiftly installed a potent seal to catch the armor, but the thing passed through her seal before disappearing in the distance. What an odd thing, she concluded. More importantly, it's not the only odd thing in this experience. She realized the Golden God was defeated too swiftly. Her strength indeed trumped him, but the difference was not large enough for an instant kill. By all accounts, this should have been a fiercer battle. The only reassurance she had was the fact that she detected that all the people previously controlled by the Golden God were now free, meaning the parasites died with their host or master. Now is not the time for this. She rushed to Wang Zhe's aid. Hong Meiling immediately frowned as soon as she checked the situation. The core seals were already destroyed, meaning she could only buy enough time, even with her current strength. Hong Meiling pointed at Wang Ju to seal her corruption, but she failed. So, she added billions of them instantly, focusing on preventing its spread instead of completely containing it. Thank you, Wang Ju said with a hoarse voice before swallowing a bunch of pills to alleviate her situation. This is not the time for this. It'll help you contain its power. No. What? Help me, with something else. What are you talking about? Wang Zhe's face regained some color, so she explained, I don't know when my master is returning, and I need to deal with this situation in case he doesn't make it in time. And how exactly do you plan on doing that? By involving someone with the power to deal with this situation. Are you talking about true heavenly Tao? Hong Meiling asked. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. As you can see by the fact it hasn't intervened, the current situation still falls under the normal operation of the world. I'm talking about Samsara. What can it do? If we can teleport the entire abyss gap to the afterlife, the Yama Kings will have no choice but to intervene and eradicate this threat. Yama Kings? It was the first time Hong Meiling had heard this title, but somehow she could sense the nobleness and power associated with it. It was a strange experience, one she connected to her current power. I don't know about this, Hong Meiling said. Wang Wei tasked me to provide you with backup and hold on as long as possible. Everyone is waiting for my master to come save the day, but what if he cannot? Wang Ju asked. You should have more faith in him. I do, more than anyone in this world, Wang Ju replied, her tone very confident. However, I also understand that he will not escape such a situation unscathed. My purpose is only to reduce whatever price or sacrifice hell eventually have to make. Hong Meiling was briefly quiet. Even if your intentions are noble, how are we supposed to pull something like this? Whatever creature is inside has already wasted a lot of strength removing all these seals. The abyss gap has existed for a long time, and since it was sealed, millions, maybe even more, of great emperors have added their power to the seal. Meaning that currently, it's at its weakest state. With your power, mine, and the 4-symbol mirror, it should be no problem to send the entire thing through reincarnation. Wang Ju raised her hand, and the mirror teleported into her hands. Are you sure this plan is feasible? Hong Meiling asked with a frown. Are those Yama Kings reliable? They are. What about the consequences for messing up with Samsara? I will take all the blame, Wang Ju declared calmly. Good, Hong Meiling said with gritted teeth. Time was running out, so it was not time to be indecisive. She activated her most powerful sealing techniques while working in tandem with Wang Ju and the mirror. All their strength had the same source, making their synchronization almost perfect. Boom. A banging echoed on the black gate, indicating that something or someone wanted to rush out. Hurry, yelled Wang Ju, feeling the creature's desperation. The mirror shone brilliantly on the gate, followed by myriad runes or magic circles serving as seals. Meanwhile, Wang Ju accessed Wang Wei's space, time and life-death Dao. Cracks appeared on her body as she had overused his power while already in a terrible state. Bang. A claw pushed open the gate and Wang Ju and Hong Meiling grimaced. They immediately used a secret technique to burn their blood and soul to boost their strength, trying one last desperate move to ensure success. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1169 Blackmail, Threat, and Respect. Wang Ju and Hong Meiling focused all their powers, but that claw that resembled a crab was persistent, trying everything in its power to prevent being sealed. Roar! A terrifying scream rushed from the other side of the portal, and the two immediately started hearing murmurs. An irritating voice kept repeating the sentence, "Nothing is real, everything is false, and the only truth is the dreamer in the deep." This simple sentence seemed to contain an undeniable truth, so as soon as they heard it, these two powerful cultivators immediately started to question everything they knew to be real. Was their world real? Was the sky truly blue? Do stars really exist? What about the people close to them? Were the relationships they cherished real? More importantly, was their strength real or another great illusion of life? Wake up, roared a voice deep in Wang Ju's mind, and she instantly recognized it since she spent all her life dedicated to that voice. She experienced the change from a child to an adult and to the powerhouse that stood at the top of the world. Wang Ju used Wang Wei's pain innate talent on herself, using the pain to distract herself from the murmur. She then helped Hong Meiling with the same method. Is the pain bearable? Fine, she replied with a groan. The pain was indeed terrible, but it was an excellent way to ignore the terrifying murmurs. Then let's continue. The claw had used this opportunity to push further from its prison. Wang Ju further pushed her body to the limit, resulting in all her black hair turning white. As an immortal, she does not lack a lifespan, but this change indicates that the essence of her body and soul are running out, and she will not survive for long. Sadly, her action did not have the effect she wanted. The two made little to no progress with the plan to teleport this gate to Samsara and only managed to delay the creature's freedom. Damn it, what is this thing? Wang Ju cursed. However, determination flashed in her eyes as she realized she made the correct choice. That creature had weakened to an extent, but its power was still fierce. Her master will definitely pay a steep price to deal with it, so she must prevent that from happening. But what should I do? Seal of Darkness. Yu Yin suddenly appeared with an orb in her palm that seemed to embody darkness. The orb became a seal before adding to the gate, pushing the creature's claw back a few inches. Her eyes turned red briefly before reverting to their original state. Yu Yin expected this change and protected herself with a brilliant technique called Seed of Darkness. She created a seed inside her body capable of absorbing all negative emotions, buffs, or status. In other words, the creature's spiritual attack only made the seed bloom faster, which she can use as a potent attack. Yu Yin frowned. Her seed was growing at an alarming rate, unlike anything she had ever seen. Furthermore, her attack did not do as much as she hoped for. Wang Ju glanced at her and immediately noticed her 10-fold or 999% strength. I was right, she thought. People might think the sect madam's current strength might result from a talisman left by her son beforehand to protect her, but her eyes saw the truth. She saw Yu Yan's current robe was the golden god's armor transformed to hide from others. Focus, she reminded herself. They were still in a precarious situation. Forget about teleporting it, we will be lucky if we manage to buy enough time. Countless thoughts flashed in her mind, trying to find a solution. What would my lord do in this situation? Wang Ju asked herself. Boom. A booming sound echoed in the void, followed by a brilliant golden light that came out of nowhere and plunged into the gate, reinforcing the seal. The creature roared, However, it was hard to tell whether it was out of pain, anger, annoyance, or all three. Feng Heng? Wang Ju was confused. The person looked like the monk she knew, but his aura was completely different. He was holy and noble, and more importantly, his strength was similar to Hong Meiling, or specifically, her master. How is that possible? She squinted her eyes as she used her power of divination to find the truth. Such a change might seem advantageous to the current situation, but without knowing how, things might become even more unpredictable, thus aggravating the current problem. Is this power coming from the Western Pure Bliss land? Wang Ju knew the original was a forbidden land, but now it had turned into a powerful foundation for the Western Bliss sect. Are those people finally making a move? Wang Ju thought excitedly, waiting for Feng Heng to continue. The monk waved his hand to summon two beautiful trees that embodied wisdom and enlightenment, the Bodhi trees. The original Bliss land had a tree, and Wang Wei lent Feng Heng one to nurture, and it has almost reached maturity. With the Bodhi trees as support, Feng Heng drastically increased the seal's strength. The creature was rapidly pushed back into the gate, roaring even louder. However, it was pointless as, in some way, the power of Buddhism was its antithesis. It is time to return to the embrace of the Great Old One. An eerie voice sounded from the small crack of the portal. The voice was both male and female, and it also sounded like hundreds of different gendered voices spoke in unison. Just hearing it made Wang Ju and everyone else around feel their skin crawl. They did not know the creature's language, but they understood what he said clearly. Their faces changed, but before they could react, myriad auras rushed from all over the endless void. Damn it, I thought we eliminated all these cultists. Wang Ju's divine sense detected trillions of people, including mortals and cultivators, suddenly killing themselves as some sort of sacrifice to empower this thing that was the poster child for creepiness. Wang Ju watched as the creature that was on the verge of being sealed suddenly overpowered all their previous effort. At this rate, it won't take long for it to free itself. In this situation, I can do only one thing, she thought. Her master was taking such a long time to deal with his situation despite knowing the severity of this creature being freed, so she needed to hold on to the fort for as long as possible. Slaughter trial. Qin Tong was calmly observing everything, his eyes focused on Feng Heng. I've been wondering why these two never intervened to deal with these troubles in the lower dimension. My best guess is they've been keeping each other balanced to prevent the others from forming stronger allies and getting the advantage. Finally, Maitreya has made a move, but I expect more. His gaze focused on somewhere else. Now then, why hasn't Supreme Unity made his move? Qin Tong did not believe for a second that he did not have a pawn in the lower dimension, similar to the Western Pure Bliss land. He even guessed that chess piece might be the chi luck of all Taoist lineages in the lower dimension. Could it be that the destruction of the lower dimension benefits him? Even if it's at the hands of that abomination? Qin Tong frowned, not happy with this conclusion. It's one thing to compete with each other for supremacy, but something entirely different to allow foreigners to do as they please in their homes. Someone is calling me? He waved his hand to summon someone into a spiritual world. Little girl, why are you calling me? I apologize for bothering you, Lord Qin Tong, but I need you to intervene in the situation, Wang Ju said while bowing. Why would I do that? And don't say something stupid like for the world's safety, Qin Tong stated calmly. I'm asking because you owe my master great karma. I owe him karma? Those are bold words, Qin Tong chuckled. You do. Why don't I know about it? Because of your secret observation of the lower dimension, you've learned countless great secrets from masters, valuable secrets that even people in your level would kill for. Qin Tong frowned. So? Although she was correct, it did not mean she owed Wang Wei any karma. It was his ability to get that information without being detected. You're a great being that is detached from karma, Wang Ju continued. Great emperors already had high immunity to karma, let alone paragons. However, my master is a master of karma. And once he reaches your level, if he wishes to use this fact to make you owe him karma, you'll be able to do nothing about it. Are you threatening me? Yes, I am. Do you understand I can annihilate you and your master with a single thought, and there is nothing you can do about it? Wang Ju's body trembled as she sensed a deep fear even greater than facing that weird creature. Then, I wonder what makes you so daring? Because I know you won't dare do it, Wang Ju replied calmly. Qin Tong squinted his eyes. She was correct, as he did dare kill Wang Wei because of all the things connected to this man. I might not dare kill him, but it's not the same for you. My master loves me very much, Wang Ju calmly rebutted. Enough to make a paragon his enemy? Enough to face Grand Dao himself, she replied without hesitation. Interesting, Qin Tong chuckled. I must admit that I envy him for having such a loyal and capable follower. Fine, I'll help you. He knew what a nightmare it could be to owe a Dao overlord with Karma Dao any debt, so he accepted this blackmail. But remember this, only this time, Shintong said with a fierce killing intent in his eyes. His killing intent would have instantly annihilated the lower dimension if they were not inside a spiritual realm. If you dare try to blackmail me again, I'll risk everything to eradicate you and your master from this universe. I understand and I do apologize for my actions. I had no other choice, Wang Ju said while bowing 90 degrees. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1170 Mark of Fate, unedited chapter. How do I do this? Qin Tong muttered to himself. He's technically dead, and taking action while in limbo will cost him more than using other means. As such, he wanted to use other means to help or intervene. Oh, I know, he said before raising his hand to condense a blue crystal. This is a purified void heart from a tier 11 void beast. Such a thing exists? Wang Ju asked instinctively. Not in the lower dimension, but higher level void beasts exist, Qin Tong calmly explained. Back to the topic. Fuse this heart with your world tree, and it should be more than enough to seal and teleport the abyss gap. Thank you very much, Wang Ju swiftly said, bowing deeply once the crystal was in her palm. She now had hope with this thing, nothing was more important than that. One more thing, Shintong added before she left. You should be aware that you're in terrible shape and won't survive long? I am, she replied calmly. Since I'm already being nice, why don't I go all out? I don't mind healing your injuries. And what do you want in exchange? You said your master loves you enough to fight Grandao itself? All I want is a promise from you that our debt is cleared from now on. I'm sorry. Are you still worried about him paying for your actions? You should understand that if he wishes to save you in your current state, he will have to pay a steep price, and even then there is a chance he will fail. Are you really prepared to separate from him? No, that's not it. Qin Tong frowned, thinking she was just being stubborn. However, he saw the clarity in her eyes and something dawned on him. I see. I'll help you one last time, but you owe me a small favor, and I mean you, not your master. Wang Ju opened her eyes, sensing the blue crystal in her cracked sea of consciousness. She no longer hesitated, summoned the world tree holding the heavenly court and fused the crystal. The towering grew in size until it was as big as the best heavenward worlds before stopping, and Wang Ju used all its power to seal the abyss gap. The creature in the abyss did not like this new change and roared even louder. It tried something for him, but this time around it was useless, and not just because of the tree's power. Wang Ju predicted he would not so easily accept defeat, so she summoned the chi luck of the entire Heavenly Emperor era to complete the final seal. Once the gate closed, Wang Ju did not waste time and used one of the branches of this new world tree to open a channel directly to Samsara, sending it to the afterlife. She ensured it was another branch not connected to Li Jun. Damn it, she heard a voice roaring, followed by a deep and scary gaze. The gaze felt even scarier than Qin Tong, but Wang Ju was prepared for this. However, to her surprise, the gaze slowly faded. She was confused, thinking maybe Li Jun did anything. But after checking, he was only observing the situation from his throne. Wang Ju's body suddenly trembled, followed by her complexion became paler than paper, and her aura drastically decreased. She almost failed from the void, that's how weak she was. Are you all right? Someone appeared next to her, holding her body. Sect madam? I'm fine. Here, take these pills. It's all right. You need to hold on until Wire returns so he can heal you, Yu Yen persuaded. I'm fine really, she said, but still took the pills to reassure her. Yu Yen looked at her before glancing at the situation. She sighed, I never expected things to become so out of control. Indeed. Void battlefield. Wang Wei was in a precarious situation. He managed to contain the explosion from the Nether Monarch sword with strength from his future self. He condensed and dealt with all the dead and Yin Qi to prevent them from turning the lower dimension into a ghost world. He even went as far as dealing with the situation as swiftly as possible by suppressing his desire to preserve the sword. His instinct warned him of the possibility of worsening the situation. However, right as he was about to succeed, the contamination contained in the explosion started to act. It formed into this weird phantom-like creature with no legs, humanoid shape, no arms, and tentacles coming from its chest. Been waiting for you, Wang Wei thought as he condensed his willpower into a potent blade and slashed the creature. His current strength meant he now had less limitation to use the full extent of his willpower. So, the creature had no chance of resisting and evaporating from the world, or so he thought. Wang Wei watched in surprise as the creature rapidly reformed before rushing to him. An immortal creature? He immediately tried to seal it, but this creature soon proved extremely proficient in dealing with sealing Dao. Unless his wife was here, there was no way to seal this creature as fast as he wished to. The next step would be to deal with him how I killed Yi Lianxiang, he thought as he found the creature's connection to his master. However, he did not find the connection no matter how much he pushed his karma Dao. This thing was created purposely to deal with me, he immediately concluded. The Abyss Gap must have been preparing for this escape for a while, and that thing even took him into account to ensure success. If that's the case, the creature's purpose is to buy time. So, how do you break this game? Wangju? Wang Wei sensed something and was forced to redirect his focus. He opened his mouth to spit a drop of bright red blood that condensed into a talisman. He attached a piece of spiritual particle to hit before sending it away. However, his slight distraction almost made him lose control of all the explosion energy he was still containing. If I want to deal with this creature as fast as possible, I need to use a tactic I've never used before. He immediately condensed a clone that opened countless breaches from the source chi space. Then, with his force control skill, he controlled these chi like he was a veteran insurgent immortal sovereign, placing layers upon layers of chi seals around the creature. As expected, this tactic worked. The Abyss Gap's owner might have developed its ability to deal with seals after spending so much time in the Abyss and passing that knowledge to this creature, but it was obvious that he was not as competent when it came to dealing with energy seals. Additionally, Wang Wei's main body did not stop destroying this creature with his willpower to prevent it from analyzing the seal. Done, Wang Wei said as the last chi seals completely rendered the creature useless. However, his danger senses suddenly went overdrive, so he instinctively gathered all his powers into the explosion before sending the thing into the source chi space. However, the danger did not stop since it originated from the sealed creature. A symbol ignored all his seals and rushed toward him. Another fucking mark? Do you want me to become the vessel for your master? Wang Wei thought with an ugly expression. Why the fuck do these outer worlders like marking people so much? He clapped his hand, and the river of time manifested behind him briefly before turning into a mote of light that entered his hands. Wang Wei raised his right hand, which now contained a symbol of its own. The symbol rushed toward the upcoming attack, overwhelming it in an instant. After all, this mark of fate was condensed from the power of the river of fate itself. I just had an idea. Wouldn't fate be interested in turning an outer god's servant or creature into its puppet? He muttered with a sneer. Since you people like to mark people so much, let's see how much you like it being done to you. He controlled the mark to enter the sealed creature's body and heard it roar in defiance. However, it was pointless as this was a great opportunity. The river of fate does not like uncontrollable things, and these foreign creatures were one of those things outside its parameters. But now, with this mark, it had a chance to analyze these invaders better and maybe take a closer step at dealing with their masters. As such, no matter what this creature did, it was pointless as the mark embedded in its very existence rapidly corroded it on a fundamental level. Wang Wei watched this with bated breath, and right as the thing was about to succeed, another power began to resist. Sadly, the creature suddenly disappeared and he could not tell the final outcome between fate and Thulu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1171 I dubbed the Wang Wei shook his head, slightly disappointed he could not see the final result. The good news is he has a way to deal with these outer gods, given how excited the river of fate seemed to be due to his decision. Something told him this would not be the last time he would have to deal with these things, and now he at least had a way to confront their weirdness. He teleported away to the Abyss Gap and immediately saw everything was finished. His eyes and connection with Wang Ju allowed him to know what had just happened without anyone saying a word, including Qin Tong's intervention. It seems you did a better job than I anticipated, Wang Wei said with a smile which quickly faded. He saw how much of a terrible shape Wang Ju was. She should have dissipated long ago, but someone had helped her last long enough for his return. Don't worry, you'll fix you back to normal shortly. Before that, let's continue preserving your body and soul so that they don't collapse. No need, young master. What's the meaning of this? Wang Ju was quiet. You want to take a page from the sleeper's book? Wasn't this the plan all along? Yes, but you were supposed to leave after others had established a foundation, Wang Wei rebutted. I know you wish to protect me, but such a mission requires someone of my skill to have a chance of success, Wang Ju stated. Now is the perfect opportunity to get things into motion. It was now Wang Wei's turn to be quiet. Very well. A golden crown condensed above his head, signaling his status as the Heavenly Emperor. A second black crown appeared, showing his status as the Earth Emperor. Wang Wei then looked at the sky. Can you give me my position in advance? A light descended from the heavens to condense into a white crown, representing his status as the human emperor for saving the world. Although many people performed excellently in this catastrophe, especially Wang Ju, it did not change the fact that she and the others mostly used Wang Wei's powers, items, or creations. The three crowns fused together into a golden robe attire with black and white dragons and other auspicious symbols and a crown that perfectly fit Wang Wei's body. In my name as the Sage Emperor, I will grant you the title and blessing of the Shadow Heavenly Emperor. May your reincarnation be peaceful and full of blessing. A golden light rushed out of Wang Ju's soul, healing a lot of the previously damaged areas. However, the more important thing was her rapid increase in talent. A translucent dragon slightly smaller than the world tree in the distance descended from the void and entered her body, signaling her newfound chi, luck, and great destiny. Lastly, purple merit descended from the heavens. In this catastrophe, Wang Ju was the second greatest contributor and deserves all the merits. Thank you, Your Majesty, Wang Ju bowed. I have many words to say to you, but I think it's best to leave them for our reunion, Wang Wei sighed. Wang Ju had been with his maid before he even started cultivating. Now they were about to part ways for who knows how many yuan epochs. Young master, please take care of yourself, Wang Ju said, unsuccessfully trying to prevent the tears from dripping from her eyes. Wang Wei also felt teary, but he controlled himself. He waved his hand to preserve her inner world for her successor. Come, I will escort you to your reincarnation, Wang Wei declared as he opened a portal and led Wang Ju inside. The two floated above a yellow river with countless souls traversing through a bridge. A few souls even fell into the river, but Wang Wei ignored this. I request a meeting with a Yama king, Wang Wei said in a soft yet powerful voice. What do you want? Asked an obviously annoyed voice. Normally they would not care about this brat, even if he was the Earth Emperor. However, his new position as the Sage Emperor did give him the right to request a direct meeting with a Yama king. Wang Wei did not care about the fact this person was showing disrespect by not showing up. That's what happens when he's the Sage Emperor, without the power. Had he acquired that position in the upper dimension, all the Yama kings in charge of the Eternal Ascension world Samsara would have shown up before him. I want to take on her sins, Wang Wei stated. They have been offset by her merit, said the voice. Is that so? Wang Wei had an inkling since no one did anything to Wang Ju, but he wanted to make sure. Is that all? The voice asked. I want to use my authority to request that she is reincarnated in another chaos world. You have that authority, but you're only a minor Sage Emperor, so you must pay for your request. How much? 20% of the merit gained after establishing the Samsara court. 20% of the merit right after the court is established, or 20% of all the merit I acquire during my reign? The latter. What if I want a few more people to reincarnate with her? Depending on the number, that would be an additional 5 to 10%. It's not a bad deal, Wang Wei thought. With his current strength, he will have to rely heavily on pure luck if he wishes for any of his Fate Shadow Guard members to reincarnate in other Chaos worlds successfully. Fine, I'll pay for it. Wang Wei knew this was an excellent deal and accepted it. As you wish. The presence of the voice disappeared. Wang Wei focused on Wang Ju. Let me see your weapon. She handed her 2 black daggers, and Wang Wei fused a small gray orb into the weapon before storing the weapon in her soul. Reincarnating with a weapon to protect you should make the process slightly easier, especially since I've stored some of my strength in it. Young master. No need for sadness, as this is only a temporary parting, Wang Wei said before showing a brilliant smile. I cannot wait to see what you turn into in your new life. I won't disappoint you. Without the limitations of talents and the blessing of luck and destiny, Wang Ju was confident she would succeed in her mission to establish the Fate Shadow Guard in other Chaos worlds and, eventually, throughout the Chaos universe. Any last words or regrets? Wang Wei asked. No last words, but I do have one regret. Oh, which is? That I won't have the Wang clan bloodline in my next life. How is that a regret? Our clan's bloodline goes deeper than the body and touches on the soul. You can condense our void human fiend god bloodline in your next life from the traces in your soul. Is that so? In that case I'm satisfied. Then for the last step. Wang Wei summoned his samsara Dao to release a black light into Wang Zhe's soul. Then, he condensed a seed containing his power of fate and gave it to her. I've protected your memory so you should awaken them very early on, he explained. Lastly, I've given you this fate seed so that the fate shadow guards can have access to their fate abilities without being labeled as outlaws. However, be mindful since the rules of the chaos world might be different and it might not work. I understand. Oh, and don't use the name Fate Shadow Guard. That name has too much karmic connection to me, and it might allow some people to deduce your relationship to me. I will. Wang Wei held her face and kissed her on the forehead. See you again. See you again, young master. Wang Ju flew to the bridge and proceeded along just like all the other souls. Wang Wei watched her for a while before sending a message outside, and a few minutes later, 10,000 shadow guards appeared before him, all kneeling in the air. Although it's a little bit early, it's time for your next mission. You should have been prepared? Yes, master. They said in unison. Then get to it. The guards did not hesitate to abandon their bodies, immortal chi, and even inner worlds to turn into souls. That's how loyal they were or were trained to be. Wang Wei blessed them too before watching them walk over the bridge. He took one last glance before leaving. A gaze was secretly watching him from the shadows. Then it said, reincarnate them into the warring void world. Are you sure? Asked the Sanyama king, the one who spoke with Wang Wei previously. Just do it. San did not understand his supervisor's motive. The warring void world was one of the most chaotic places in the universe because of a phenomenon called chaos void convergence, where portals opened to countless other chaos worlds. This event was not rare but frequent, often resulting in that world being invaded or invading other worlds. The competition is fierce, which usually results in that world being one of the most powerful in primordial chaos or being the weakest as it suffers from countless invasions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1172. No different. At the center of the River of Fate was a lavish palace called the Fate Haven Palace, which embodied causality itself. A man sat comfortably on a hanging chair with a cup containing wine in his left hand while looking at a screen projection. The adjudicator of fate calmly watched Wang Wei's confrontation with the mark of the outer gods. No wonder, fate loves him so much. Such a simple and obvious idea, but only he thought of it. The chaos universe was vast. Maybe someone else had the same idea. However, none of that matters because that bastard was the only one who had the ability or skill to succeed while also having a deep connection with fate. He looked at Wang Wei with gritted teeth. The bastard doesn't even want the role. Meanwhile, I had to gravel for an eternity before I could compete for it, but you still chose him? Fate stood up from his seat, and with a wave of his hand, he reached the lower end of the river of time, which is the past, and destroyed Wang Wei, the eternal ascension, and that entire timeline. However, a few seconds afterward, that destroyed timeline returned to its previous state as if nothing had occurred. The adjudicator exhaled deeply before pouring more of his drink, trying his best to relax. Time? Why are you here? I thought a new variable had appeared, but it was just you messing around, replied the Time Cardinal, his whiskers dancing with the wind while looking as elegant as always. I was just venting. Stop doing useless things. I know, replied the Fate Cardinal, who suddenly sensed someone else coming. Heaven, why are you here? Imagine my surprise when a timeline which I was heading to was suddenly erased. Why were you heading there? Did something happen? Fate and Time were immediately on guard. Any sudden change in the situation could mean bad news for any of them. Yes, but it's not what you think, Heaven reassured. Grand Tao ordered me to teach the sun. The two were silent for a few seconds before the Fate Cardinal started laughing uncontrollably. If there is one positive of this ordeal, it is seeing how disappointing that privileged bastard is. Watch your tongue, the Heaven Cardinal warned. Why should I? I will either die in that other bastard's hands or lose my position. I have nothing left to lose. You should still have some decorum, Heaven warned. No matter what, the sun is destined to become the council's leader and our boss. If he survives, Fate sneered. From a linear understanding of time, the son of Grand Tao is a recent chess move of Grand Tao to change the past and affect the upper branch of the River of Time, which is where the real battle is occurring. As such, his fate is still undetermined and full of endless possibilities. However, the fact that Grand Tao tasked Heaven to become the latter's teacher proves that things are not going well, and the son needs a little extra help. You're being unfair, the Time Cardinal added. By all accounts, the Sun is extremely talented, even better than the best of us when we were mortals. Sadly, he's an embarrassment compared to him, Fate finished, not taking his comrade's warning to heart. In fact, we all know that Heavenly Book is the best candidate for that position. He's the only person capable of defeating that monster. Sadly, that bastard is too smart for his own good and too ambitious. He wants to skip many steps and swallow many players with one chess move. Fate shook his head. Heavenly Book is indeed playing a risky game, but him winning might be our only chance to reverse the situation, Heaven commented. On top of what happened with the Heavenly Tao race, didn't you try to make your pawn and fail? What's your point? I thought you hated him with a passion, but your tone. Fate looked at him oddly, feeling his relationship with Heavenly Book Paragon suddenly became suspicious. You're overthinking things, Heaven said calmly. I figured some things out. Do you agree that if Heavenly Book wins, the only thing that will change is him being the enemy now instead of that bastard? Indeed. Even Time agreed with this analysis. Recent events have led them to this sad conclusion. Well, I'm of the opinion that Heavenly Book is easier to deal with. Bold words, Fate said. In terms of intelligence, foundation, and strength, they are pretty on par. That bastard has the advantage of knowledge from the prehistoric world, but if he loses, that information will become Heavenly Book's resources. Heavenly Book has two disadvantages that will make it easier to deal with, Heaven boldly proclaimed. Firstly, Book has servants and subordinates, while he has allies, family, and like-minded individuals. The man is indeed charismatic, Time commented, and Fate shot him a glare, which he ignored. Secondly, it's their flaws. Flaw? Yes. His greatest flaw is his greed, while Heavenly Book's greatest flaw is bold and reckless-like moves. Fate squinted his eyes. As long as these people have emotions, they cannot be perfect, meaning they have flaws including personality. However, the flaws of these two Tao overlords are not simple things that anyone can take advantage of. In fact, it's more of a guideline on how they operate regarding certain things or events. You have a point, but there is no meaning in discussing this until Heavenly Book is the winner, Fate calmly said. He squinted his eyes, thinking whether there was still hope for him. He had no problem dealing with the Heavenly Book since the latter would not be interested in his job due to different Tao. However, it's odd how Heaven is advocating for Heavenly Book when he's the one that would be in trouble if the latter became the new player. Fate truly wanted to know what that shining bastard was scheming. By the way, Heaven, are you going to be alright? Time asked. What do you mean? Can you promise that Sun to perform better after your teaching? And if not, are you prepared to be punished by Grand Tao? Heaven was immediately silent. This problem was the current dilemma he was facing. Normally speaking, someone of his level, training anyone, should be guaranteed to be amongst the best in the entire Chaos universe. However, he was uncertain about this assignment. How about we all come up with a training plan? He suggested. No thanks, Fate immediately replied. I'm already in trouble as it is. I don't need Grand Tao to remember and risk him accelerating the time of my punishment. But you could also benefit if we succeed. The benefits are not worth the risks. Fate was adamant about his decision, so Heaven shook his head. What about you? I have no interest in any kind of training plan, but if you need something from me, feel free to ask and I will do my best. I guess that's better than nothing, Heaven sighed. Well, I'm leaving. Chaos is coming. The Judge of Chaos manifested her presence, with her beautiful purple skin glistening without any sun or light. Did you find the Fate Stealer's new hideout? No. I thought you said you knew for certain where they were? Fate asked. I said I had a great idea where they might be, but I was wrong, she corrected. So, what place was such a great idea? The Sea of End. That was indeed a good guess, Time nodded before sighing deeply. Are you lamenting how useless we are? Fate asked before laughing out loud. If you look at his life, we are no different than the 7 parasites. Good enough challengers but not enough to be truly worthy or memorable adversaries. Shut up, said Chaos in a raised voice. Feeling humiliated because it's true? Fate sneered. And don't tell me what to do in my own home. Any news from the others? Time asked, trying to redirect the conversation and preventing these two from getting into a direct confrontation. Last time I checked, Source checked every corner of her domain but found nothing. Meanwhile, Samsara doesn't look like she's too focused on the search. Did she find a new pawn? I don't know. She's always been hard to read, Chaos shrugged. Samsara is the one who takes her job the most seriously, which has allowed her to remain a little more elusive. So far, they don't know whether she's truly passionate about her position or if it was just another ploy. Heaven, have you calculated anything? Time asked. If I had, don't you think I would have said something? Unless you want to take all the credits, Fate sneered. And face him and the Fate Stealers alone? Do you think I'm as stupid and arrogant as you? Bastard. I don't have time for this, Chaos declared before disappearing. Now that she had notified the majority of her results, there was no need to remain here. Time shook his cat's head before also leaving. Chaos, wait. Heaven wanted to know whether she was interested in the training plan. Although he knew the chances were slim, he still wanted to try. As for that bastard Fate, he can be dealt with later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1173 New Enemy? Limbo. The human emperor opened its eyes as he sensed something. He wanted to descend to the lower dimension through a projection but remembered Heavenly Daos blockade. Yingjing frowned. This time, he really could not postpone checking what was happening since his senses told him something important had occurred. I can either ask Maitreya for a favor or... He summoned a jade pendant shaped like a butterfly with cracks scattered on its body, which ruined its beauty and preciousness. Yingjing squinted at the butterfly jade pendant. At this stage there is no point in being too suspicious. He activated its power, instantly allowing him to see what was happening in the lower dimension. His eyes focused on Wang Wei. A minor three-realm emperor? He muttered, not hiding his surprise. He could barely accept someone becoming a lesser three-realm emperor, meaning they've acquired the three karmic position in one heavenward world. But now, he sees someone who has succeeded in getting acceptance or a position from the entire lower dimension. If I can get it from him, my plan will have a higher chance of success, Yingjing muttered. His original plan was long and convoluted. Luck was on his side, and he successfully transformed his lesser human emperor into a true human emperor during the devil race's catastrophe. The next step was the others, but none of them were easy to acquire, especially in the primary source chaos worlds. He once tried the Earth Emperor test before ascending to the upper dimension, but the Yama King told him his mind was as complicated as those of Tao overlords. Thus he was disqualified. No matter what Yingjing tried, the latter refused and did not even allow him to take the test. He had no choice but to change the plan. His divination told him the Myriad Emperor world was the place that would allow him to achieve his goal, and one day in the future an opportunity to acquire the lesser heavenly emperor position would appear. Yingjing immediately left preparations using the human destiny sword to ensure one of his pawns was the one who received the positions. The plan was to take this lesser position and cultivate it into a minor position in the upper dimension, which was easier than stated, given how vast the Eternal Ascension world was and his current strength, status and resources available. As long as he had the seed for the lesser position, the next evolution was not a problem. The real problem was to transform it into higher levels. According to his plan, Yingjing would travel to another ordinary source chaos world to cultivate the seed of the position from minor into the greater heavenly emperor positions by scheming against the world or overpowering true heavenly Tao if necessary. The last step is to return to the Eternal Ascension world or any primary source chaos world for the final evolution into the position of the true heavenly emperor. Yingjing did not plan for the final step yet, but his divination indicated that this world contained his chance to take one step into transcendence. The greatest trouble to his plan was the Earth Emperor's position. The Yama Kings did not like him, and he was not confident in secretly scheming against them, as one wrong move could ruin everything and force him to waste millions of yuan epochs of patience and plotting. Yingjing then chose a pawn to be the face of the Earth Emperor plan. His approach was to create a fake Earth Emperor or specifically, a fake Yama King. He combined his understanding of fortune dynasties to create a fake or independent samsara court. The ruler of the dynasty would also be the ruler of the citizens' afterlife or reincarnation. In other words, the ruler would be a Yama King, the ministers would be the Nether servants, and the citizens would be the souls that would be reincarnated. Technically speaking, all the citizens in such a dynasty would be immortal as they would just reincarnate as someone else in the dynasty after death. Yingjing's plan for this fake Samara court or Samsara dynasty was to either force the Yama King to acknowledge his status once it grew to a sufficient size or use it to substitute for the Earth Emperor position. In the worst-case scenario, he would use all the powers of the Qinseng court to swallow a portion of Samsara and forcefully take the position. However, he needed a test subject to test whether this approach was feasible. Yingjing tried many people and refined the technique and plan for countless years before he was ready for the last trial. The Second Origin War allowed him to cover his tracks while also having the opportunity to gather more information and tests from other worlds. Right as his plan was entering the last testing stage, the ultimate taboo appeared. Yin Jing debated whether he needed to participate. While everyone was excited because an opportunity for transcendence was before them, he technically already had a method/idea. As such, there was no need for him to take the risk, especially when even the short disappearance of these people could be used to his advantage. Ultimately, Ying Zheng chose to attend for one reason: he could not trust Hongjun. His first and second reincarnations, the idea, and the butterfly jade pendant that allowed him to divine the best future for him all originated from Hongjun, making Ying Zheng suspicious. Ever since he was a mortal ruler, he never fully trusted anyone, let alone someone as powerful as Hongjun. So, with the idea that whatever methods he found in the ultimate taboo could be used as a backhand in case Hongjun was scheming against him, Ying Zheng took the risk and ended up in the same situation as everyone else. His luck in the event was terrible. He resisted the urge to find a true method of transcendence and sought a flawed method. After all, such a thing would actually be very useful to him once he tried to become a true three-realm emperor. Unfortunately, he died in the process of trying, leaving the event with nothing to show for. Luckily, such a blow was nothing to his psyche or Dao's heart. One of his flaws might be his over-suspicions, but he makes up for it with his unparalleled patience. If I get the position from him, I don't have to waste any more effort on Shu Ren or have to think about the Heavenly Emperor position. I only need to cultivate this minor three-realm emperor position into a greater one in another source chaos world before attempting to become a true emperor. And that might be easier than anticipated in the current situation, Ying Zheng thought with shining eyes. As long as I convince true Heavenly Tao with the promise of becoming its ally against Supreme Unity, the plan will succeed. I will become as powerful as them. Ying Zheng could not contain his excitement for a brief moment. Calm down. Convincing true Heavenly Tao will not be simple. The situation is perfect for me, but I might still need to make a binding vow to build credibility, but that's okay. As long as I can deal with Supreme Unity, I'll gain my freedom and preserve all my strength. With him, Heavenly Tao, and Maitreya, Supreme Unity should have no choice. Ying Zheng swiftly calmed down as he focused on Wang Wei. He squinted his eyes before becoming somber. This kid is related to the Tao opening sect? It's not a good idea to get into these bastards' bad sides. The only faction more powerful than the Tao opening sect is the Myriad Sect Alliance, but in a direct confrontation, it's hard to say who would win because the Tao opening sect is one sect and thus united, while the Alliance, not so much. The Qin Saint Court is among the 13 overlords, but its strength is in the middle and does not have the ability to confront the Tao opening sect, unless it finds other allies. Well, it just got more complicated, Ying Zheng muttered as he detected Wang Wei's strong karmic connection with Wu Hong. That woman's rise was legendary as she became the youngest primal paragon in the Eternal Ascension world's history. What? He's reincarnated from the prehistoric world? Ying Zheng's face twisted after deducing this truth. His body released a terrifying killing intent before suppressing it. Is he a pawn Hongjun sent to deal with me? He did not know the truth, but his suspicious mind could not help but think of the worst possible situation or outcome. Do I have to kill this bastard? Ying Zheng started weighing the pros and cons of this decision more seriously. Killing him would have severe consequences, which made him hesitate before, but this new information complicates things and even makes the risk worth it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1174 Coded Message read Mist Forbidden Land. Heavenly Book opened his eyes. He opened his books and flipped through them. He soon frowned because there was no update. His senses warned him that something occurred, but he had no update. He trusted his senses, so he would not ignore this change. Could it be that I was about to receive more information, but someone ran interference? Or is it something else? He raised his hand for another sacrifice, but he did not use worlds this time around. He sacrificed a few elder fiend gods, which were on par with inextinguishable and boundless paragons, one of which had reached the peak. A few more pages appeared in the book, but nothing significant or useful. Now I'm even more interested. He closed his Heavenly Book and summoned a second book artifact. Heavenly Book's mind entered the book and found himself in an enormous white dimension with a golden plaque with the words, Heaven Eyes, inscribed in countless floating pages. The Heaven Eye was one of the most fearsome information-selling organizations in the Chaos universe. Most people buy or sell news/information from them because the prices of the all-seeing temple are ridiculous. If not for the temple's ancient history and heritage and the fact that the Heaven Eyes do not sell certain information, those seers in the temple would have lost all their business. The true leader of the Heaven Eye is, of course, the mighty Heavenly Book Paragon, but there are people who control it on the surface. Heavenly Book looked at the floating pages and took one that was glowing, which indicated that this news was new and important. The Flame Emperor had a meeting with the Venerable Pill Sage? Does he want to challenge him again, or is something else at play? Heavenly Book remembered the analysis the Heaven Eye had about the Flame Emperor. They deduced that the man had an idea for a path of transcendence and was testing it. Heavenly Book waved his hand, and countless more pages containing information about the Flame Emperor were gathered into a booklet. A transcendent pill? A path of sublimating skills? Interesting. Although this news was indeed valuable, it was not what he was looking for, so Heavenly Book wrote instructions on the booklet and watched as it disappeared briefly before returning. Far away, the agents responsible for gathering information on the Flame Emperor and the Venerable Pill Sage received new orders. Heavenly Book frowned before picking another page. This information was from the few agents in the Eternal Ascension world. The news was old and only said, the two suns disappeared. The Heaven Eyes were almost everywhere, but their powers were weak in certain worlds and completely inactive in worlds with half-step transcendent. In fact, these agents were there to die at the hands of these transcendences so Heavenly Book could try to gather information from the process. I assume if something occurred it would have been there, he thought. Should I take the risk and activate one of the agents? As he was calculating the risks, a new page suddenly appeared in the room, and it glowed bright red, indicating the highest level of news and also an emergency. Heavenly Book immediately read the note and his pupils shrink. The page said, all agents in Sector 345 died all at once and suddenly. This news was outrageous. The Chaos Universe was too vast, so Heavenly Book knew it was impossible for him to spread to every corner. So, he made a list of the top 1 million Chaos worlds based on their history and overall influence in the universe, divided them into sectors with as little as 1,000 Chaos worlds, and spread his Heaven Eye. Sector 345 contained 5,000 Chaos worlds and a little over 10 trillion agents. Yet they all died instantly and at the same time. Such power is not something any Paragon could do. A half-step transcendent? Are they that powerful? Or was it someone even more powerful? Heavenly Book squinted his eyes. More importantly, why Sector 345? Wait, wasn't it one of the worlds in that sector where the Grand Dao Sun is located? Heavenly Book caught a hint of inspiration. Is Grand Dao intervening because I was about to steal his fortunate encounter? No, it wouldn't interfere with such a thing. Plus, as brilliant as it is, it would obviously hide the best fortunate encounters from my books. So, someone else intervenes, probably one of its pawns, the Cardinals. His eyes shone brightly. But why intervene? The Cardinals would not move unless ordered to or it was beneficial to them. They would not dare mess or even approach the son of Grand Dao, unless ordered. A large piece of the puzzle finally fit together. Grand Dao would never place all its eggs in one basket, especially if that basket is me. In its eyes, the real enemy prepared for Wang Wei is its chosen son, and him just an appetizer. However, the fact it would choose one of the Cardinals to either train or protect its son is further proof of Wang Wei's capabilities. Heavenly Book once again raises Wang Wei's danger level in his mind. The question now is which Cardinal came? And why did it kill my man? Was it just a threat? He had spent years searching for news about them, so he knew their names or titles, their appearances, and a few anecdotes of when they actually interfered in the Chaos Universe. The information was barely enough to create a character profile. However, he did deduce one crucial piece of information: their desires. He predicted that all these 6 bastards were prisoners of their position, and they had one wish: leave that position while retaining the strength that came with it. Heavenly Book was in deep thought, pondering which cardinal might have intervened. If it's for protection, heaven, fate, and chaos might be the best. Heaven should provide protection to that lucky bastard in any place with a heavenly Tao. Fate could see the danger in advance, and chaos can also provide protection in primordial chaos. By that way of thinking, the others are also useful since time can also see the danger coming, and samsara can just prevent his death. Heavenly Book granted this deduction, as it was pointless since any one of them would be a perfect bodyguard. Let's assume it's for training. In that case, fate, time, and heaven would be the best. They all have ways to see, divine, or calculate the best training method. My deduction indicated that something has happened to fate. Even if I were wrong, his Tao means he is destined to be connected to Wang Wei. Grand Tao will not send such a variable to get close to its sun. So, the only choice would be between time and heaven. However, if I had to choose the best option, it would be heaven. He would know the best training methods while also controlling luck and misfortune, which is a good training method. On top of everything else, his Tao is the most versatile, allowing for the utilization of different methods. Heavenly Book's mind was racing. As he was deep in his analysis, another glowing paper appeared and he swiftly read it. All our agents were revived except the ones in World as 345-534. Is this just a warning? He killed my people and revived them to show the extent of his power? Heavenly Book frowned. No, something doesn't feel right. He pushed his soul and ability to the limit to gather every minute detail of how these agents died and revived. Too many pages to count flashed before him, and he reviewed them at an alarming speed, even for someone of his cultivation realm. There, he thought. Heavenly Book found an anomaly or a pattern. He created a special ability to track the death of his subordinates, and it's countless times better than the conventional soul lamps. After analyzing this part of the information, he found that these people's revival was not instantaneous or random. They were revived at a very specific time, and even though the difference between the revivals was infinitesimally small, we're talking about differences smaller than attoseconds, he noticed. Is this a secret code? Does the Cardinal wish to communicate with me but don't want to alert its peers? I see. To any observers, it looked like the Cardinal was sending him a warning, but in fact it was a coded message. Interesting. Heavenly Book focused on the code and began deducing. He quickly realized he only found one part of the code. The exact moment the souls of these 10 trillion agents returned to their bodies, the small difference in the time that they opened their eyes, and even the rhythm of the first breath they took, these were all part of this coded message. Such an exquisite code, that's definitely heaven's work, Heavenly Book summarized while chuckling. I thought he despised me after what happened. I guess anything for freedom and power, right? He focused on deciphering the code and seeing whether it was worth all this effort. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1175 The Coronation Divine Seal Continent. Yanhai looked in the distance with a smile, surrounded by a small bamboo forest. She has always loved bamboo and found their presence soothing. However, the peaceful atmosphere was soon broken by someone teleporting beside her, but Yanhai's smile did not abate. What made you so happy? Wuhong asked. The kid added another memorialized luck to our sect. What did he do this time? He became the first 3-realm emperor of the lower dimension. That is impressive, Wuhong calmly nodded. Are you proud that your husband is so capable? It's ironic how much time and effort the human emperor spent lusting after that position for someone else to get it, Wuhong added. You're no fun, Yanhai complained. But you're indeed right. I wish I could see that suspicious bastard's face. Wuhong shook her head, and just as she was about to say something, a talisman flew in the distance. What is it? Speaking of him, I just received news that both the Great Chu Divine Dynasty and the Qinseng Court showed signs of activity. This is not a coincidence, Yanhai said with a frown. We have long suspected that Brat Shu Ren was one of Ing Zheng's pawns. Now, these two have started to move just as the kid became a 3-realm emperor? What are you going to do? Wuhong asked. Although Ing Zheng is too suspicious by nature, he's also very patient and ruthless, willing to go to extreme lengths for his goal. I only need to be the umbrella that protects him from the rain until he's ready to compete at our level, Yanhai explained casually. She raised her hand to write a short sentence on the air, touch one of our own and suffer the consequence. The characters then turned into a sharp sword that flew in the distance. What will you do if he doesn't listen to your warning? It'll destroy him and his dynasty. Isn't that obvious? Wuhong sighed. This is not the era where we, the 13 overlords, ruled the world. A fight with him in the current situation will simply complicate things. You should change your mindset. Give me a little credit, Yanhai replied. Ing Zheng should have the same thought as you. However, he'll also think that without the other two present, I will be prone to act more recklessly, and thus believe you might really start a war with him, Wuhong finished. Yes, and the kid will be safe and he can grow up safely. You say this, but I know you will start a war with him if given the chance. Yanhai shrugged. If he's willing to make an enemy out of us after such a warning, there is nothing left but to fight. Wuhong shook her head before disappearing. Meanwhile, the Qinseng Court received the Sword Empress warning and immediately relayed the news to their emperor. Lower dimension, endless void. Wang Wei returned to the world of the living with countless people already waiting for him. Before he could do or say a word, he received a divine sense of communication. "You should have learned everything from here?" Qintong asked. "I did. So, things between us are all right?" "Of course," Wang Wei replied. "I appreciate everything you did to help. I won't forget it. That's all I wanted to hear." Wang Wei nodded. He was lying through his teeth. How could he easily let Qintong go? He was sure this bastard at least received one idea of transcendence from secretly watching him. Did he think he could get away with this with one Empyrean item and a small favor to Wangju? Wang Wei sneered internally. Once he has the strength, he will have this bastard pay for what he stole. On account of Wang Zhe's favor, he will not ask for interest, but he still has to pay. Wang Wei motioned his mother and father to stand behind him before calmly raising his head. No one could guess the thoughts in his head. "Let's begin." Heavenly Dao's eyes manifested above the heavens, followed by a vision that covered the entire lower dimension. A purple gold throne appeared for Wang Wei to sit on, and his family stood on his left and right. True Heavenly Dao then sent a piece of information to the minds of all sentient beings, which prompted a dimension-wide salutation. All mortals and cultivators tier 9 and below knelt and kowtowed, Dao monarchs and below bowed 90 degrees, and everyone else only cupped their hands and bowed their heads slightly. Finally, all sentient beings chanted the same phrase: "Welcome the ruler of the sky, the master of samsara, and the savior of the world, the master of the three realms." All those infinite voices were perfectly in harmony as every creature in the lower dimension chanted them simultaneously. Yu Yen and Wang Tian looked at their sons proudly. Wang Wei sensed an enormous quantity of incense rapidly gathering toward him. Countless people started worshipping him as a god after knowing that he saved the world from a catastrophe. However, before he could gather the incense, gold and purple merit descended from Heavenly Dao's eyes. His body suddenly turned golden, like he was a glowing Buddha, followed by visions of sages reciting poems, scriptures and Dao texts. Second-level golden body, Wang Wei thought. And if I could quantify it, I would be at the peak, very close to condensing the third level. Once Wang Wei received his reward, it was time for everyone else. During this Golden God's catastrophe, many people contributed, especially people like the Overlord Seal Empress, Wang Ju, Dong Lifan, Yu Yan and Wang Tian. These people either faced the Golden God directly or contributed to stopping that eldritch monstrosity from escaping its imprisonment. Even Qintong received a good portion of the reward. True Heavenly Dao appeared rather generous as it rewarded countless individuals before giving Wang Wei one last and disappearing. To celebrate today's achievement, I will grant 100 years of free use of the Dream World to every world across all 3,800 world communities, Wang Wei declared. His words caused another small ruckus to those who understood the significance behind these words. The Dream World appeared to be free, as you only need spiritual power to condense dream coins. However, that is far from the truth. Most people cannot replenish their spiritual power faster than they can condense the dream coins needed to utilize their services. As such, they need to consume soul/spirit replenish pills, meaning that the Dream World can cost a great deal of resources to its users, especially if they are any kind of large faction or lineage. Wang Wei's declaration was akin to saving them countless resources and providing the best training opportunity for these factions in the next 100 years. These people could not wait. Wang Wei focused on the people that formed his group or alliance. The war might have ended, but our work is not finished. The Golden God's former territories have not been utterly integrated into our system. Let's change that. The myriad Emperor World people and their allies immediately started their work. Although they had just received a massive bonus from True Heavenly Dao, this work was also beneficial to them. After all, it was luck and merit from more than 1,000 world communities. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction with these people's attitudes. There is no such thing as too much benefit. As he was about to focus on the world tree, he suddenly frowned. Is something wrong? Yin asked. No, nothing. The strength he had acquired from his future self had left his body, leaving him feeling extremely weak and empty. He controlled his aura perfectly so no one detected any changes or anomalies. Now what to do with you? He already knew he could not leave the tree for his sect in the lower dimension. True Heavenly Dao barely allowed a broken Empyrean artifact, let alone a fully grown one. Additionally, this recent catastrophe has further proven why the power of Empyrean was not allowed to appear or exist in the lower dimension. The world is too fragile for the strength of Empyrean, so why not reinforce it? Wang Wei thought. He pointed at the tree to make it condense a seed for a second and weaker tree. The myriad Emperor World's court still needed a tree, so this one would be the replacement. Under his control, the world tree teleported to the void battlefield and planted its root in the very fabric of space of that dimension, elevating its structural integrity to a higher level. Now, Wang Wei had finally created a void battlefield for the lower dimension, and it could easily contain a battle between Empyreans. The world tree then had more tree roots embedded in the endless void spatial foundation, also elevating it to a higher level. With this current level, even I can no longer destroy the lower dimension, Wang Wei observed. This is good news since true heavenly Tao should not rush me to ascend once my cultivation approaches tier 11. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1176 The Aftermath. What other benefits will there be? Wang Wei thought. Now that the lower dimensional was no longer so fragile, could the overall power level increase? Maybe immortal sovereigns will no longer be as restricted? He checked for the answer by deducing the changes of heaven and earth. No changes? Just the world is harder to destroy? Wang Wei was slightly surprised by this news. He thought true heavenly Tao would be more lenient with tier 11 powers existing in the lower dimension from now on. Well, considering the lower dimension was a training area for elite emperors, it makes sense. Without eternal emperors being the absolute symbol of power in the endless void, the entire system might fall apart, Wang Wei concluded. He shook his head, deciding to be satisfied with the fact that the subtle aura of alienation from his strength had dispersed now that the world was stronger. He next focused on his new all-encompassing void battlefield. This thing was considered a new patent. However, it was not as useful as it appeared, especially once he left. Wang Wei could foresee these worlds purposely boycotting using his void battlefield and focusing on their own, unless absolutely necessary. The target of this invention should be geared toward the worlds without a void battlefield. However, before he ascends, such a thing will become very common, given how much ideas and resources will be shared between world communities. People will only use my battlefield when their world's battlefield is too weak to contain its user. If this were the past, such a thing might be rare, but in this new era where higher fold emperors will be more common, my void battlefield will not be as useless as I think, Wang Wei analyzed. Plus, it may not be a bad thing that it's not popular. I can use it to hide or do things in secret. Merit descended from the sky a second time to reward him for his invention and for increasing the spatial structural integrity of the lower dimension. Wang Wei glazed at the merit in his hand intently. I've almost accomplished my destiny as an era son, and everything I've done should help true heavenly Tao fight off supreme unity, even if it only makes a slight difference. No matter how small the change, Wang Wei was happy that he could delay supreme unity's path of completely controlling true heavenly Tao. It looked like Mithraea and supreme unity's strengths are similar, but if you think logically, it's not true. Supreme unity does not have full control, meaning his strength has not reached its highest level. So, unless Mithraea still has some unknown room for improvement, things look bad for her. Wang Wei calmly looked at the celebratory visions fading away and teleported home with his parents. Before returning to his throne room, he installed the new world tree to support the floating court. Son. Before Wang Tian finished his sentence, he watched in horror as his son started bleeding from all the orifices in his body, followed by his body turning as skinny as a mummy and his hair turning white like an old man. I knew there was no way for you to be perfectly fine, Yu Yan said. What are you doing? Quickly take some pills. I'm fine, Wang Wei said calmly. What do you mean you're fine? You're obviously not fine, Wang Tian added. No, I'm indeed fine. I thought the backlash would result in a Tao injury in which my existence is injured severely enough that I fall in strength, but it's not as bad as I thought. Is this one of the benefits of having a perfect foundation? Not bad. Are you sure you're all right? Maybe you should use merit to heal yourself, Yu Yan suggested. That would be a waste, Wang Wei shook his head. This injury was indeed severe, but that only meant it would take time to return to its peak. What about you guys? I'm all right. Your armor already started healing me as soon as I was injured. Wang Wei was not surprised since he created the thing himself with his spirit particles, meaning it was programmed or, in a better sense, it had the intelligence not to harm his family and even help them in time of need. Your mother took most of the backlash, so my foundation was unaffected. I should be fine in a while. As a mortal, it was easier for Wang Tian to heal, given his foundation was not broken. That's good to hear. The void in the room suddenly trembled and a projection appeared. I had a feeling this would happen, so I prepared those, Yen Liling said as she handed everyone in the room a bag. Oh, what are those? Wang Wei asked as he opened them like a kid who received a bag full of candy. Sadly, his terrifying appearance did not make his actions appear as cute as he wished them to. Yang blood pills for your body, Yin replenish pills for your soul, and Dao nourishing pills for the loss of essence. With these pills, you should return to your peak in less than 20 billion years. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. These were the top-of-the-line Emperor tier pills. He was worried that the ones Elder Dan provided for him would not be useful, but this was no longer an issue. You're underestimating me, he said. I can heal my soul injuries with no issue, and with the healing boost of the golden body of merit, he'll be back in shape in less than 200 million years. Wang Wei smiled, his mummy-like body appearing even more demonic. He handed the soul-healing pills to his mother, and she accepted them without making a fuss, knowing her son's ability. Did you send some to Dong Lifan? I did. Everyone who participated in the battle got a share. Everyone? Yu Yan asked. Yes. The guardian after you will have big shoes to fill, Wang Wei commented. Anyway, thank you. After I heal, he'll feed you until you're plump. Li Jun once said he likes plump girls. Although that's true, I never said that, so don't spread lies about me. Oh. How are you here? My boss gave me a promotion and I can now send projections once in a while in the world of the living, Li Jun replied. What does that sound fishy? I thought the same, but after research, it's indeed one of the Earth Emperor's rights, but it's usually granted to the ones with long or meritorious services. Apparently, stopping these people was considered meritorious enough for this right. If you say so. Why are you staring? You look like shit, Li Jun replied. Watch your words, Yu Yan warned. Apologies, he instinctively said, making Wang Wei chuckle. So what's next? Li Jun asked, swiftly changing the topic. Wang Wei sighed, it's almost time for me to leave. The atmosphere immediately became somber. Why the frown? Wang Wei said. They'll see you guys next generation. Although I guess Heavenly Dao will reactivate the time acceleration, that should only be a few yuan epochs for me and over 10 million years for you guys. The only real parting is you guys. He glanced at Li Jun and Yan Liling. By the time you ascend, a lot of time should have passed. However, by the time you arrive, I should have dealt with all the upper dimension troubles and prepared the best cultivation environment for you. We just wished we could be useful in your next saga, Li Jun sighed. Our cultivation journey will be long, and without you guys, I don't think I'll make it out intact while preserving my true self. So, there is no need to mind if you're not part of one event. Wang Wei knew one of his greatest achievements was nourishing great relationships with families and friends and going the extra mile to turn these people into extremely talented and accomplished people/cultivators. It could be said one of his life's turning points was when he listened to his wife's advice to treat his family as a boost instead of a hindrance. Although he has not seen the payoff yet, his intuition was telling him that one day, he will thank the heavens he listened to her. And we will gladly walk with you until the very end, Yu Yan said. However, now is not the time to discuss this since we still have plenty of time. So rest and heal your injuries. I am indeed a little tired. Maybe some real sleep is in order, Wang Wei nodded. Everyone said their goodbyes, leaving him alone. Before I rest, let's eliminate the trash. He raised his hand and summoned something from the void, a soul. No, impossible. How could you find me? Emozun, you have the destiny of a cockroach, Wang Wei said while shaking his head. This is not necessarily a bad thing. However, your greedy and prideful personality ruins such a blessing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1177 Fate Puppet Emozun looked at Wang Wei, the hatred in his eyes almost palpable. If his eyes could kill, he would have eradicated this scorn from his life. No, he would do even worse things to him if he had the power. Sadly, his gaze was that of a sore loser, and even if he did not want to admit it, it was true. Are you trying to humiliate me? As always, you overestimate yourself, Wang Wei said. Do you think I have ever treated you as an opponent? Wang Wei shook his head in disappointment. You had all this time to ascend and leave the lower dimension as swiftly as possible, but you didn't. What? The answer is obvious. You held on to hope. You hoped that something will happen to me or I will suffer great damage in my battle with the Abyss Gap. And even if that didn't work, you hoped to hide long enough until I ascended. Then, the lower dimension would become yours to do as you please. Without me on your way, you can finally win. Wang Wei looked at him with pity. Do you think someone who has to rely on luck and hope can be my opponent? This is what I mean by you're too arrogant and greedy. Wang Wei sighed, what a waste. It would have been better had Mo Xingyun taken over your power instead. Although she's as greedy as you, she's way smarter as she knows when to retreat and does not have that pointless pride. What do you want? Mo Zun asked with gritted teeth. He had never felt so humiliated despite suffering countless failures since he proved the Tao. However, he controlled himself. As long as he was alive, there was hope, meaning he wouldn't give up until the very last minute. Nothing really, Wang Wei replied casually. They'll take what I want from you, I don't need your consent. I just wanted to put you in your place. What are you going to do with me? Mo Zun. An interesting fact about me is I've never made a puppet, at least not a genuine one with my Tao. It's odd since my physique was literally called the Fate Puppeteer physique. You wouldn't. Be glad that you will be my first Fate puppet. Don't do this, Mo Zun said swiftly. Kill me but don't humiliate me like this. He would rather die than be a puppet, so while saying these words he tried everything possible to blow his soul. Sadly he was completely sealed. Don't worry, it won't be painful or humiliating since it'll give you a new set of memories and personality, Wang Wei declared in a calm tone. His mummified body made his indifference even more terrifying. A projection of the river of fate materialized in the room before strings rushed into Mo Zun's soul. No, stop it. Wait, I know a secret that may help you. No, you don't. I do. It's a secret realm dash. Alright, don't be so pathetic and accept your fate, Wang Wei said. With your luck and destiny, any secret realm you've encountered before dying will be useless to me. One of the strings of fate sealed Mo Zun's speaking ability. Then, even more strings combined together to form a new body for him, truly reviving him. The strings then weaved new memories and personality for Mo Zun. For the last step, Wang Wei targeted the latter's Tao imprint, leaving his true will on it to wipe out the mark at the right moment. What an excellent work, Wang Wei thought, as this technique was the highest form of enslavement technique since it even affected the heaven-devouring emperor's existence. Additionally, using the River of Fate as a conduit meant that if someone of higher cultivation tried to revert the process, the river would give Wang Wei a slight opportunity to eradicate the puppet. From now on, you don't have a name but an identity, the first General Hell Lord or the Hell Court. Your mission is to gather the backlash or misfortune of the Heavenly Emperor era and ensure it lasts as long as possible. Once the Hell Court is fully established and you have full control of it, choose a successor, fake your death, and use a secret identity to secretly control the court. On the surface, your job will be to assist the Hell Lord in overthrowing my era, but your true objective is to ensure these people never succeed. Your mission will continue until the day your identity is discovered. On that day, your task will be to do as much damage to the Hell Court as possible before dying and send a warning message to the Tao opening sect. As soon as Wang Wei finished, the first-generation Hell Lord's fate line changed, meaning his entire future and fate had changed. He even acquired a few fate nexus. As you wish, Master, said the Hell Lord while kneeling on one knee. Good. Wang Wei nodded before waving his hand to summon the Golden God's armor. He changed the design before handing it over along with the continent that was the source of its power. This should be enough of a foundation. Thank you, Master. Wang Wei ignored him before once again summoning something from the void, the heaven-devouring Emperor's secret vault. I thought he didn't have a chance to create a vault before he was exiled, but it seems he was still cautious. Wang Wei destroyed the vault but immediately frowned afterward. He realized something that displeased him immensely. Qin Tong would definitely know where he hid his vault. Normally this would not be a major problem since if someone wanted to kill him, especially a paragon, their projection would find his vault relatively easy. However, Wang Wei was in a unique situation. As long as he blessed his vault with his fateless status and his newly improved soul network, no ordinary paragon would be able to find his vault. Qin Tong has become a liability, so he must be dealt with. But how? Wang Wei thought, and as soon as he asked, he had an answer: the slaughter trial. Whatever method he uses to walk freely in the lower dimension while in limbo should be linked to that trial. So, as long as I exile the trial to the upper dimension, he will have no choice but to leave as well. Wang Wei would never have this idea before since he knew how low the probability of failure was. After all, he was dealing with a paragon, even a dead one did not change much. However, recent events have given him hope and courage. Let's wait until I'm healed and condense a third-grade golden body to deal with him, he concluded before focusing on the Hell Lord. He pointed his finger to leave a spell on its body. When the Hell Lord dies, the spell will activate and erase the heaven-devouring Emperor from history before his true will destroys his Tao will, thus permanently killing him. Oh, I'm already tired, Wang Wei complained before waving his hand to dismiss him, and the Hell Lord went to build his court. Meanwhile, Wang Wei still had a few things to do before he could focus on his retreat and healing. Firstly, he summoned someone from the sect to task them to begin recruiting people for his Samsara court. According to his agreement with the Stone Yama King, he should be the only one bearing the cost of the Samsara court for all 3,799 world communities. However, he wanted to see if he could pass his court to Li Jun after ascending. If it's possible, these people will be available to start working immediately. The next thing Wang Wei did was to send a clone into the source chi space to use his chi spirit ability to search for special chis that would help with his healing. A part of why he predicted he would only take 200 million years is because of this ability, and if he can find some rare energies, the time might shorten even more. He then summoned the second-in-command of the Fate Shadow Guard. This person was a familiar face, a man called Zhang Jing. He was the assassin with the innate space technique and a talentless sister that he doted on. He was now the leader since Wang Ju was gone. Wang Wei handed him Wang Ju's inner world and the right to be his shadow. Of course, it did not mean he was chosen, but more like Wang Wei tasked him to test other members to see who was worthy. If Zhang Jing passes the test he left, he can absorb the inner world and link himself to him. After all these minor things were settled, Wang Wei focused on something more important, his spoil. After such a major battle as this, of course he will profit in other ways, he usually makes sure of that. However, his heart immediately felt painful after checking the final spoil. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1178 Lost. Wang Wei checked his personal dimensional space, using his divine sense to look at all the bodies he stored. During his fight with Old Man Nether, and before the explosion destroyed everything, he saved a few bodies of those creation life forms to use as resources later. If that bastard didn't blow himself up, I would have access to hundreds of bodies, Wang Wei thought with gritted teeth. His heart pained every time he thought how much he had lost due to the bastard Old Man Nether's ruthlessness. Every time he thought about how much benefit he lost, he thought about reviving that bastard Old Man Nether and killing him again. There is no point in being angry, so let's calm down, Wang Wei thought before summoning a sealed sword. This creation life form should be a decent material to build my Empyrean artifact, but it's not enough to create an ultimate tier artifact. He put the weapon away before focusing on these bodies. The next problem is how to deal with these bodies. I doubt Elder Dan or Yen Liling can process these bodies. Maybe Liling can after using an illusory Empyrean ascension pill, but Shell also need to create new Empyrean formulas. He frowned for less than 10 seconds before realizing this was not his problem. Yen Liling should be the one stressing about this. Anyway, she loves a challenge. He waved his hand to send the bodies for her to deal with. With a thought, 108 phantoms manifested before him. Anger flashed in his eyes as he looked at his future Buddha selves for the first time. His biggest loss in this fight was the 258 future selves. Many of his plans were calculated using the cultivation speed of the 356 selves, but now he had permanently lost 2/3 of it. And since they were sacrifices, even using merit will not restore them. On top of everything else, he wasted such a tactic as summoning strength from his future self on someone like Old Man Nether. From now on, once he's in a bind, Wang Wei knew Grand Dao would not allow the same tactic again. Old Man Nether is dead, but Cthulhu, don't let me get my hands on you. I promise you, you'll be the first cosmic horror to feel fear. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. Now that he had suffered such a great loss, he needed a way to make up for the cultivation boost. This should be on the agenda. Wang Wei left the throne for his cultivation room and activated all the formation before swallowing Yen Liling's pills. Time passed and Wang Wei focused on healing. Normally, people would not bother him unless it was an emergency, but he did receive a communication talisman that indicated his presence was needed. Why did someone contact me? It's only been 1,500 years outside. He frowned while checking the talisman. Hong Miling wants to ascend? Wang Wei sent a projection to the throne room before summoning her. He guessed she wanted to see her master, but wasn't this a rush? There is no need to panic, Wang Wei reassured. After the war, our little contradictions are now water under the bridge. Hong Miling secretly sighed in relief. Although she wished for that to be the case, she did not want to have her hopes for and then to be wrong. What brings you here? I'm leaving, she announced. So soon? There is nothing left for me here, she replied. The lower dimension is united, the world is at peace, and the people are happy. It's time for people to start the next stage of my life. Plus, I want to see the master. I understand how you feel, but listen to me and don't leave yet, Wang Wei advised. I'm going to hold a Dao banquet and invite all the immortals of the lower dimension for a Dao discussion. Hong Meiling's eyes immediately lit up. You should understand how much such an event will benefit your future cultivation. Hong Meiling was immediately tempted. However, she also felt conflicted because the idea of seeing her master was exciting and something that held sentimental value to her. You've passed your master's test, so she will acknowledge your status, Wang Wei added. However, from what I know about her, she's very strict. She loves teaching and giving people fortunate encounters, but only the ones she deems worthy, and she has high standards. You'll probably be tested after ascending, and your result will determine how much status you have in your eyes. So, staying to improve your foundation is your best option. You may have a point, Hong Meiling nodded. Can you tell me more about her? Wang Wei sighed. I would love to, but I doubt I know as much as I think I do. I see. Hong Meiling understood the implications behind these words as they confirmed some of her theories about her master's relationship status and situation. The two talked briefly before Hong Meiling returned home. Wang Wei accessed the dream world and sent a server-wide announcement. Supreme Emperor Wang, I will be hosting a worldwide Dao banquet. There will be food, wine, and music unlike anything you've ever experienced in your life. All immortals are invited, so prepare your sermon beforehand to not embarrass yourself before me and your peers. The banquet date and location will be announced a month in advance. Wang Wei looked at this message and nodded in satisfaction. Normally, this kind of announcement is written by the Dream Worlds system, so they are in a cold and indifferent voice. However, he chose a written form similar to Weibo or Twitter. He even shamelessly gave himself the title of Supreme Emperor, since he found Three-Realm Emperor mouthful. This announcement should prevent or delay some people from leaving early, Wang Wei thought before disconnecting himself. His gaze scanned the endless void, focusing on all the Taoist lineages. It's unsettling, Wang Wei thought. Mithraea made her move with the Western Pure Bliss land, but Supreme Unity was quiet. He did not doubt for a second that the latter had no pawns in the lower dimension. As long as any Taoist lineages existed, Supreme Unity could use them, primarily their Qi luck, to intervene. Wang Wei even thought of eradicating Taoism before realizing it was pointless since someone like Feng Heng would survive or appear with the destiny to revive them. With Supreme Unity having semi-control over true heavenly Tao, the process would be accelerated compared to Mithraea or what Feng Heng went through. More importantly, he saw no point in antagonizing a half-step transcendent. Yes, they were enemies, but that differed from directly antagonizing the latter. However, his quietness bothers me, Wang Wei thought. Things have been proceeding smoothly, and the overall situation seems to be to their advantage. However, the more so that was, the more wary he became, and Supreme Unity's lack of action or presence screamed that something major was about to happen, that his next move would not be simple. My theory was they were preventing each other from interfering in the lower dimension because of fear of allying with Death Reverence or the Outer Gods. However, no one showed up when I eradicated the Death World, and Mithraea supported my side in eradicating that eldritch creature. So, why didn't Supreme Unity make a move? Could it be that he still has a bit of empathy remaining so he won't go as far as allying with outsiders? Wang Wei frowned before shaking his head as all signs showed this was unlikely. Supreme Unity's character profile indicated that he had lost his humanity, becoming a machine-like entity that would do everything and anything for power. His lack of actions could be for myriad reasons. That creature was not as valuable as I think it is for someone of his level. Cthulhu is one of the 13 taboos, so maybe there are consequences for allying with it. Supreme Unity used true heavenly Tao, a sub-branch of Grand Tao, to gain his strength. It's possible that he would be stripped of his power if he had any connection with an outer god. Another possibility is this was a calculated move. He gave up interfering now to not reveal his hand, and once he acts, it will truly be a severe blow. Wang Wei grunted. In conclusion, I am missing too much information to make any reasonable deduction. He shook his head as he put these thoughts behind him. He focused on Han Shun, the first monarch of the Great Jin dynasty, also known as the Human Emperor's new pawn after Song Jiaolong. Another person who showed no signs of making a move, Wang Wei thought. He expected some reactions from the Human Emperor after he gained the Three-Realm Emperor title. However, this is probably due to the current restriction of the lower dimension. I should be on guard against the Qinseng court after I ascend. He dispersed the projection before continuing his retreat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1179 The Next Journey, Chief. Welcome back, Chief. It's an honor to meet you, Chief. Ao Shun would nod to anyone who spoke to him, not showing any attitude or caring about hierarchy. He soon reached his main cultivation cave and dismissed everybody before brewing him some top-grade tea to relax. As he sipped, a soothing power rushed into his body and mind, soothing his nerves and worry. The expansion is basically finished, and I've gotten all the benefits possible, including forming strong allies for the demon race in case of an emergency. Ao Shun thought. So what's next? He has created a golden era for the demon race. Although people could say he took the opportunity of a brilliant time for his rise, that does not diminish his accomplishments. If not careful, anyone else in his shoes would not be as successful as him and might even destroy the demon races. Now that the demon race was thriving, and Ao Shun no longer needed to constantly worry about their extinction since he had prepared countless backhands and plans for this worst-case scenario, he needed to think about his future. I'm quickly approaching the limit of my foundation, so the next step is to re-establish my foundation. However, the issue is whether to do it here or after I ascend. The best choice for this process is the upper dimension due to the much better information about the danger and better resources to ensure no issues. However, this is only for those with a lineage backing them. What about me? Wang Wei has the Tao opening sect, Feng Heng has Buddhism, Huo Fenghuang has the ancient clan, and even Su Shi should be able to rely on Emperor Kong. The demon's race had few talented individuals who survived and ascended, so the chances of them building a top lineage are not high. My best choice should be the innate demon gods, but without any deep connection, will they support me? Better yet, can I trust them? Ao Shun grunted as he remembered the information about the current chaotic situation of the upper dimension. If the innate demon gods chose to support these 7, should I still join them? Wang Wei had already made it clear that these people were his enemy, and Ao Shun's body trembled at the thought of being on the opposite camp of that monster. He also has his pride and arrogance, and he would not bow down to these people without having any rights or power, especially since, as far as he's concerned, they are more powerful than him only because they are older. In fact, the best option would be to leave the Eternal Ascension world entirely, Ao Shun thought. I could already predict that Wang Wei will also dominate the upper dimension, creating his own era. So, I can either use his pressure to force myself to grow or head to another world to find some kind of variable that will allow me to compete with him. Ao Shun sighed, forget about leaving for now and focus on the current situation. I need more information about the upper dimension situation. Although Wang Wei did not hide basic information, he also did not share more detailed news. Ao Shun decided to ask him and even offered to pay. A worldwide announcement? He checked the dream world and saw Wang Wei's bold words written above the dream world sky. I was wondering why he never called for another Dao discussion. Is this what he's been planning? Ao Shun was slightly excited since he was embarrassed the last time they had a discussion, and this one should be an opportunity to redeem himself. Not to mention the benefit to his future cultivation. I have enough merit, luck, and world source for my cultivation to reach 45% as swiftly as possible. But with the boost from that banquet, I could probably reach 50% with the merit at hand. He excitedly disconnected from the dream world to prepare his sermon. He could guess the Tao rhymes that would condense in such an event, which should form a field that benefits someone based on how deep and ingenious their sermons are. With the Supreme Emperor warning, people will do their best to prepare not only for the benefit but also for their pride. As Ao Shun was about to finish his tea and start the preparation, he sensed something and frowned. Why are you here? Huo Fenghuang's projection materialized in his cultivation cave. I came to run an idea by you. Oh. Ao Shun sipped his tea. I'm listening, but I won't offer you tea since I don't want to. Huo Fenghuang ignored the second part of that statement. Is it possible to convince him to ascend before us? Ascend before us? Ao Shun repeated before understanding dawned on him. You're worried about your secret vault? It's unsettling knowing he will easily know where I put it. I understand how you feel, Ao Shun said. But it's pointless. Just accept this fact and move on. You're not even giving my idea a second thought? The crux of the issue is we are already behind, Ao Shun replied. The upper dimension is in turmoil, so the best move for us is to increase our strength now as much as possible before ascending. However, the higher our cultivation, the harder it is to re-establish our foundation. But he doesn't have this problem. He could probably cultivate until the next realm without any problem. Ao Shun suddenly paused, realizing he might have stumbled into the truth. He glanced at Huo Fenghuang and she had the same realization. So that was his plan all along, Huo Fenghuang muttered. His expansion and need for power was not simply for gathering resources or spreading his legend and history to make it harder to erase him, he was also preparing for the war upstairs. Her original plan was to gather all the other true Eternals and ask them to pool their merit together and pay Wang Wei to ascend before them. Now, she only has a few choices if she wishes to wait until he ascends to make her secret vault. Firstly, she only needs to wait and waste all this time. Secondly, she can cultivate while waiting for him to leave, which would greatly endanger her Tao Foundation re-establishment. Finally, she can achieve re-establishment while in the lower dimension, bearing all the risks that come with it. Ao Shin sighed before waving his hand to dismiss the tea sets and replace them with a gourd of alcohol. He opened the top, releasing a blood smell that was quite alluring. As the demon blood-brewed wine coursed through his blood and veins, he felt full of life. Whenever we think we've figured him out, he reveals that he's more complex, just a profound abyss with no end. While we can barely think 5 steps ahead, he's thinking dozens if not hundreds of steps. It's truly horrible to be born in the same era as that man. Is this a sign that you're giving up? Hell no, Ao Shin denied. Didn't the sages say that trying to conquer an impossible mountain was a worthy pursuit as long as you don't give up? Plus, I haven't fully admitted that he was an insurmountable obstacle yet. It's good that you still have some spirit, she nodded since she also agreed with that sentiment. What are young to do after ascending? Why are you asking? He asked warily. You can come to our ancient clan if you have nowhere to go? You're after my bloodline. Of course, Huofeng Huang nodded. As long as you agree to start a family with a human, you can keep your name and will have a high status. No way. Won't you just think about it? Do you have the status to make such a promise? Do you think an eternal emperor of my caliber won't have a high status? Ao Shin was rendered speechless since she made such a logical argument. Whatever. Go away, he said in annoyance before continuing to drink. He knew he would never mate with humans. Although he technically no longer hated them, he was not fond of them either. As such, his partner, if he ever chooses a mate, will never be a human. You should think about it, Huofeng Huang said before dissipating. Now, she had to plan whether to use Plan B, which involved leaving her vault to Sacred Beast 1 to hide after Wang Wei left. Then, the Power Shell leave will wipe Beast 1's memory of this information. The issue with this plan is that too many things could go wrong with Sacred Beast 1 that could ruin her opportunity to have a vault in the first place, including methods of retrieving her lost memories, infighting in the ancient clan that reveals the news, or Beast 1's sudden death before hiding the vault. Huofeng Huang did not know what to do, and this decision kept her at night, even making her slightly paranoid. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1180, 3 Past 3 Self-Art. Wang Wei returned to his deep state of cultivation to heal himself and create his new technique. As for Ao Shin and Huofeng Huang's talk, he did not know or care. However, even if he did, he would not agree with their proposition since he plans to learn the locations of these people's vaults. His relationship with these people is currently positive, but whether this will stay the same is unknown. Knowing their secret vault and having an easier way to kill them if needed is an excellent strategic move. The information alone might prevent these people from becoming his enemy. Over 200 million years passed in his retreat, while 10,000 years passed outside, and Wang Wei finally opened his eyes and exhaled. His handsome face and luscious hair were back to normal, his perfect aura returning to its peak. It feels good to be healthy, Wang Wei muttered as he clenched his fists to feel his power and youthful vigor. Plus, it was a shame for such a handsome face to be ruined. I can feel heaven and earth was about to cry because of that. Wang Wei smirked to himself, thinking it was another shame that no one was here to experience his comedic chops. He shook his head to focus on what's important. Let's test it out, he muttered. First, Buddhism. The 108 Buddha self materialized before him, all sitting cross-legged on the void with monk cassocks, their palms closed like a prayer, and their bodies releasing golden lights. Although their heads were now shaved, they still looked extremely handsome. Next is Taoism. A phantom of Wang Wei wearing black and white Taoist robes with yin-yang and taiji symbols materialized, followed by a dozen more. These were the 72 Taoist self. Lastly, it's the devil. The last summon was the 36 devil self, and they were the odd-looking ones in the group as they were not uniform. Some devils had red eyes and hair, others had purple hairs, some had horns and fangs, and some had animal parts. Generally, they looked heterogeneous. Now that it was completed, let's test out its full power, Wang Wei muttered as he closed his eyes to understand his fake Grand Dao source. After an unknown amount of time, he sighed deeply. The cultivation speed is about 250, future Buddha self. I guess it's still better than only 108. He looked at this new technique called 3 paths? 3 self-art, and was reluctantly satisfied. The idea was brilliant and he felt it should have been more powerful. The Buddha self did not change much, except for a small optimization due to his new power and understanding of cultivation. The Taoist self was inspired by quantum computers. Classical computers work on a binary system of 0 and 1 called bits. Meanwhile, quantum computers use a qubit system, which can represent 0, 1 or both simultaneously through a property called superposition. Wang Wei used his yin-yang Dao, which can replicate the qubit system, and all his other understanding of quantum computer to condense one Taoist self, allowing them to have unimaginable calculating/deduction capabilities to comprehend the Grand Dao source. Lastly, the devil self amalgamated countless thoughts and ideas. He used the binary system of technology to condense one devil that represented a supercomputer. One devil was condensed through his understanding of incense, and that devil's ability maximized the use of faith/incense to boost cultivation comprehension. Some devils did the same for luck, world source, merit, spiritual power, and even all kinds of emotions. Wang Wei had to use the knowledge he stole from the Yin Moon Palace to make the 7 emotion 6 desires devils. One of the devils even replicated Zhen Baiyu's pure mind state. Unfortunately, this technique did not completely replace the original future Buddha selves, but that's good enough, Wang Wei thought. More importantly, I have something even better. He took over 200 million years to heal despite absorbing a few special qi because of the 3 paths 3 self-art, and another technique, and that one is even more impressive. However, it was still considered a prototype by Wang Wei. However, even when he completes this technique, he won't reveal it until he's a primal paragon to prevent Grand Dao from restricting it. Furthermore, he considered it one of his best future emergency trump cards. Wang Wei finally left his retreat and immediately headed to see his mother and father, who were now healed. After the family spent a few days together, he returned to work. The first order of business was to check on the lower dimension situation. The situation was settled. All 3,800 world communities were now under his rule. They all had a dream world, enlightening temple, mortal civilizations, demon schools, depending on the world, and a court. Although they were a few troublemakers who tried to resist, by that time Wang Wei's popularity as the Endless Void Savior made these people the unpopular minority. Wang Wei took a deep breath. So much incense. Mortals, and even cultivators, worshipped him as a god, savior, hero, or something akin to a celebrity. Moreover, this kind of worship transcended race and world, meaning they came from various individuals. Additionally, some mortals have worshipped him for generations. Although mortals now have a longer lifespan than before, 10,000 years, even more in some worlds, was still a long time for them. Truly a brilliant era, Wang Wei muttered as he closed his eyes, sensing the expansion of his existence. He would love to see the face of the sucker who could push him to the stage of trying to erase his existence. His next destination was a meeting with the internal and foreign affairs managers to understand in detail the changes that had occurred since his absence. After dealing with those boring politics and paperwork, he visited Su Shi for a small chat before checking on Dong Lifan. "How have you been? I feel like we haven't had a good chat in a while," Wang Wei said as he invited her to tea and a meal in the court's garden. "You've been busy and I understand that," Dong Lifan replied, accepting the tea he served. "I think you've settled pretty well, right?" "Indeed, Dong Lifan. Initially, I was a little nervous despite everyone being kind and generous. However, I think I've been completely incorporated into the sect system." Dong Lifan's reservations have long been gone, mostly because of the peaceful feeling she gets knowing such a powerful sect was protecting her at all cost. "What about your husband? Have you found his reincarnation yet?" "Not yet," Dong Lifan replied before remembering something. "Can you check for me?" "No problem." Wang Wei used his status as the Three-Realm Emperor to check but soon frowned. "Is something wrong?" she hurriedly asked. "Oh no. He's not yet reincarnated, but he's been designated to be reborn in a scholarly emperor lineages in the upper dimension with 3 great emperors. Do you want me to change it? I still have this right. The upper dimension is unsafe, but that family seems the perfect place for him. Plus, I worry there might be other complications. How about I reincarnate him into the Wang clan?" Wang Wei suggested. "Want to tie me up even deeper?" she said, glancing at him scrutinizingly. "I'm not hiding it," Wang Wei admitted. "It's not the worst idea, Dong Lifan mused. After you leave, some people might make trouble for me based on the issue of loyalty. A husband from their clans would stop this in advance, even securing my status. More importantly, he will have great talent if born in the Wang clan, meaning I won't have to worry about his cultivation. Alright, do it. Wang Wei smiled as he condensed a black scroll in his hands, writing an order before sending it to the afterlife. How are the preparations for the alternate 10 Supremacy Foundation? Already found the perfect world, Dong Lifan said before showing him a projection made of dreams. Is that the world that replaced the Skyfall world? Wang Wei asked, remembering how the brilliant Smile Emperor ascended with an entire world. Yes. They are new and weak, meaning the perfect target, she explained. I've done countless simulations and they are the best choice. Have you considered true heavenly Daos intervention? I have. Based on the simulations, if I attack this world in the early stages of its development, there is a 99% chance that a new Destiny child with great talent will appear and try to stop me. Wang Wei nodded as that made sense. Alternative paths were allowed, but they also cannot be too easy and subject to tests to prove their worthiness. That's how Heavenly Dao, no Grand Dao, operates the entire Chaos universe. I'm sure you're prepared, so all I have to say is don't take this lightly because of your strength. I want. Wang Wei nodded before chatting with her for a while. As he was leaving, he raised his hand to condense a bright gem. This is what I promised you. This talisman will grant you full control of all the dream worlds if the Dao opening sect betrays you. I'm glad you kept your word, Dong Lifan said with a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1181 Ripe Wang Wei's next destination was the Guardian World to meet Yen Liling. He found her in a dimension of her creation with a transparent cauldron as large as a mountain. Wang Wei looked at the cauldron with praise. She had succeeded in finding a way to refine the Empyrean bodies into pills. Yen Liling took inspiration from the Danyuan Emperor and Hong Miling by linking all the world communities and borrowing their powers to condense a cauldron. In other words, she used the lower dimension as her cauldron. Then, with the illusory pill, she had the strength to create the flame needed for the process by condensing all the sun's fire energy, and even fire laws of these communities into an emperor-tier flame needed for the process. Lastly, Yen Liling borrowed the reserved spiritual energy from the dream world to supplement hers during the refining process. Can you speak? Wang Wei asked. Yen Liling was in a deep state of concentration, and he even noticed a few drops of sweat on her forehead. For a few minutes, she answered. I just want to know how things are proceeding. I've succeeded but barely. Oh. I don't have the knowledge base or experience to make a Tier 11 Empyrean, especially in such a short period, Yen Liling explained. So, I chose another way, purified these bodies and condensed their Dao rhymes and blood energy into a pill. I added a few top Emperor tier herbs to preserve the efficacy of the pill during the condensation stage, allowing me to create the most basic Tier 11 pill. That is still impressive, Wang Wei praised. I know, Yen Liling smirked. This experience was immensely beneficial to my skill path. It even gave me an idea of how I might take a step into transcendence. Those are bold words, Wang Wei said. I'm listening. Once you achieve half-step transcendence, you only need to let me borrow your strength to make a pill for your realm. The experience should give me answers on my path. Wang Wei was speechless, but it was indeed a good way. No problem. I know you're a man of your word, big brother, Yen Liling beamed. Alright, I need to concentrate. Can you do something before you leave? Although this pill is basic, it's also taking a long time. Please accelerate the time in this realm so it can be finished in time. Alright. Wang Wei pointed in the sky, and a phantom of the river of time manifested. He said his goodbyes to her before leaving for his next destination, the swallowing zone. It's almost ripe, Wang Wei said as he looked at the Genesis fruit, which was now almost emerald in color. After years of being fed the power of dreams and nightmares from the dream world, countless immortal sovereign bodies, and even a small amount of merit, the thing was finally about to germinate. He did not hesitate to start feeding the apple until the last spot turned from light green to emerald. Beautiful, Wang Wei commented before condensing a container made from sealing runes, plucking the fruit and carefully preserving it. The light that served as the fruit tree dissipated, but Wang Wei did not care. The tree was now useless. By its nature, it was impossible to condense the seed for another Genesis fruit. As such, he was just happy that he got the fruit since it was valuable and sought after by many, including Old Man Nether, who prevented other people from using it before it was mature. Wang Wei's next destination was the Battle Demon world. As soon as he landed, he noticed two things. Firstly, the entire world seemed to be in a jovial mood or atmosphere. It could be sensed in the air, and he saw signs of celebration everywhere his sight landed. The second thing that caught his attention was the faint innate qi in the environment. The constant exchange of knowledge, resources, and ideas resulted in the creation of many techniques, and the professions were greatly developed. A few worlds managed to create weaker versions of reverting their environment to innate. This development had its pros and cons. The pros were the further development of these worlds, including the revival of the innate demon god race. True heavenly Tao used this opportunity to return them to the lower dimension, probably in a weak attempt to restore balance from how dominant acquired lives have become. The con of the situation was the small political turmoil the change created in Wang Wei's court. Many worlds complained and asked the myriad emperor world to place the innate environment method on the market to buy and loan. But Wang Wei had long decided this would be the advantage he would only leave for his home, and thus the court had to tell these worlds to develop a method of their own if they wanted it. Wang Wei looked around for a bit before teleporting to a large room full of demons decorated in gold. Who goes there? The room immediately entered the highest alert as soon as that voice yelled. They all wondered who dared to mess up such an important event, especially knowing the people involved. You're getting married and didn't tell me? Wang Wei. It's really you, said Yi Dafu as he appeared before him to give a hug. I wanted to invite you, but the news in the dream world is you're in deep seclusion, probably recuperating after the war. I could have sent a projection. You're right, but I didn't think of that, the Monkey Emperor replied. Greeting, Your Majesty the Supreme Emperor. A cacophony of voices echoed in the room as everyone saluted after recognizing Wang Wei's identity. These people tried to hide their shock, but it was easily noticed by Wang Wei. No need for formality. I am here as a friend attending a wedding, Wang Wei assured them. However, no one stood up. This legendary man was standing before them, and none of these people dared to show any signs of disrespect, even if he asked them to. You heard him. You guys need to relax, Yi Dafu said, but even that did not work. These people secretly looked at each other from the corner of their eyes, waiting for someone to have the nerve to stand up fist. Yi Dafu shook his head in disappointment. I don't think they'll listen as long as you're here, so let's talk somewhere else, he stated before leading Wang Wei to another room. What took you so long to get married? Wang Wei asked as an icebreaker from the previous situation. The wife wanted to wait until she reached a certain level of strength before we married. So, I had to wait until she was ready. The demon race values, especially this world with a zeitgeist of survival of the fittest. It's understandable why she would want to be relative to you before marriage. Yi Dafu. Enough about all that nonsense. When are you going to fight me? You promised me. You must have fought my imprint in the dream world countless times. Don't you see the difference? Don't you have enough? None of that matters, especially since I've devoted a sure tactic that is guaranteed to punch you in your face. We'll start with that until I can bully you. This is not a good idea. Why not? It's your wedding after all. Wouldn't you be embarrassed if your wife saw you being beaten? Yi Dafu's lips twitched. It doesn't matter. What if people say I'm bullying you? I know you don't care about that. So just do it, consider it a wedding present. All right. The two soon reached a room where the Nine-Serpent Empress was waiting. Wang Wei had to praise Yi Dafu as he was not lying when he said he knew how to develop bloodlines. They had a small discussion, and Wang Wei learned about demon marriage customs. For example, gold is the main color for bloodline union celebrations instead of red, which is used by human weddings/Dao companion ceremonies. There are two ceremonies in the bride and groom's tribe/world. They do not salute their parents, each other, and heaven and earth. Instead, they swear to their bloodlines, tribes, and ancestors. After the discussions, Wang Wei did not stay long. He fought with Yi Dafu, who was miserable, and his plan failed. Wang Wei still left a gift in the form of a few valuable emperor pills and blessed the couple with a fated lover fate line. He knew Yi Dafu was planning to ascend soon, probably right after the Dao banquet. Luckily, the monkey said his ancestors were doing well in the upper dimension, meaning he should have a backing to protect him during these tumultuous times. And I've seen a few complaints about the length of this arc. Please know that it is wrapping up as there are no more twists or plots to extend it. However, I also need to take my time to wrap things up before starting the next saga. I recommend stacking for those who cannot wait since the volume should end in 10 to 15 chapters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1182 Last Value. Unedited chapter. Wang Wei's next destination was a place called the Summer Cloud World, and his purpose was a forbidden land. The Myriad Emperor world was not the only place with forbidden lands, and Wang Wei once planned to remove all of them. However, he never had to. His actions caused the entire lower dimension to rise in power, thus eliminating most of these forbidden lands with relative ease. The only survivors were the ones who were good at hiding in the place he was currently visiting. He headed directly into a forest with pitch-black trees and an eerie atmosphere. A word echoed in the void repeatedly, "Are you worthy?" Wang Wei looked around, noticing the trees seemed to contain a very potent hallucinogen capable of influencing the soul. He ignored this forest's power as his gaze penetrated all the other obstacles to reach the core. He teleported to the center with one step, ignoring all the restrictions. "Are you worthy?" Wang Wei looked at the man before him. Ordinary black robe, thin, big nose and bright eyes. An obsession? So, that's why no one could eliminate this place. The person before him was long dead, and he could only exist in this world because of his obsession, and no matter how much someone killed him, he would be revived due to his obsession. "Why are you asking if I'm worthy?" "So I can know whether you can help me." "And who are you? Why should I help you?" "My name is Luda. I don't remember much except that whoever is worthy enough to help my family will get the key to a treasure I once held." Wang Wei thought briefly before reading this man's fate line. "I see. This poor bastard named Lu Dao once found the cultivation cave of an Empyrean cultivator and was hunted down by an Empyrean lineage. As a last resort, he separated from his family while signing up with the same program that brought Old Man Nether to the lower dimension. The result was expected. He died, but his obsession with his family allowed him to condense in the lower dimension and wait for someone worthy to help him. Do you want me to check on your family in exchange for the key to the cave?" Wang Wei asked. "Not just check on them but help them and even share some of the resources with them. You do realize the chances of your family still being alive are, well, less than ideal." "I'm aware, but I won't give up until the last minute." "All right. I accept your proposition. Your cave might be the first pot of gold I get in the upper dimension," Wang Wei declared. "Fine. Wait, you haven't proven if you're worthy yet." Wang Wei released the aura of the tenfold battle realm, shocking Luda to his core. He was only a third-class emperor with 18% Grand Dao Source cultivation before his death. His new obsession form did boost his strength tremendously, but that was still nothing compared to this man's power. "Your strength is indeed worthy," Luda sighed. "However, what about your character? Either take the deal or don't. Your reward is less valuable than you think for someone like me." He was a master of luck, so finding fortunate encounters on such a level was easy. Although Luda could be counted as his second tier 11 opportunity, he could give it up if he wishes. "Fine, but I want to see for myself." Luda turned into a black jade, and Wang Wei could sense his obsession attached to it. He waved his hand to put it away before waving his hands to kill all the remaining forbidden lands still hiding in the lower dimension. He teleported outside an interesting continent floating in the void. He looked at this place with strange gazes. He had come here, but it was not him. "Lord Qintong, I'm here for a visit." "Come in," said a voice, and Wang Wei entered the empty slaughter trial, following the voice to a beautiful white cabin by a lake. Qintong was waiting for tea that had already been prepared but had not been served. "I wasn't expecting you." Qintong was genuinely puzzled by this sudden visit. Wang Wei calmly served him tea before pouring it for himself and sipping. "Excellent tea," he thought to himself. "I came to invite you as a special guest to my Dao banquet," he stated. "Before you can reject, I know this event is child play to you." If Wang Wei had to make an analogy based on his life on Earth, the Dao banquet was as if all the top physics students at Tsinghua University were having an intense discussion that every other student could not fathom. Qintong would then be a world-renowned physicist who has won the Nobel Prize and countless other awards and has been in this field for over 40 years. However, this event might be useful to you. "How so?" Qintong calmly asked. "You saw it for yourself. This generation is, without a doubt, the greatest since the lower dimension's existence. Everyone present at the banquet will have great luck and destiny, they might even be the next golden generation." "Those are bold words, but I see where you are coming from," Qintong nodded. If he could form some karmic relationships with these talents through preaching, it would indeed greatly benefit him later down the line, especially since he has a special method for revival that relies on luck and destiny. "So you agree?" I don't see why not. I'm glad to hear, Wang Wei replied with a smile. They chatted for a few more minutes before parting. I was right, Wang Wei thought as he teleported home. Nothing he does is ever simple, and that was also true of that visit. He wanted to know whether his guess about Qintong was true, that the slaughter trial was why his experience in Limbo was so free and without many restrictions. Of course, it would be suicidal to try any kind of outward detection means before a paragon, even if he's technically dead. Wang Wei then chose to rely on his intuition, turning it into an active ability to sense whether his theory was correct. Now that I know the truth, it should be easy to deal with him once I squeeze his last value at the banquet, Wang Wei thought as he returned home. He soon became busy with the preparation for the Dao banquet. The first thought was to create a new place in the void for this event, but Wang Wei quickly gave up that thought since that would be too much pointless work. The next choice was his court since there was more than enough space. However, realizing how much Dao rhymes this event would create, he chose the Dao opening sect. This banquet could become a precedent, Wang Wei thought. If father and mother also hold on, other people should follow. While deep in thought, Wang Wei has already delegated the preparation tasks for the sect, making everything extremely lively. The steward stopped his court duty to take charge of this event, ensuring the Dao opening sect appeared as noble and powerful as possible to the outside world while keeping an air of mystery and secrecy. The Dao opening sect's actions were not exactly subtle. As such, people deduced the location of the Dao banquet, and the information spread before Wang Wei announced it. Many cultivators had spent years preparing for this event. Wang Wei, who was lazing around while everybody was working, decided to make an announcement in the dream world. Supreme Emperor Wang, the news was leaked. The Dao banquet will take place in the Dao opening sect. The estimated time is between 2,000 to 5,000 years. Furthermore, I've noticed a small controversy regarding whether immortal venerables and immortal sovereigns should attend. My invitation said all immortals and you're part of it. You can preach about your understanding and experience of the soul. And if you feel the God Kings would do a much better job, talk about the relationship between essence, spirit, and chi. As soon as he finished his posts, it spread everywhere. The other paths besides the Emperor and Dao path felt relieved after seeing this announcement. They were joyous that the Supreme Emperor did not exclude them from this major event and immediately started preparing. Most of them regretted not using the former 10,000 years and wasted it on debating whether they were worthy or should participate. Why are you here? Wang Wei asked after disconnecting from the dream world. Some people came to me to tell you not to be lazy and help, Wang Wuqing said. It's the steward, isn't it? Why doesn't he have the ball to confront me? I'm just the messenger, Wang Wuqing shrugged. Wang Wei decided to meet Wang Qi before doing anything else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1183 Celebration. Wang Wei waited for Wang Qi in his transcending fate mountain, and the latter did not make him wait long. There were plenty of things to do, so Wang Wei did not beat around the bush and immediately started the conversation. How was the haul this time around? Excellent, but only because of the vast quantity. No Eternals? Only 3, Wang Qi replied. For this expedition he brought the Heaven Chosens from the remaining 1,000 world communities that once belonged to the Golden God, so the ratio was low. What about Pseudos? 15, which is where most of our outcomes originated from, Wang Qi explained as he handed over the space ring. Wang Wei checked and nodded in satisfaction. Any noteworthy news? A few. Oh. Firstly, the war has intensified. The rebellions have started to attack the core factions of these parasites. I reckon there won't be any place of peace by the time you ascend. The parasites' long absence has made these people bold. However, we'll see who still has a fighting spirit once they are free and start fighting back, Wang Wei commented. Anything else? 2 things. Firstly, the celestial race might have intervened. Them? Yes. There has been a sudden increase in powerful insurgent chi on the market for sale. Although only tier 10, the rebellion has bought many of them, thus increasing their military powers. And you think the celestial race is the one selling them? Those are the rumors. I guess I have to talk with Shi Shangyan, Wang Wei muttered. What's the second thing? I don't know if this news is important, but apparently, the most beautiful woman in the world will celebrate her ascension to the Empyrean realm. Many people are talking about it, wishing they could attend. Su Junyao. Sect Master, how do you know her name? Wang Qi asked. Then he suddenly panicked after remembering something. Sect master, you can cheat on the sect, madam. Otherwise I doubt you'll live long. Shut up. Don't you think I know this? I only know her name for some reason. Wang Qi sighed in relief. I know you're wise. Wang Wei waved his hand to dismiss this bastard who spoke too much. Wait, there is one more thing. What is it? Well, how I say this, I might have spoken too much to someone. Did you see her again? No, not her. I'm talking about the sect upstairs. Oh. I brought a group of human fiend god with me since it would be easier than ascending individually, and the sect thanked me. We had a banquet and they asked about you. I might have revealed that you hold the destiny to end the current era. Do you understand how much of a blunder you've made? Wang Wei asked. Although it would be relatively easy to deduce this truth after knowing what he's been up to, it was something else to tell the news, especially with the possibility that there might be spies in the sect. Sir, I know, but this was not an accident, but a calculated move on my part, Wang Qi swiftly said. I'm listening. I only told the news to 3 people and they had to swear to Grand Dao. I ensured the ode's language was simple and direct to prevent complications, and all 3 of these people were Empyreans? Meaning the chances of finding a way to break it are minimal. You were indeed careful, Wang Wei nodded. Although he could see the flaw in this plan, for example, the branch in the upper dimension probably had ways for Empyreans to use power above their realms through things like pills, talismans, and arrays. Additionally, a sect with such a deep foundation might have more than one rare treasure to nullify Grand Daos oaths. What was their response? Wang Wei asked. They said they would support you in whatever way you wish, Wang Qi replied. I told them that with your personality and without the ancestors present, you probably won't wish to bring more trouble to the sect and limit your contact with them until you've achieved your destiny. You seem to know me well? Sect master, it's my job to know you well so I can serve you better. Wang Wei wanted to roll his eyes. However, Wang Qi was not lying. Wang Wei chose him for this job under great recommendations due to his observation skills and ability to make the correct choice in a dangerous situation. And over the course of their work together, Wang Qi has proven to be more capable than Wang Wei initially thought. What happened next? Wang Wei asked. They said it was fine if you want to limit contact. They will leave resource points scattered all over the world for you to use. You only need to activate your luck, leading you there. Resources point, huh? Did they say how much? They said it was up to you. If you want their complete support, that is fine. However, it is also fine if you only want some starting wealth and do the rest yourself. That is good news, Wang Wei nodded. Things would become much easier with the support of such vast wealth and manpower. Once again you did a good job. Wang Qi. I believe the sect already rewarded you with what I promised? Yes. Wang Qi showed his powerful aura that was as good as some of the best insurgent. Excellent. I'll see you at the banquet. Wang Wei nodded. Ha, sect master. Anything else? Is there a chance for me to ascend with you? This may not be a bad idea. They'll need someone who serves as a liaison between me and the rebellion, and you're the perfect candidate since they know and trust you to some level, Wang Wei analyzed. But are you sure? You should understand the danger we're about to face. I can care for myself but cannot guarantee your safety. I am sure, Wang Qi declared without hesitation. Good. Be prepared. I will, Wang Qi said with a gleeful voice. He bowed before flying away, leaving Wang Wei to his thoughts. Su Junyao is having a celebration. This is the worst time for this kind of thing. So, is she just stupid or is she planning something with this celebration? Interesting. This celebration is the perfect opportunity to meet and end this fated nexus. He looked in the distance before starting his work. He took the task of providing food and wine. Wang Wei had to prepare the best food and drink for over 100 million immortals, ensuring this banquet was worthy of his name. Once that finished, he headed to check on Li Jun. Big brother, you're here. Yeah, Wang Wei nodded. As the Three-Realm Emperor, he had no problem visiting any Samsara court as he pleased since they were technically under his supervision. Can you participate in the banquet or must I do something? No, I got permission. With no consequences? They've extended my time by 100,000 years, Li Jun replied. It's not a bad deal, Wang Wei nodded. Although he was suspicious of Li Jun's boss, there was no sign of anything nefarious going on, so he had to leave it be. Have you prepared your sermon? Of course. Good. In that case I'm leaving. Can't you stay a little longer? I need to help your wife finish my pills. I'll bring Suai. The banquet should be helpful to her and the child in her stomach. Oh, okay. Li Jun replied quietly, wondering whether this would cause him more trouble. Wang Wei ignored him before teleporting to the Guardian world, where he saw Yan Liling giving orders to many people, including Elder Dan and Miscellaneous One. Did they come to help you? Yes. I want to finish as soon as possible. No need to rush, Wang Wei stated. The banquet can be postponed if you need more time. It would look bad if you postpone. I don't care about that. For Wang Wei, people should follow his timetable, not the other way around. I know you don't, but it is still better to keep a surface-level good reputation. Wang Wei shrugged. Plus, I'm not in a hurry because of that. I have some feelings on how to update my Pill Sage Sutra, but I'm missing some enlightenment. This banquet is the perfect opportunity. That's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded. Well, I'm here and ready to help. What can I do? Well, use your amazing soul power to accelerate the process, Yan Liling immediately replied. Wang Wei followed her direction while also taking this opportunity to learn from her and increase his sub-profession Daos that he's been neglecting. The process was enjoyable as he remembered his time infiltrating the Origin Pill Dao sect. By then he only had to focus on refining pills, which he found relaxing and an excellent way to train the mind and spirit. With Wang Wei's help, the pills were refined after 700 years passed on the outside, so he officially announced the banquet would take place 300 years later, along with the rules. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1184 Dao Banquet. Lavish food. The day of the banquet arrived, and the first to arrive was, of course, the immortals from the Myriad Emperor world. The steward had prepared a special floating mountain for this banquet, and the designated people would lead the guests to it. The mountain, even the banquet, looked ordinary with countless small dining tables arranged in different sections. However, the beauty of this event was in its simplicity. The dining tables were made of purple sovereign wood, an emperor-grade material used for refining pills and weapons. The bowls, teacups, and wine cups shone with an unknown luster, and that's because they were made from dream dust, another emperor-grade material known to calm the mind and ensure the best cultivation state. The scariest part is there were 100 million of these things. Even if only a small part was required to refine the table and dining utensils, it was too extravagant. Furthermore, this was not the end. A pink tree that resembled a sakura tree stood towering at an inconspicuous corner of the banquet, releasing petals that enveloped the banquet. The tree's petals would temporarily purify the soul and increase comprehension. People could not immediately fly to the top of the mountain but must walk these beautiful purple stairs to the banquet. The stairs were blessed to condense a person's luck, giving them a temporary blessing that increased comprehension. Lastly, beautiful Dao music echoed in the background, and its effect was the same as the others, another boost to concentration and comprehension. Feng Heng was the first to arrive with 3 people following him, and a disciple led him to the emperor area, putting at the very front facing Wang Wei. However, the 3 monks with him sat somewhere else. Soon, more people arrived and were put in an area based on their paths. Dao area, Immortal area, Premarch area, Soul area, Luck area, and Guest area. Wang Wei allowed these people to bring 3 disciples from their sect to participate in this event, and the guest area was for them. The sky in the distance suddenly burst open as a golden carriage descended from the sky, followed by a vision. The steward wondered what the big deal was but soon realized it was only someone from another world community who had arrived. More foreigners arrived for the next few hours and somehow, they all decided to make the flashiest entrance possible. These actions made the immortals of the Myriad Emperor world wonder whether they should have been flamboyant as well. Once everyone had arrived and the dream world was broadcasting this event, Wang Wei finally showed up, dressed in an elegant purple and gold robe. He also chose a simpler and more direct entrance, suddenly appearing at the slightly elevated table at the front as if he was always there. While all eyes were on him, he calmly sat cross-legged on a cushion, his dining table before him, facing all these people. He looked at the crowd, checking on all the people he knew. He smiled at his mother and father, who sat at the front near the Myriad Emperor world's true eternals like Feng Heng and Ao Shen. His father was the only non-eternal in that position, but no one said anything, just like no one said anything about Dong Lifan sitting at the front of the Luck area. However, he did notice one complaint in the Immortal area despite no one uttering a word and decided to address it. "Welcome," Wang Wei said, his voice covering the entire mountain. "A few words before we start. Firstly, I would like to congratulate Sage Duanru for being the first mortal to achieve a level of enlightenment on par with immortals through mortal art." Everyone looked toward the Immortal area at the simply dressed elderly man with long white hair, a beard that reached his knees, aged spots, and cloudy eyes that hid their profoundness. Duanru used his cane to slowly stand up and bow to Wang Wei. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for allowing me to partake in this momentous event." Duanru took big risks and put much effort into coming here. He heard about this event over 10,000 years ago as he was about to end his lifespan. He immediately sealed himself without knowing if he could attend while asking his descendants to petition the court to allow him entrance. Luckily for him, his clans gave birth to talented cultivators who could live long enough and were filial enough to help him. "You've earned it," Wang Wei nodded. "And you'll be the first in the Dao area to preach." Duanru was surprised but quickly thanked him again. Such honor will further cement his legacy and bring him and his clan luck and destiny. Wang Wei originally wanted to give him the very first spot in the banquet since they were starting with the immortal area. However, he wanted to know whether Duanru's sermon would improve after the people before him had enlightened him. "The second announcement is that I've invited a special guest to preach, and they will be the last to do so." The guests immediately squinted. Duanru's appearance was a mild surprise, but this news intrigued and perplexed them. They expected the Supreme Emperor to be the last sermon, closing the banquet with the best. Now, His Majesty insinuated that someone even better than him was about to preach? Except for a few people who knew about Qin Tong, no one guessed who it was or whether someone like that even existed. "Now, let's start with the food," Wang Wei declared before waving his hand to manifest the food. The meal was a small piece of meat, a vegetable plate and a rice bowl. However, this was not ordinary meat. It originated from a Tier 10 void beast prepared with Wu Hong's sealing cooking magic and blessed with Wang Wei's essence flower ability. In other words, everyone who eats will significantly increase their flesh-body cultivation. The vegetables were grown from a Tier 10 source beast that Wang Wei hunted, and its purpose was to heal hidden injuries and boost the absorption of the meat, allowing everyone to benefit even more from consuming it. The wine that Wang Wei was made from the best material, has been brewing or marinating for Yuan epochs under time formation and was blessed by fate to be the best wine possible. After drinking, the taste was out of this world, but that was the least important part, unless you were an alcoholic. Countless aura suddenly rose as people's qi quantity increased drastically. Some even broke their bottlenecks and became immortal sovereigns. The immortals were not the only ones who benefited, since the wine could also increase soul energy, meaning everyone including the emperors and eternals benefited from the growth of their souls, minds and spirits. Wang Wei cultivated the rice using world source. That's how lavish this event was. After eating it, the people present will enter their absolute best state. Any events, battles or sermons? Could be affected by many factors like mentality, state of mind, and past experience. The rice ensures that someone enters their absolute peak state without internal or external influence. I recommend you eat the rice first, followed by the vegetables, and take 2 sips of the wine and leave the meat alone since your body cannot handle it, Wang Wei communicated to Duanru. He personally arranged this old man's meal to ensure he survived the entire banquet with his limited lifespan. "I understand and thank you for your care, His Majesty," Duanru replied. The meat could be left for his descendants, but some small part of him felt unwilling. He would rather wait until his reincarnation to eat it, but he doubted these unfilial bastards would preserve it for him. More importantly, other clans might try to attack his clan, knowing he was storing such a valuable thing. "Hey honey," Wang Tian whispered. "Don't ask to share my food." "I wouldn't," Wang Tian replied speechlessly. "Oh, then what is it? How are we supposed to hold a banquet that compares to this?" Yu Yen exhaled deeply after hearing his question. "I've been thinking the same thing. All I can say is we better start preparing now." All she can do to soothe her heartache is laugh at the misery of the emperors after them. She wished she could see their stress as they tried to hold a banquet on this level and failed miserably. "This bastard really knows how to be extravagant," Wang Tian complained. "We were lucky he only wanted a simple Dao companion ceremony." True. Wang Wei waited for everyone to finish with their food, their breakthrough, and helping their disciples to digest their meal. Kai Song, Jin Mengyao, and Li Wenling had other people helping them. He waved his hand to summon the tea. This is enlightenment tea brewed from the Bodhi tree with petals from the world tree used as assistants to prolong the effect. The people were shocked. The Bodhi tree was known for its effect of increasing comprehension and allowing a cultivator to enter a state of epiphany. Meanwhile, every petal of the world tree contained a world, and now, it was used as an assisting material for this tea. This banquet was simply the definition of lavish. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1185 Dao Banquet, Preaching. This is such a waste, Yin Liling complained while sitting beside Li Jun. It would have been better to use these things as the primary or supplementary materials for pills. You can't exactly feed pills to people for the banquet, Li Jun stated with his left hand on Su Ace's belly, helping the baby better absorb the nourishment from all these rare and precious resources. Why not? Yin Liling countered. Once it's my turn to hold the banquet, I'm feeding everyone the best pills possible. I guess that would work. Do you think I should prepare some underworld delicacies? Is that even a thing? If it isn't, just make it. You have a point. Yin Liling, Li Jun, and Wang Wei's parents were not the only ones thinking about holding the same banquet and wondering how they would make theirs unique and stand out. Suya, who was in the guest area, had similar thoughts. She thought about creating a special dish based on her 7 emotions 6 desires Dao that would temper or even heal Dao hearts. Di Jiang's thinking was more extreme as she wondered whether she could force people to pay a fee for attendance at her banquet. She realized it was possible, but it would have to be very enticing as this one or very close to it. Kai Song wondered whether she had to have a banquet during her time. If she did, could she give people special puppets as gifts? But what kind of special puppet? She felt annoyed, thinking how troublesome the entire situation would be. However, she enjoyed the thought of creating individualized puppets for the emperors of her era. Jun Mingyao wondered whether the sect would be willing to sponsor him for his banquet or whether he would have to use his own wealth. He decided to start amassing wealth now just in case. Once everyone finished their meals, Wang Wei summoned the tea and sipped it. Once everything had been drunk, he pointed to the sky to summon a phantom of the river of time that immediately turned into a formation. Such brilliant and effortless application of time Dao, Su Shi thought. Like most of her peers, she was slightly jealous she would never have an opportunity to hold such a banquet, at least, not as the Heavenly Emperor. However, she quickly removed such emotions. If she wanted to, she could have been the Heavenly Emperor, but she didn't, and that was for many reasons. Firstly, she did not want to abandon her citizen status in the Myriad Emperor world after going through so much trouble. Secondly, and more importantly, she viewed the position of the other worlds as useless and less important than the one from the Myriad Emperor world. In her eyes, and the eyes of most of her peers, only the Heavenly Emperor from their home was the true Emperor, and all the others were poor copies. And if she could not have the original, she did not want any other. There is also the fact that the benefit she received working in Wang Wei's court was much higher than if she were the emperor somewhere else. Tong Ruobing was the best proof of this. If not for her alliance with Wang Wei, she would have regretted starting her own court. Su Shi shook her head to remove all these unnecessary thoughts from her head and focus on the event. I'm expecting this event to take a while, so I've accelerated the time in here to ensure not too long passes outside, Wang Wei explained. He could sense the agitated emotions of a few people who were wondering whether he had organized this banquet to eliminate all of them. As if I needed to go to such lengths to kill every immortal in the lower dimension, Wang Wei sneered. He did one last check to ensure no problem occurred during this significant event. He checked on the people to prevent anyone from having nefarious thoughts. He checked on the sect's mortal disciples and elders hidden by his power on floating mountains next to this one. Finally, he checked on the dream world's broadcast and the entire lower dimension. Wang Wei then cast a protective spell that contained all his powers that covered every corner of the endless void to ensure no one interrupted this meeting. These are the rules, he declared. Each sermon will be between 3 to 3,000 years, with a break between 3 days to 300 years after each sermon for digestion. The length will be decided by heaven and earth itself, based on the amount of Dao rhymes you condense. Everyone entered a high alert state. In an event like this, with the most powerful and influential people of the lower dimension, there is nothing more embarrassing than having a short sermon. No matter what, the people present were the cream of the cream, meaning they had their own ego and pride. However, they could do nothing about the rules now, and they can only hope their sermons are not subpar. We will begin with the immortal paths. The first 1,000 preachers will be normal, followed by 1,000 swordsmen, then 1,000 professionals. We will repeat this pattern. The first professionals to preach are the alchemists. Once there are no immortal alchemists, it will be the array masters, weapon makers, talisman refiners, and the puppeteers. Many people were immediately not happy that swordsmen had their own category. However, Wang Wei did not care. Swordsmanship was the most popular weapon Dao, and their population was enormous compared to others. Sword Dao was not the most powerful simply because of the weapon, but because there have been so many swordsmen throughout history that the Dao has been elevated to a higher status due to how many skills, techniques, and scriptures were written. Once it's my turn, the spear will have its own section, and I'll make sure it has earned that position, Jin Mingyao thought with great dedication. Wang Wei waved his hand to assign numbers to the immortals. The first and last sermon will be chosen by me, but the rest will be randomly selected. Once it's your turn, you'll receive a direct message in your mind. We will start with Immortal Jin Yi from the Red Sea world. A mass of clouds surrounded a scholarly-looking middle-aged man, elevating him 5 meters above the sky. He bowed to Wang Wei before immediately starting his sermon. Essence, spirit, qi, the essence of life and cultivation. The immortal path is also called the qi path, making it seem like qi dominates the other. But that's wrong. Heaven and earth is all about balance, and the same principles apply to the qi path. The only difference is that we use qi as the primary source to supplement our body, essence, and spirit, mind or soul. This is. As Jin Ye's words echoed throughout the mountain, Tao rhymes condensed from the sky, appearing similar to runes and beautiful music. The power of the Enlightenment tea and all the blessing methods of the Banquet perfectly combined with the Tao rhymes to allow people to enter a deep state of epiphany. In that state, their normal state of cultivation, which is usually slow, boring, and even tedious, became the most enjoyable act in the world, given how easy and spiritually fulfilling it was. Everyone became engrossed in this sermon. Although it did not discuss a specific Tao, that was a pro instead of a con since it was applicable to everyone present, especially the part about maintaining the balance between the essence, spirit, and qi. The process lasted over 1,600 years and a digestion period of 160 years. Once everyone woke up, they felt it was too short. One of the reasons cultivation in the lower dimension is so slow is the lack of conversation and exchanging ideas. It's also why the dream world was so successful. This banquet was even more direct in its approach, putting everyone together and forcing them to discuss cultivation and the Tao without any restraints or care of status, wealth, power, or faction. Jin Yi slowly descended to his seat before the clouds chose someone else. With Jin Yi as an example, these cultivators were comfortable, feeling they could do as good of a job as him, if not better. However, they all received an awakening. The second sermon only lasted 536 years. The third one went on for 345 years, the fourth one for 99 years, and the fifth one directly dropped to 3 years. That cultivator was so embarrassed that he did not open his eyes and closed off all his senses so as not to hear any comments or murmurs. Things became visibly worse after the fifth cultivator. Few people's sermons lasted for more than 3 digits. In fact, out of all 1,000 cultivators, there were more than 200 people who lasted 3 years, and only a total of 27 people lasted over 100 years, and no one reached 1,000 years like Jin Yi. The immortals immediately stopped comprehending while the swordsmen and the professionals were preaching, hoping to improve their sermons and avoid embarrassment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1186 Tao Banquet. Breakthrough. Just like all immortals' path, the sword immortals were usually the embarrassment in a room, the butt of the joke, Parisi. The source of this disparity is that they've lost one of the core aspects of a swordsman, the Tao part. They must rely on their immortal qi to replicate their former abilities in swordsmanship realm. Despite this flaw, they still considered themselves swordsmen and kept that mindset. They trained their qi in their mind with such a mindset, thus still giving them a slight edge over regular immortals. However, the ones who truly shine in this banquet are the swordsmen with unique sword qis. Wang Wei said he chose randomly the order of preaching, but that was really the case. It's more like an algorithm with the sole purpose of ensuring the best way for this banquet to proceed and be wildly successful. As such, a few unique sword immortals preached in the early stages of this round to rile up the crowd and set up some standards. Then, the algorithm chooses people it deduced who would have a lackluster performance and puts them first. No immortal sovereign appeared in the first round. The immortal swordsman's preaching session was mild above the first session, with only a few dozen 3-year sermons. The embarrassing/scaring tactic worked, and hopefully by the end of this event, the number of these weak sermons will be reduced to single digits. The immortal alchemist's main focus was on Yen Liling's universal immortal runes, with everyone expressing their understanding and twists. The people from the myriad pill world took this opportunity to show the world why it was the center of alchemy in the lower dimension. This era almost destroyed their status and privileges. Luckily, they adapted in time and were not washed away by the tide of change. After a few rounds of exchange, it was time for the last alchemist to speak. While no one was paying attention, Yen Liling had a strange aura around her. A book materialized before her, and with the passage of time, more Tao rhymes entered her body and the book. The prototype is done, she thought, looking at the new Pill Sage Sutra. Her new path of pill refining centered around her talent to read the mind. She created a way for materials to awaken a pill mind, essentially their spirituality or wisdom. However, such wisdom has an inherent purpose, to refine better pills. For example, if she was refining a basic blood replenishing pill with 3 ingredients: yang stems, water bead, and spirit root, all 3 materials would awaken their pill mind and gain sentience. However, their purpose will be to work with each other and the alchemist, Yen Liling in that scenario, to make the best pills. As long as someone masters this technique, it will be impossible to create a pill of lesser quality than perfect. And in a skilled alchemist's hands, it will be relatively easy to create true mortal perfection pills, not just the perfect quality dictated by the Alchemy Association. The next step is to take inspiration from the origin pill flame that can refine everything. Yen Liling thought. Her idea is that even if she awakened the pill mind on a non-alchemy material, it should slowly change its nature to become an alchemy material. To succeed, I must add a small portion of good fortune Tao. Creation would be best, however, that can be added once I'm an Empyrean using the Grand Mist Wheel. There was no need to incur the wrath of heaven by becoming an outlaw when there were alternatives. I'm getting over myself. There are still some problems. Yen Liling had to control herself not to get too far ahead. There were still some problems with awakening a pill mind for immortal grade materials, as they actually resisted the destiny granted to them. Currently, she has no problem controlling immortal and Tao grade materials, but based on the simulation in her sea of consciousness, even the weakest emperor grade herb will revolt against her control. Because of this issue, she couldn't even tackle the most brilliant aspect of this technique, the alchemy mind. Yen Liling did not simply want her materials to gain wisdom, she wanted them to be born with an excellent talent for alchemy but also with vast knowledge and experience. Upon completion of this level of the Pill Sage Sutra, refining any pills will be like all the materials were as talented as her and devoted to helping her refine the best pill possible. Such an idea sounds absurd, but Yen Liling already has a direction: Fate Tao. The process of the materials awakening their alchemy mind will involve them sharing fate with her, thus acquiring their talent and knowledge. In fact, this is not even the final form of this scripture. Based on Yen Liling's imagination, the materials should awaken not only her alchemy knowledge but also other people and, if possible, the knowledge of true heavenly Tao. However, her idea for that stage of this scripture is only vague. She knows she might have to defeat other alchemists to build a database and add Heaven Tao to the mix. However, the small bit of Fate Tao added already made cultivating this technique a virtual nightmare. She could not fathom how many people would be able to cultivate it once it was truly finished. Regardless, she was happy with the outline she currently had and was more confident in walking the path of skills to achieve transcendence. Yen Liling readjusted her mood and concentrated. She was saddened that no more alchemists would preach but took comfort in learning by comparison to other professions. She also looked forward to alchemists from the other path. The sermons continued, and soon the first person to reach 2,000 years appeared. To no one's surprise, it was an immortal sovereign. Once a person passed the 2,000-year threshold, the Tao rhymes resonated with each other, making the epiphany process deeper. In other words, it was easier for people to understand, digest, and benefit. While people rejoiced at this sermon, the immortal sovereign, a beautiful woman in all red, was not happy. She felt it was an insult for her not to reach the full 3,000-year mark. After all, she was technically tier 11. Sadly for her, her knowledge was severely limited since she spent all her life in the lower dimension. She, along with all the other sovereigns, does not even know what a person of their level is genuinely capable of. The sermon continued, and the lady proved she was among the best in her path. Most immortal sovereigns bordered 1,500 to 2,000 years, with the best being 2097 years from a talisman maker. Then, it was finally for the last person in that section to preach, and Wang Wei chose the Turtle King from the martial hegemony world. The Turtle King is, without a doubt, the oldest being in the lower dimension and the oldest immortal path practitioner. Many people, including Wang Wei, looked forward to his sermon, and he did not disappoint. The Turtle King could not show up with his real body and refused to take human form. Instead, he had to create a human clone to send in his place. His sermon lasted 2,907 years, creating the most intense Tao rhymes since the start of the event. However, even that was not the most impressive part of his sermon. The turtle had no reservations and discussed a special technique to condense a unique chi capable of granting a maximum battle boost of 30%. This boost is not a grand Tao boost, but such a technique is still appreciated since it could grant someone victory over a relatively equal opponent. The most impressive aspect of this technique is its universality. Soul Path people can condense a unique soul chi or god chi, Tao ancestors can condense a world chi, heavenly kings can condense a king chi, and emperors can also have their own emperor chi. The Turtle King's sermon became the first major highlight of this banquet, making the martial artists from the martial hegemony world very happy and proud. Those rowdy martial artists would have made a scene if not for the grand occasion. Once everyone had digested the sermon, it was now the turn of the soul area. Although their path was on par with the Tao path, relatively speaking, it did not change the fact that they did not cultivate individual Tao. The luck area with the heavenly kings had the least number of people and appeared to be the group that should be next. However, they had their own Tao. In essence, the fortune path was an alternative to the Tao path. The heavenly kings used the luck from a dynasty to bear the power of the grand Tao source, while Tao ancestors used an inner world. If a heavenly king chose the same path as Dong Lifen to fuse their dynasty with their sea of consciousness, or even if they choose their bodies, they are essentially creating an alternate inner world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.